Do 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 do.
No. Talk show.
Record it live. Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 83, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
What the hell is finally up? We are talking about The End, episode 617, the 2.5-hour Lost finale, the big final conclusion to the epic story that is Lost. Following up from our initial reaction podcast that was recorded right after the finale. And so now we get to go into the nitty-gritty of the episode and go scene by scene and discuss everything and have a rapturous podcast here.
Did you say, what are you calling the podcast? Rapturous?
Yes, rapturous. That's what I said.
Okay.
Regardless
Wow.
of what you heard.
Okay. I was just making sure. I think that initial reaction is cool to have because literally seconds after I finished the episode, I was on the phone there, and so it really preserves what I was thinking after watching the episode. And for you, it was a little bit of a delay, but not much.
Mm-hmm.
So it's cool to have that. We don't have that on a lot of episodes, and I think since then, I've calmed down about the episode a bit and can really get more specific about, whatever problems I have with it or things I like. And I think the time has sort of let it settle in, and I can sort of live with it now. I was a bit taken aback by certain things initially, and so I think now I sort of understand why, and I can handle this episode.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I too, had some time to think about it and ponder what the episode had to offer, and watched it again, and I actually watched What They Died For again too, and then watched the finale, and there's some stuff there that doesn't really pay off, and are things that don't really make any sense considering where the story goes. But overall, yeah, I'm happy with the finale. I think the main idea seems to be, and I think I said this on the initial reaction is, there's the question of why these people, and the question of, of the island and why the island, and what, the sort of question about character and the question about mystery. And I think, the show at the end of the day is saying, if you're asking about the mysteries, you're asking the wrong question. And I think to a degree that's a little unfair, but I think, the show gets to be about what it wants to be about. And so I think in that way, it works. I mean, I think it's fine to say, well, this is the story, and the story is about these characters. And, I guess we can talk about, the sort of, interpretation of the finale. My interpretation is that basically the Losties, these particular group of people who were at the church at the end, not all of the Losties, but just that particular group, were very connected, and that was important. And it seemed to be that they had these adventures on the island that Jacob was responsible for, since he brought them there. But that the main idea, or I should say the important point, is that their connection was so strong that that it allowed them to create this meeting place in the afterlife for them to all move on together. And really, the show is, I think, sort of saying, giving a sort of new answer to the afterlife. Is saying, well, you don't just move on by yourself. You need to connect with the people that are important to you to move on. And so I think it works in that sense. It's not just resting on previous sort of well-known faith or religious connotations or other stories. It's kind of giving a new idea to the afterlife and how that relates to characters.
Yeah.
So in that respect, I think it's interesting. I think, there's still a lot of questions about the island, and, I still can't really answer or make the distinction between these people being these people being connected because they're just intrinsically connected, or they're connected because of their time on the island. I don't know if Jacob brought them because they're connected, or they're connected because Jacob brought them. So, that's the kind of stuff I think the finale doesn't answer.
True.
And I think it's, again, strange that, an idea people had in season 1, or even, the first, after the pilot, this idea of purgatory, or that they're all dead, seemed to be close to the truth. And, I think it was sort of foreshadowed in hindsight. It looks like it was foreshadowed when in Apaterno, when Richard thought they were all dead and in hell.
Mm-hmm.
Like that idea coming back. It's like, what? People thought this in season 1. How can this be even remotely close to the truth? And it was sort of remotely close to the truth. At least not obviously the truth in that world, but the truth in sort of a general sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is that pretty much your take on the finale? Did you have what's your interpretation of how we're supposed to view the end?
More or less, I think that basically people, when people had the purgatory theory, I think that they were picking up on stuff that the show was doing thematically, in terms of the island being a place where sort of their past wouldn't immediately impinge upon their ability to deal with their past, I guess. And so they were able to work through their problems in this sort of blank slate kind of setting. And season 1 very much has that vibe of people dealing with their past and trying to overcome their problems. And so I think the way the island was in season 1 is sort of similar to the way the Flash Sideways is. And I think people just kind of picked up on that. And they were on the right track. And I think, to whatever extent they had this plan from the beginning, I think, maybe we can say that they were sort of hinting at where the show is going back in season 1 by having what they experienced on the island sort of parallel the end of the show.
Yeah. So quickly, I want to talk about what they knew at the beginning of the show. I've heard a lot of different things. So
have I.
So so what have you heard, and what's sort of the sort of general truth about, so one of the things I heard is, after writing the pilot, JJ knew that the final scene was going to be Jack closing his eyes dying.
Yes.
I've heard that. I've heard that they knew the final scene was going to be Jack and Christian, and Jack realizing he was dead.
Yeah.
None of this stuff I heard about before the finale. I feel like before the finale, all I ever heard was they didn't know where it was going in season 1. Especially didn't know where it was going after the pilot.
Yeah.
So what do you have any other info about that stuff? Did you hear anything else?
No. I mean, I've heard a lot of conflicting reports about what was planned when and why. Mm-hmm. It seems to me that they had some kind of plan. Some kind of very vague plan, and I think it's possible that it included. The thing is, probably one of the things that is a little dissatisfying to me about this finale is that it's the kind of ending that you could kind of tack on to any show where you have a group of strangers who are trapped together and who go through a lot of hardships and form connections and, basically just have an intense experience together. I feel like you could throw this on the end of any show that has that basic setup, and it didn't matter that it was the island.
Yeah, and I would agree. That's a big sticking point for me too. Is that it almost you can't tell if the island mattered or not, and it almost seems like it didn't matter at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the ending. I think the ending tells us that the island didn't matter to the people, sort of. it was just about their shared experiences, you know, and for some of them I sort of believe that. It's just, I can almost buy into it that that's sort of what these characters care about more, but it's just kind of weird to watch a whole show about the island, and at the end they say, oh, the island was just a contrivance to get these characters together.
Yeah, and if they left us with an idea that, Jacob said in What They Died For that the island needed them as much as they needed the island. Now, if I want to believe him, and I want to say, okay, well, what this means is that what the island gave these people, gave the Losties, was a place where they could have these crazy adventures and conflicts and be strengthened, their bond to be strengthened by that, which in turn allows them to find each other in the afterlife and move on, which is a fortunate situation that most people don't have in the afterlife or something, in this other place.
Yes.
And in turn, what they gave the island was, protection ultimately. They ultimately defeated the bad guy who wanted to destroy it. So, like, if that's the idea, I think it works, but I feel like you can't really say 100% that's what the show leaves you with at the very end. I feel like it's because I think Jacob seems disconnected from the Flash Sideways stuff, from the meeting place stuff.
Totally, yeah.
So it's like on one hand they give you some information to say yes, the island does matter, but at the end of the day, I don't think you get enough of it's almost like, well, the island might matter. Which, like you said, I don't think that's satisfying when a whole show is about the characters on the island.
Right. I want to say, just for myself, my own sanity, I want to say the island matters, and I'm sticking to that. And I even think, like you said, there's stuff in the show that tells you that, but at the same time, you can't ignore dramatic weight, and really, at the end, I feel like you can really feel it in the finale. You can feel the dramatic weight going over to the Flash Sideways and the final meeting of the characters. And sort of Jack's final island, I kind of like it in a way, but Jack's final island mission is just this very simple task. He has to put this cork back in the hole and then just kind of go die. And it's I sort of like the simplicity of it, but at the same time, it's like you can't really care about it. It's not like when Ben turned the donkey wheel and the island moved or whatever at the end of other finales where it's like, oh, man, where's that going? Like, it's a very simple final task for him to perform. And the emotion is really mostly, there is emotion in Jack's ending, but you really feel the weight shift over, and it's about the afterlife.
Yeah, and I think in terms of Jack's final mission, I want to say it was more than just what he had to do. It was more specifically him letting go. Like, he had to actually let go of his life there, which is why I think he chose to do the suicide mission and not Desmond. He's realizing, okay, I wasn't here just to take over Jacob's position. I was here to do this final thing and to be done with it.
Yeah.
To be sort of done with life. And I think, that's obviously mirrored in the Flash Sideways when he, sort of has to realize he's dead there.
Right. Right.
I want to go back. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to, I want to go back to something else we were talking about. So what did you
I was going to sort of change the subject too, so.
Okay, I just want to go back to what they knew when, and did we get any clarification? You just said you heard conflicting reports.
Yeah.
In terms of what they knew when.
Yeah, I have heard that they knew Jack's eye closing. I can totally buy that. That's the kind of thing you can come up with on day one, no problem.
Well, when you write the pilot and the first shot is his eye opening, yeah, sure, that's fine.
That sounds totally plausible to me. I'm prepared to believe that.
Okay.
The other thing I've heard is that they also had the scene of Jack showing up at the church with Christian and basically everything after that, I feel like that can't quite be right, but because I know they said I read someone there's some sort of vaguely official interpretation floating out there. It's on the forum. That's supposedly
Bad Robot.
Yeah, supposedly came from some insider at Bad Robot about sort of what the real way we're supposed to take the story is. And they claimed in there that the reason, the sort of behind-the-scenes reason that Ben is not in the church is that he wasn't a character in season 1,
Mm-hmm.
So they kept the original scene they wrote. I mean, I think that's a crap reason to do it, but
yeah, I read that explanation. I made sure to read it after I watched the finale a second time, so it didn't influence my opinion of it, and it was pretty much what my independent opinion of the finale was. Therefore, it's correct. No, I'm kidding. But I will say that, yeah, the reason, that Ben wasn't there because he wasn't the original, he wasn't originally in the pilot or whatever, original character. That's a pretty weak reason not to give him whatever conclusion they would rather him have. I would much prefer to think, I put Ben, I think it makes sense that Ben and Ana Lucia and some of the other Losties don't cross over with this group. The explanation being that they've got to find their own people that are important to them.
Yeah.
In order to cross over, and that yes, they are connected to the Losties, but they aren't as connected as that group that moved on with each other.
Totally. And also, I think even though I think they gave us a lot of Ben redemption stuff this season, I guess to me the stuff they've had him do in the past is just a bit much to buy him going into it would make me a little weirded out if they actually had him go into church and sort of move on with everybody else. That would feel a little wrong to me. I feel like it's right to have him outside, but the main reason why I say it's bullshit is because they have characters like Libby and Penny and Desmond.
Mm-hmm.
Those characters didn't exist in season 1.
Yeah, which is exactly why I think it's more about who they're connected to. Penny's not connected anymore more than Desmond. And I would say the same about Libby and Hurley. So yeah, I think it's more about who they're connected to, and I like that idea that you have to find the right people to make this all work.
Yeah, and I think also the Flash Sideways is supposed to be a place for them to work out their problems, and so I'll buy that Ben wants to spend more time doing that.
Yeah, and he, I think he wants to spend more time with Alex, and he's got a chance. Rousseau was giving him the signals. He's got a chance to be a real father to Alex.
Yes, I think that's what they're telling us with that little bit from the last.
Yeah, because that line she says, when she tells Ben, you're the closest thing Alex has ever had to a father, and he starts to tear up, and he says it's the onions, and she says, I'll use less next time. When I watch that again, I'm thinking, oh, she literally means next time.
Yeah.
She's going to have him over for dinner again. And
yeah.
So that's sort of the beginnings of their relationship. And it's so weird, because as soon as you see Rousseau and Ben, it's like, there's a couple.
Yeah.
I never would have pictured them as a couple, but for some reason it's like, yeah, somehow that makes sense. Somehow I feel like, Ben would be intrigued by Rousseau. He would be interested in her. She's, she's a scientist, and she's, she's got these qualities I think he would like.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's, it's weird because I remember when there were theories that Ben really was Alex's father, and somehow, it's a weird, twisted version of that. But yeah, I mean, it seems appropriate. And also, Rousseau, I feel like, to whatever extent she's sort of there in the world, she needs to spend time with her daughter as well, because she never really got to. In her real life. So I feel like she's there for a similar reason to Ben.
Yeah, it's weird. I want to believe that that the meeting place, the Flash Sideways, the alternative timeline, whatever it is a place for them to work out their problems. But at the same time, it's like, how does that relate to the real world or the island too, where people are trying to work out their problems?
Yeah.
And it's like, with Rousseau specifically, I would agree she needs to spend time with Alex, but does she know she needs to spend time with Alex? You know what I mean? She doesn't even know she's working anything out.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's strange, I think, is I guess until she's awakened, she's not going to even know there was anything to work out.
Right.
Until she realizes, hey, my husband stole my daughter in a past life.
Right.
But that's okay. We'll move on together.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, that's the weird part of all this. I think the other thing for me is that as far as the mysteries go, you know, I came down pretty firmly, and I'm going to say I still believe it, that I didn't need any particular mystery to be resolved for me. I was going to be satisfied with sort of whatever they gave me as long as it was good. And there's a lot of good stuff in the finale, and you know, the final ending is dissatisfying in various ways, but it has some merit. I appreciate it on a level, but I think the thing I realized, although I say I didn't want any particular resolution, I was somewhat dissatisfied with what they told us, and I guess the way I'll reconcile that is I you know, since it's the end of the show, I mean, in the past, you know, I never really expected any particular answer, but when one came up, it was like, yes, and, you know, I could always sort of, in the back of my mind, hope for something, you know, more. And I guess I thought they would kind of give us more of that in the finale than they did. Like the whole thing with Ben and Widmore and the plane wreckage. You know, they could have easily not ever told us that, but they finally, after I had really given up, you know, gave us the scene where Widmore says it was him, and it's not an incredible moment on the show. It's not one I'm going to be talking about very much when I remember the show, but it is just nice to finally know what happened with that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's something, I mean, those things are not really sort of the bulk. That's why I want to say like 90% or whatever. Those aren't the bulk. They are part of the 10% that sort of makes the show, you know, good to me. But still, it is, to me, somewhat significant to just get even, you know, short answers to questions like that so we don't have to, you know, just make all kinds of crazy suppositions to get a theory up and running.
Yeah, I agree. In general, I'm disappointed we didn't get certain answers by the end. In terms of the big sort of things they did address, you know, like the source. My whole thing after seeing Across the Sea was I was just waiting, you know, where they introduced the light, the source, and, you know, I was waiting, waiting until they said the next thing about it. And, you know, so in this finale is when we sort of get a little bit more about the light source. And even though they didn't get specific with the answers, I think overall it gave me enough to solidify an interpretation of what's going on, which I think satisfies me. And, you know, a large part of the show, I think, that they end up telling us by the end is that so much of it comes down to people's interpretation of what's going on, and that, you know, in my opinion, in fact, very little people had it right, you know. And I, you know, my theory here is that basically, you know, the light source predates Jacob. It predates the mother. It has Egyptian writing on it. You know, the Egyptians were, you know, I looked up online. They had boat technology in like 3000 BC, which predates Jacob by a lot. You know, so I feel like some Egyptian culture built this stuff. They had some ideas of what was going on. They built this stuff, and then Mother comes in and she just tries to interpret what it is. She has no sort of objective authority about her opinion. It's just her opinion. Same with Jacob and the Man in Black. They formulate opinions about the island and what they should do or shouldn't do. Same with the Losties. Same with Dharma. Same with everyone else who came to the island trying to figure out what it was. Same with, you know, really the viewers. You know, and I think maybe that's the sort of idea of the show is, you know, this idea of interpretation and perspective, and how none of these people really had a great sense of what was going on as a whole. You know, I feel like Jacob never went down where the light source was, so I don't know why he knew what was going to happen down there. I think he just had an interpretation about what would happen down there. You know, the same with Man in Black and stuff like that. Is like I don't think he knew what happened when Desmond went down there, but he thought he did, and he planned accordingly. So, to me, since no one really has the right answer, since Mother doesn't have the right answer, I'm satisfied with that. If the right answer was the light is this life source that's in everybody and every man has a piece of it and all that stuff, if that was a definitive answer, I wouldn't like that much. But since that's just her explanation, I can deal with that, because that's just a character thing.
Okay.
That's kind of how I sum it all up.
Okay. Yeah. I'm willing to accept that. That's not a big issue for me, actually. The big thing they told us in this episode was we basically went down into the cave. We saw what was in there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like that's sort of the biggest reveal, like what happens when you actually go into the cave. What's, go over the waterfall, like what's down there, and so we sort of see that, and it's kind of literally something like the cork that Jacob described. I think for me, in terms of like what it is and what people said it was, and I don't know. That's not. I'm not actually. That's not a big answer for me or something I need to know. What I would like to understand a little better is what happened with Man in Black when he went down there, and versus what happened when they pulled the thing, and what happened when Jack went down there. Like, all that stuff is kind of muddled to me. I don't really understand. I mean, you can make up a story about it, but it just, I they didn't really give us, I don't think they gave us enough details to really definitively say what the answers to those questions are. That's a little frustrating to me, I guess.
Well, and I think what the light is ties into that, and I think that's a big reason why I'm curious about sort of trying to put a label on what the light is, although I'm fine with it just being interpretational because no one got a good explanation. But I mean, trying to figure out what happens down there, I think, is tied to what it is, And I have some sort of theories about, specifically what they were doing and what that might have done to the light and how that correlates to or corresponds to some of the actual plot events. But yeah,
right.
it really just comes down to sort of guesses and sort of, again, interpretations of, well, if they move this, maybe it's doing this thing, and sort of, that
exactly.
kind of explanation.
And that's okay. It's just like, Jack goes down there and puts the thing back in, and then he comes out of there just like Man in Black did, except he's alive and there's no new smoke monster.
Mm-hmm.
So, so what's different there? It's sort of like for me, you just can't count on rules on this show. They tell you there's a rule, and then they just flaunt that they're breaking it. So like I feel that's my dissatisfaction with the Ash stuff. It's like, okay, we know how the Ash works. We've established it multiple times, and it doesn't work that way. So it's like, okay, I don't know. I can then try to come up with some explanation why.
I think, like I said before, I think if you go back to the interpretation as the looking glass for answers, I think it might make more sense in that, and not that it'll give you the answer, but it'll make more sense. So for instance, you're talking about the Ash and how it works, and I think for most of the time it worked consistently until Lennon said Dogen was the only thing keeping the monster out.
Yes.
So, I would say, well, since that's the outlier scenario, he just had the wrong interpretation. I guess,
but what he said seemed to be correct. I mean, he entered the temple. We never saw the Ash being broken. So it looks like he was right to me. So, because we saw proof of what he said.
We did see proof of what he said, true. But, I mean, we also saw Smokey not being able to cross the Ash.
Yes, but that was before Dogen was dead.
That was before Dogen was dead. But I mean, we've seen him not cross the Ash before. So unless Dogen is powering all the Ash everywhere, then I don't think it makes much sense. I agree.
It's okay. Like, okay, that's his interpretation. There's something right about what he's saying, I think. Like, it really looks to me like, maybe he's a little wrong. It's the only thing keeping him out or whatever. It's not about Dogen. It has to be someone charged with sort of making the Ash work, or some theory like that is probably what's going on. It's just having a character say that, I feel like that's them, the writers, telling us what's going on in the plot, and that's the reason why I created New Year's Justin. Like, it's really frustrating to me to have to say at every turn, when they give us information, is this character just wrong or lying or, making stuff up or whatever?
Yeah, that's why I think it's really dubious to when it seems like they're giving us answers, because I will agree, a lot of those things just seems like, okay, well, this is the writers telling us what's going on, but I feel like when it doesn't make sense or when it contradicts stuff they previously stated as facts, then it has to be, well, what is this character's interpretation? And I think, the big thing about interpretation to me is John Locke. At the end of the show, I think it was pretty much stated that he was just sort of wrong about the island. He misinterpreted what was going on with the island, the healing properties of the island, other connections, and other inexplicable things, and he interpreted that as his sense of purpose, his sense of faith, and then Man in Black exploited that. Other characters didn't have that interpretation, and I think it's pretty clear that he didn't have the right sort of objectively the right interpretation at all. So I think that's a clear example of how powerful interpretation is on the show and how they're sort of illustrating, just because characters think a certain thing doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah.
And there probably will be, a list of things that, just won't make any sense. Dogen, the Ash thing might just be on that list of, yeah, you can say Lennon had a weird interpretation, or he exaggerated, or he was wrong, but I do think there will be some things that you won't even just be able to explain by, sufficiently by saying, by using interpretation. So that,
right.
That's just the nature of a big show, I think, of a big story.
Yes. And basically the other thing is, like, when I ask the question, what's going on with this particular thing in the show, mm-hmm. I'm really asking, what do the writers intend? Mm-hmm. Okay? Because, in some cases that might not make sense or be illogical or not fit in with earlier stuff in the story. In some cases, I think that's true. And because, they're not perfect writers. They make, they have plot holes. They have things that are inconsistent. And so personally, what I'm interested in is what they're trying to tell us. I'm okay if it's inconsistent. I just like to know what they're trying to do. Mm-hmm. And I guess that's why the Ash thing is so troubling to me, because it strikes me as the writers telling us that to a certain extent Dogen was the thing keeping him out. But
here's my thing about that. What if the explanation is they're telling us Dogen is just wrong? How would you know the difference?
Dogen is wrong? You mean Lennon?
I keep saying Dogen. Lennon, yeah.
The thing is, the reason I can't buy that fully is because we saw him be right. I mean, we saw exactly what he said happen.
Mm-hmm. And?
So he was proven right. I mean, it's not really up in the air to me.
Well, just because Smokey came in after Dogen was dead doesn't mean, correlation is not causation.
I guess, but it's just, it just seems like really bad writing if they're going to tell us an answer that's wrong and not show us the real thing that lets him in. Like, is that really what happened? Like, I don't know. I'm really skeptical about that. I feel like the writers are telling us an answer about the Ash Bear, and I just don't know what it is. Maybe it really is.
That's my point. That's my point is
it's silly. Why can't they show the real answer?
That's a question I can't answer. There's, I don't know why they chose to illustrate those events the way they did, but to say the writers are trying to tell us something and at best it's contradictory, I think that's problematic. And so I feel like it's a lot easier to say, I just think it's the writers can tell us stuff, or can tell us stuff sort of, this is the information you need to know, or I think they can be sort of saying this character is wrong about what they're saying at this exact moment. And I guess my point is, how do you know the difference? When can we be able to tell, okay, this is the writers telling us something, and this is the character being wrong about the sort of objective truth here? And I'll agree with you. This whole Dogen Ash thing is problematic. It does seem like, Lennon says, Lennon tells Sayid, hey, you just killed Dogen. He's the only thing keeping the monster out. And
right.
Sayid goes, yes, I know. I just let him in.
Right.
And
he comes in.
Of course.
Like, natural storytelling would tell you.
Exactly. It will tell you, hey, look, they just illustrated their example.
Yeah.
But given the fact that we know that we've seen the Ash keep him out before, maybe somebody broke the Ash line. Maybe he had Sayid do it on his way in. Maybe Sayid just says that in that case, but Sayid knows, okay, well, I broke the Ash line. Or, I feel like there's other things that can be going on outside of just that scene of them sort of seemingly illustrating this thing. And I would buy the what they told us in that scene, if it didn't contradict everything else we know about the Ash and how it worked. And that was the only time they've ever said that that Dogen powers the Ash. It could be the truth that, the Ash had no effect because Jacob was dead, and the Man in Black didn't know that, or he thought Dogen was. That's the thing. Man in Black can be wrong. That's the thing about interpretation here is Man in Black didn't have all the answers either. He was just a man trying to do the things he wanted to do, and he didn't sort of have any omniscient knowledge about things. So he could have been wrong, but he could have told Sayid to kill Dogen because he's keeping me out of the temple. That doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that, again, like I said, I mean, all those things are true, and we have many examples on the show of what you're saying, of characters just being wrong about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's firmly established as part of the show, and that's just, and people lie also a lot,
I'm sorry, people what?
People lie.
Yeah.
So they know the answer, but they're deliberately saying what's not true. There's examples like that. Of course, Ben famously, but other characters as well. But yeah, basically for me, I don't like to descend into the abyss of we can't trust anything they tell us. To me,
yeah,
that's too much.
I agree. I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying when something comes and it's problematic or it's a contradiction, I think that's when we have to look at it like this. Not any time. If somebody tells us something something that seems like the writer is telling us something that's true and it doesn't have any obvious conflicts, then I think that's true. I think it's fine to think that that's what they want us to believe. But if it's causing problems, then I think you have to reevaluate it. You can't just say, well, the writers are trying to tell us something, I don't know what it is, because, well, that doesn't get you anywhere.
Right.
Especially when it's contradictory.
Right. But yeah, I guess, like I said, when there's many times when a character steps up and says something, and I really think, it's the writer's job, in addition to like making the characters work and all that, it's the writer's job to convey to the audience what the story is.
Mm-hmm.
And so in certain cases, they're going to have to tell us information that's true, and so, we just have to figure out what that is. It's, okay, I mean, I can sort of accept that Lennon is just wrong when he says that, but it's
mm-hmm.
it just then I just say I don't like the writing in that scene because everything in that scene tells me he's right, but he's wrong, and so it's like you have to just sort of contradict the way stories are normally told to say, well, he's just wrong, and all the impact of that scene is sort of gone. Because it's like, no, it had nothing to do with Dogen. Dogen dying was totally incidental, and there's this stuff you didn't see that really let him in, and we're never going to show you that. Like, what?
Well, Dogen was going to die anyway. No way Man in Black wasn't going to let him not die. But I think there is something to be said about writing characters being wrong. Because that's what Lost does a lot. And I think it's weird when that happens because you sort of assume they're right, when they're seeming to be proven right by the circumstances. But I think they're I wouldn't call it bad writing just because characters are wrong in a scene. I would say it's bad writing that it's confusing by the end of it that we don't know which it is. I would say that's sort of bad. But the idea that characters can say something and it actually not be the case, I think it's part of what Lost is that it's these people who are interpreting these things and are sort of trying to sort of do the best they can or whatever the, situation is. But it doesn't mean that they're right. They're sort of almost, the big things aren't, they just can't necessarily have the answers. Dogan told Sayid, how to go kill Man in Black. That didn't pan out. You know what I mean? And we never saw that work. And I feel like that whole thing about killing them before they speak probably would have never worked. They probably have, Jacob and the Man in Black may not have ever been mortal until, the end of this whole thing. And that's the thing, when Jacob, let Ben kill him, did he only get to kill him because he let him? No, or was Jacob vulnerable to be killed anyway? So, I don't know. There's a lot going on, but
right.
But I think there's something to be said to. I think I've never been more aware of the fact that characters can just be wrong than by the end of the show realizing all the characters who are just sort of wrong about things. The reason they had to come back to the island, I think they were wrong about that. I think they needed to come back to the island so they could finish having their adventures together and continue strengthening their bond for the afterlife. If there's any reason for them to come back to the island,
Right.
But they're not going to know that. That's not a conceit that they can come up with given the context that they're in.
Right. Okay. I fully acknowledge the characters are wrong a lot, and that's okay with me. I can live with it. So I'm not denying that at all. All I'm saying, I don't think it's automatically bad writing to have characters be wrong. I'm saying that in that one scene, I really don't like what they did.
Yeah.
I'm really unsatisfied with that as a final word on the ash, which is what it was. Never mention it again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's totally bad to me. I feel like there's other stuff they could have done there if they wanted to convey the idea that Lennon was wrong. I think having Lennon be wrong is bad, basically. But if they have to have him wrong, there's stuff they could have done to make it good to me. But that case,
I agree. Yeah, I agree. There's other ways they could have handled it, and I don't know why they handled it the way they did. Here's a question though: if that scene wasn't there, like for instance, if Lennon wasn't there, he got killed outside or something. Sayid didn't kill him. He never said that line. So the same thing happens, but Sayid kills Dogan. But Lennon never says that line. What would be your interpretation of how Smokey got in? It would be somebody broke the ash, or maybe it would even be you could have a crackpot theory. Dogan was dead. Now he can come in.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't necessarily seem true because you wouldn't have anyone to sort of say that.
True.
So we would be left with the probability would be most high that would be highest if that somebody broke the ash, right?
True.
So
yeah, because we hadn't had anything telling us otherwise up to that point.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what my point is, but I think that makes a point.
No, I mean I feel like your point is take out that line and everything's fine. Everything's consistent. I agree. It's not a problem anymore. But they put that line in there, and it's at a pivotal, dramatic moment. And to me, that's the time when it's time not to just confuse the issue. Like you want the drama to be good, not like what?
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, that's just bad. But you're right. As far as stuff, the inconsistent stuff on the show, it's not even that bad. They basically have one line of dialogue that's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's not that bad. It's still though, somehow I thought by the end of this show they would tell us why they put that line in there. And that's really what I'm asking. Is it just that Lennon is wrong? I'm just not 100% I feel like there's some truth in what he's saying. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'd just like to know what they had in mind with that, if it really is as simple or not.
I would love to know what they had in mind, too. I think there is some truth to it also. I mean, I think, when Smokey first came there, or when Claire came to the temple, she said, Man in Black wants to talk to you. He wanted Dogan to leave the temple to go talk to him, and Dogan said, of course not, I'm not going to do that.
Right.
So, that's getting Dogan outside of the temple, it's just I'm not the kind of person who likes to have multiple answers for the same thing. So I don't want to say what was protecting the temple was the ash and Dogan. That might be true, though.
Okay.
But I'd like, Occam's razor. I want it to be simple, and maybe I feel like even if Dogen was sort of protecting the temple, he shouldn't have been sort of powering the ash. I feel like those two things shouldn't be connected. Maybe it's like a vampire thing where someone has to be, the vampire has to be asked to the person's house before they can come in. You know what I mean? So it was like, even though Smokey can't cross the ash, that's one barrier, and it's like someone can wipe aside the ash and he can go through, but he can't sort of get into the temple because he doesn't have the permission of the temple's guardian or something, and who's Dogen, and then of course once Dogen is killed, then that barrier is no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's something like that, but I just don't like having Dogen powering the ash.
Okay.
To me that doesn't really make any sense. Maybe there's two different barriers here going on, and so maybe what they're telling us is something we didn't know, that Dogen protects the temple as part of his power or something. And that was just the first and last time we ever heard that, and it wasn't about the ash.
Yes, right. Yeah, I mean, all those work. I don't know. To me, it wouldn't bother me if they want to say, you have to have some designated person to make the ash not inert. That doesn't seem so bad to me, but your other answers are also fine, even if it's just the ash and Lennon's wrong. I just don't know what the writers are thinking when they did that.
Mm-hmm.
What did they have in mind? I know it wasn't a Damon and Carlton episode. I mean, it did at least approve the story. And the thing is, on a story level, it's fine. But, when it came time to write that line, I don't know. They must have seen it. And if you sat them down and said, what does this line mean, I just want to know what they would say. That's what I'm really curious about. And I don't know.
Maybe Lennon meant Dogen was the last thing keeping him out.
Yeah.
If you change only to last, then you get a different connotation.
Right. So it's just like, when Mother said to Jacob, now you and I are the same,
mm-hmm.
You can take that. I mean, if you take that literally, it's a crazy statement, you know. But I took it as, now you're like me, and they clarified that is what they meant by having Jacob say that, So it's, they took away the ambiguity or, the weirdness of what she was saying by saying more, in probably clearer way what they meant.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's basically, that's the kind of thing I wanted.
Yeah.
Just some little thing about, the ash doesn't work if blah, 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 or, or it was the last thing keeping him out, and he said only, I don't know, and that was just a bad word choice.
Mm-hmm.
Or
deleted scene of someone moving the ash.
Sure, deleted scene of someone moving the ash.
And so that's why he says only, because the other barrier's gone now.
Because it's like, I would say, I can't believe they deleted that scene, but, they managed to not show that Kate's name was on the wall crossed out, and that became a plot point later, so they can leave major stuff out. If there could be a deleted scene there, too. And all that would be fine with me. And it's not even that big of an issue to me. It's just funny, like, to have it. Everything's going good, and Lennon just runs out there and blows a hole in what I thought was true.
Yeah.
And then dies quickly, never to be heard from again. It makes me hate Lennon even more.
Yeah.
Like, damn you! Everything was fine until you came running in.
Yeah. Why couldn't he just die and not say anything?
I know. Exactly. I mean, really, like you said, if they hadn't given him that line and then they showed Smokey coming in, I would have assumed someone moved the fucking ash.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they had him say that makes me think, no, doesn't look like it. Looks like it was just Dogen.
Just Dogen.
And I hate being on that fence. Whatever. I mean, as far as that answer question goes, that's not a big one to me. It's just glaring.
Yeah.
And I guess, I just wish that's the kind of thing that I like the writers to clear up. They don't need to answer giant things, but little details like that, I feel like it can't hurt to just throw out what they were thinking.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Well, I like to say it can't hurt to throw out the big answers either.
Yeah.
But,
I guess for me, like with the big answers, leaving them open to interpretation is cooler with me than with little stuff like this.
Yeah, and like I said, and I'll keep saying, so forgive me, but interpretation I think is important, and I think that's really the reason why I can deal with the finale, deal with the show is that, like I said before, no one really had any finite answers. Even if they went back to the Egyptians, they wouldn't have any finite answers.
Would they even
either.
know? Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah.
I like that. I like that we are searching for answers, and we just don't have the ability to really get the answers. All we can do is sort of interpret, the results of what's going on.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why it's fine to me to not have any concrete, explanations. More than electromagnetism or more than a light source or things like that. And because at the end of the day, so much of what was going on was just people trying to cope with their situation.
Right.
Right. Dharma wasn't trying to do anything other than what it was trying to do.
Right.
Its experiments or figuring out what the island was or stuff like that. Sort of these very basic things, but there wasn't this sort of larger idea at work. We're gonna, create an alternate universe or something, or we're gonna, do something insane. It was like, well, they're just trying to figure out the island and its properties like every single other person who came there and lived long enough to do that.
Right.
So so in that respect, that's I think that sort of saved the finale for me. It's just that idea of it, and I think if they didn't end with the Flash Sideways being the gateway to the afterlife or whatever, then I think there would be more weight needing to be more weight on the questions and the answers of the big mysteries. Yes. But they definitely removed themselves from that by saying, well, it's not even about that. It's about these people and their cosmic journey. Right. And in that sense, it works. Yes. Yes. It's just nobody knew that.
Right. We didn't really know what we were going to get until the bitter end. Mm-hmm. But I guess, to me, I don't know. We'll see what other crap they throw out there. But I would have appreciated.
You mean next season?
Yeah, next season. I just would have appreciated a little more on certain things, but as for the sort of final what is the island question being kind of unanswered and no one really knows, and just kind of delving into a little bit of the history there, giving us a little hint of origins, and that's cool. I have no problem with that, really. Yeah. I think the other thing I want to say, general problems with the finale is one of the main things I noticed about the people getting their memories back in the Flash Sideways was most of the memories they had were the early part of the show, seasons 1 through 3, basically. Mm-hmm. Some exceptions to that, but that's where sort of and really also some of the memories were bad, but a lot of them were sort of just the good times, hanging out on the beach, Yeah. Just making connections, just the original meeting of the people, little moments they shared, amongst themselves. That's what most of the clips were. Mm-hmm. And I buy that, but at the same time, it sort of gets me that that's supposed to be the big thing that bonded them together. But so that means that sort of the whole beginning of the show, that whole first section, I mean, what if they got an end date earlier? They wouldn't have as much of that downtime to get into. Once they got the end date and they started going on season 4, they didn't have a lot of stuff like that anymore, Mm-hmm. And I guess I feel since they were going to end the season on that note, I just kind of wish this season had more of the characters bonding with each other. I really feel like it was missing that to a certain extent. It had some, but not as much as the early part of the show. Yeah. Since they were going to end on that note, it's almost like there's this whole end section of the show that was just about getting to the point that, seasons 1 through 3 were the good times. Mm-hmm. It's I don't know. To me, that's a weird situation to be in because it's they've acknowledged they were stalling. especially during season 3, but even during season 2, because they didn't know when the show would end. It's like, but some of the starring stuff is like the stuff that they're.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I agree with you, but I think you can only have so much scenes of characters bonding. You know, you need plot and you need mystery and you need stuff to do, like protecting / destroying the island. So that's the stuff. Yeah, that's the stuff they focused on, because it was just, you know, the point of no return. Man in Black was created, and you know, when he took over Locke, it was like, well, they have to deal with. There's no, you know, they can't sit around and enjoy the good times when Evil Incarnate is trying to destroy the island. You know, so
I understand that. I guess
on all that.
That's why it makes me question sort of the whole final arc of the show, like, because it didn't leave room for that. You're right, and I wish I could have even gotten a lot of the characters, to me, seem to not even like each other. You know, like they left the island and they kind of went their separate ways and became miserable, and they were miserable going back to the island, and like, you know, yeah,
but I think it's like. It's less about how much they like these people and more about how connected they are and how strong that connection is. You know, I mean, look at Ben and Locke. You know, they didn't really like each other, but in the afterlife they realized, well, we have this strong connection, blah, 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 blah. You know, and I think even though season 6 isn't about them hanging around and having more good times, it is sort of really strengthening them with all the stuff that's going on. You know, all the death and stuff, I think, bonds people too. You know, Kate and Hurley and Jack losing Sun and Jen, you know, and Sawyer losing Sun and Jen, you know, like that strongly connects them too, even though it's, you know, them having sort of bad experiences. But it's a really strong experience, you know.
Right.
So I think that may sort of explain it, that even though their memories were sort of the good stuff, and that's really because that's just, I don't know. I think that's just an editing thing of, you know, these people reuniting and you want to see the happy stuff. But, you know, Sun and Jen saw themselves die.
True.
You know, and Juliet and Sawyer remembered that too. Remember them Juliet dying.
Yeah.
So they got the bad stuff also. You know, I thought you were going to say, why don't they remember the sort of more the bigger, you know, have flashes of sort of the bigger events, you know, of finding the hatch or not pushing the button or, you know, getting captured by the other, you know, these sort of other really big, you know, things that happen besides, yeah, we're having a good time playing golf, but like these other things that binded them.
Exactly. Yeah. That was my other observation, that like the memories were not Kate finding the costumes that the others were wearing, and, you know, Saeed finding the fake hatch, and, you know, confrontations with the smoke monster.
Because it wasn't about that. It's about they had character memories, you know.
And, yeah, like Ben summoning the smoke monster and people turning the donkey wheel and, you know, like all that shit, you know, none of that was in there. Like those were what the important memories are. And, like, I really like those scenes. I guess just for me to pull off an ending like that, I would have liked to have more scenes like that. That's just a preference. The other thing is, I did think that they kind of shortchanged the tragedy or the sad parts, because
did you cry?
No.
I didn't either, and I didn't feel sad enough. Like, there was some sad stuff that happened, but they really made it end positively, I think.
Right, and I think for me it wasn't. For me it was too positive, because I think I think a lot of the powerful. I mean, they definitely need to celebrate the good stuff. But I feel like there wasn't any counterbalance to that, any acknowledgement that, yeah, there were some good times, but a lot of it was miserable and a lot of it was suffering. And a lot of these characters, like Locke, got really tragic stories.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, Locke's smiling and happy. I forgive you, Ben. I'm moving on. like, that's okay. I buy it, but at the same time, to me, it's just not weighty enough to really end the show on a note that sort of takes fully into account the drama we've seen play out over the years.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, I was trying to think, okay, well, how much would I care about my past life? You know, if I realized, okay, I had this past life and I died and all these things happened and I'm in this other place and I'm potentially about to go to this new place, how much would I really care about my past life? You know, if I'm Locke, how much would I really care about that? I didn't come up with an answer, but I did think about it.
It's hard to know. I think for me, like, the fact that there is an afterlife really makes the whole thing less tragic, because it's like, regardless, you know, Sun and Jin died in the submarine, but they wake up in the afterlife and they're together again. Big deal, right? I mean,
I agree. I think it did make it a bit less tragic. It makes it a lot less weighty, that, especially since this place is outside of time. So it's like, well, it kind of doesn't even matter when you die. As long as you're connected to these people, you'll be fine in the end. And like you said before, you know, they shifted the drama from the island to the Flash sideways towards the end there. And that was a very sort of, you know, maybe not a happy ending, but a hopeful ending. Yeah. You know, everyone was together, everyone was smiling, everyone seemed to be at peace. And as much as I wanted to feel sad or feel this longing or this lost feeling or something, I just couldn't get it, because everyone's doing okay, you know?
Yes.
Even on the island, it's like, you know, some people got to escape. Hurley and Ben got to be in charge. Jack got to be the hero. He wasn't even upset about dying, you know, and it's just, I did not think that this would be my emotional feeling at the end of Lost. I thought it would be much more, you know, I was way more, you know, emotionally invested in, like, you know, other finales, you know. But, you know, like Juliet, you know, like that whole thing, leaving off on that, I think was sort of sadder to me than this ending, you know. Or even you know, some of the stuff the characters went through in the aftermath of that, you know, Sawyer and Jack and those people having to deal with the loss and the incident, I thought was way more sort of sad than everyone just sort of going to the afterlife and sort of being at peace about that.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't really there. I know a lot of people were tearing up and crying and stuff, and I didn't get that. I didn't get emotional to that level. I was just, you know, I was sad to see the characters go, but they were so happy about it. I couldn't be sad.
I got sort of emotional at the fact that the show's over, but the actual content of the episode is yeah, it's just too hopeful. It's hard to be sad about it. I thought Jack's death was good, but again, kind of undercut. The afterlife just kind of undercuts all tragedy, I think, and that's the problem I have with it. Also, from a standpoint of personal taste, this is exactly the kind of ending I don't like, where they give us a whole reality throughout the season, and at the end they tell us, nah, that wasn't that. You know, that was something else completely than what you thought it was. Yeah. And it's basically this made-up world, and some of the characters are made-up characters, and for me that just blows the whole Flash. Like, on the positive side, didn't see it coming. They definitely shocked me. They pulled off something similar to the Flash Forward reveal. It was like, wow, shit, really? But at the same time, for me, rewatching that stuff, I don't know what to do with watching people in the afterlife. Like, really? That's what it is? Yeah.
You know, I wish one of us would have said, I wonder if the Flash Sideways is an afterlife where they're dead.
Yeah.
You know, I think that idea could have been crackpot theory material if we didn't think there was an actual connection to the real world, and like we didn't assume that Jughead and the incident had something to do with its creation, and that they were going to come back to that. I don't know what to do with them being dead either, seeing that stuff, and how much different is that reality than the island reality, than the real world, you know, where both are places where people are trying to work out problems, you know, but it seems like the meeting place world, they're dead from the other world. But, you know, I wonder if they go to the next reality, they go through the doors at the end, are they going to just be in some new place where they all got to find each other again and move on and live out that, you know, is life just a series of realities where you just live? Is there an actual end point? You know, are they done now, or are they going to go do something else? You know, I don't think any of these people are complete people, you know, by any stretch of the imagination. But I don't know if the show is even trying to say that, but I mean, they're complete enough to move on, but maybe they got some more work to do on themselves, you know, who knows?
Right. I think the distinction between the real world and the Flash Sideways is, well, at least one distinction is that in the Flash Sideways, you can get your memories of your previous life, your actual life, and just kind of walk out of it, you know. Once you're ready, you don't die in that reality and then wake up in the next one. Whereas in the real world, you just simply die, live out your life in the normal way, and then, you know, end up in this afterlife. So that's different. You can't just kind of, oh, I remember my previous life and walk out of it in the real world. So it seems like that's the start, you know, that's the beginning. And then there's this, you know, idea of this intermediate afterlife, and then there's a place you can move on to. And yeah, they don't make it clear if that just keeps going on forever.
What about the people who die in the meeting place? You know, what happens to them?
It's a good question.
You know, we don't really know, and I agree that is an apt description of the distinctions between the two, but there really isn't anything to go on to say that the real world is the first world. Just because, you know, we never saw anyone have memories of a previous life, but you know, we didn't see anyone not have memories of the previous life. You know what I mean?
True.
Like I think it's open for interpretation if they're trying to just say all of these are just a series of realities where you work things out, and the place they're going to at the end might be another one of those. It might be heaven. It might be some other thing. But I think, you know, I mean, look at the island. I mean, you have these people who have powers, and you have people seeing dead people, and you have all these sort of strange things happening, and that's supposed to be sort of reality, you know, and with all these supernatural elements. So I think it's open for interpretation what they're trying to say about that. You know, maybe these people did have previous lives together that they didn't get to remember.
Yeah, I think they could have told us that if they really wanted that to be. It's a perfectly valid interpretation. I just don't really agree. To me, I just want to say, you know, what we saw on the show is the real world. It's fantastical. There's a crazy island in it, but other than that, it's the real world with the real world rules. And the Flash Highways is different from that in significant ways. And is really the next thing after the real world, and that there is no previous, you know, realer than real world or something. So like, to me, I think that what am I trying to say? Losing my train of thought.
I think you made a point.
Did I? Okay. Yeah. Basically, I mean, you know, your interpretation is very poetic. I just don't like the idea of an afterlife at all, and to me it just fucks up drama to put an afterlife in there.
Yeah, and I'm trying to make it better for myself by saying, you know, afterlife, real world, it's all your perspective. I mean, the fact that people die in the afterlife, and the fact that after these losties move on, there's still people there who were going to live, for all intents and purposes, real lives. I think to me lends itself to the idea of, okay, well, what is the real world then? You know,
but I think it's not.
If it's just separated by your ability to remember your past life, then maybe that's the only distinction. But everything else seems to be, you know, you can't sort of tell the real world from the afterlife unless you go through these things and get awakened.
Right.
You know?
But I think there's other, like, vaguer hints that it's different. I think there's something unreal about The Flash Sideways, and I was picking that up the whole time, but I thought it was just stylized, but like basically like some of the, the numerous coincidences of the people running it, the fact that there seems to be only one police station, only one hospital, only one school, like everything is centered around these everybody lives in LA,
But isn't that the same kind of connection we saw in the real world?
No, I think the real world is much more realistic about it. The Flash Sideways was always a sort of turn it up to 11 version.
Well, I agree. It was more concentrated, but I mean, we saw these people being connected in the real world in very specific ways. The same way. The same thing that happens in the Flash Sideways happens in the real world when Locke gets into the car accident and he winds up at Jack's hospital. It's a lot of it. I mean, they're not. I agree. It's not as intense of a connection, but it's variations on a theme, which is that these people are all connected.
Right.
And I would say in the afterlife, the difference obviously is the connections are intensified because they're sort of trying to find each other to move on. But anyway, we don't have to go around in circles on this. I'm just saying, I'm opening it up a little bit to say that the real world, the afterlife, if you're living in that world, you don't know it's not the real world unless you get awakened.
That's true. And I guess what I'm saying is,
objectively,
from watching the show, I think you can tell the difference between the real world and the Flash Sideways stuff.
Yeah.
So I think there is a difference and a distinction, and
there's definitely differences, yeah, but it doesn't mean they're not similar, and that's my point, is that I think they're similar.
Yes.
But I think that there definitely are differences.
Yeah, and so yeah, I mean, it's my preference is to not have the afterlife in the show at all. But of course, they already did that. I guess they already went down that road with the apparitions. But I guess specifically an afterlife where they meet up with their people they care about. That's a bit much for me. But it's in the show. I can't deny that it's there. I can't pretend like that's not what's going on. So I just have to accept it. And honestly, I like your interpretation better than what I see the show actually telling us. So I want to believe it, but it's
well, that's the thing. I think the show it only goes so far, and I think whatever else you want to say about it is just obviously what you want to say about it. And I think it purposefully doesn't sort of tie things up in a nice little bow.
Yeah. No, I agree. It definitely raised a lot of questions, and I am at least moderately curious to try to review the Flash Sideways and see what I can get out of them, knowing what they're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's at least somewhat interesting to me. It's sort of like watching, spoiler alert. It's sort of like watching Fight Club or The Sixth Sense or whatever, knowing what the final reveal is.
Yeah.
Because it gives you a different perspective on what you're watching. And I think I definitely have that now, and I've tried to sort of mentally go through it, but I think it'll be somewhat interesting to see at least one more time, like how it works on that level. But at the same time, I feel like it just introduces an element of, it just introduces an element of unreality to the whole thing that makes stuff seem kind of arbitrary and makes it harder. Like there's stuff like Jack's son that like I feel like I can't really care about that much because it really is just like a construct seemingly that was for Jack to work through his problems.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of there's nothing really there. So that's disappointing to me. I guess, God, the Flash Sideways were so exciting to me the whole season, up till the very episode before this.
Yeah.
I felt there was this tingling, like, sensation of some big grand event coming, some kind of apotheosis, and it was very exciting, and I love how they built it. But, God damn it, that was not the reveal I wanted.
Yeah.
And so it's like I love a lot of stuff about the Flash Sideways, but I feel like they just thrown shit on it. They just tainted it. I can't recover what I originally thought about it. And I don't know. I really liked the idea that there was, in some alternate universe, there was a different version of these characters, and they were all still connected, and maybe they even at some point realized hey, in some other universe, we all knew each other in different circumstances, you know, and we made different choices here, and just that idea was cool. I really
well,
liked
that's still
that.
true. That's still true. It's just that they're dead and they're trying to move
but
on.
it's really the same person. I mean, it's not an alternate universe. It's these characters going to somewhere else where they don't remember.
It's another reality that if Desmond didn't wake these people up, they would have just continued to live. See, that's my whole thing. You know, I have a very specific view, or maybe specific, wrong word, generalized view of reality. And so for me, it's, it's fine for me to call this another dimension, another reality. Yes, it is sort of after these characters are dead, but it's only until they wake up that they sort of become those original people. So it's like until then, they are sort of these other versions of the same people who made different choices, and Jack gets with Juliet, and they have a kid, and I feel like, if you ask them before they wake up or something, to prove that they're real or to prove that David's real, you would be convinced in that world that that's all true. And so that's why I feel like it's, it's sort of the same thing, except, of course, once they get awakened, they sort of have the memories of the original people, and then it sort of all crumbles in that respect. But until they get awakened, it is sort of the same thing. And I think for me the difference is, or the missing factor is that the Losseys didn't have any specific, there wasn't any specific causation on their part for this meeting place, this afterlife, this other reality, this other dimension, whatever you want to call it. Because I feel like that, it takes place somewhere. I hope there's physics involved and molecules and forces and, so I feel like there is some sort of place where this stuff is happening, that if you had the right knowledge and technology, you could sort of say where it is or something. So that's why I don't mind still calling it another dimension, but it's just sort of a dimension predicated on these dead people.
Yeah, I would be more open to that if they could never wake up, if they couldn't just walk out. Jack's son just sort of disappears from the story altogether.
Yeah, see, I don't know what happens. That's something we can talk about. Is what happens when these people leave? Is David gone, or does he just think his parents have been abducted?
Right.
Is he left to just wonder what happened to his parents, or is he just gone? And I feel like that world would make a lot less sense if David is just gone, because if these people just disappear and no one ever remembers them, Ana Lucia is going to want to know, where did I get this money from then? Does the money she got from Desmond still exist? Or since he's gone, it's gone, and she doesn't even remember meeting him? I feel like, I wouldn't, obviously it's anyone's guess, but I feel like I don't want that to be true. I'd rather these people are just sort of gone and no one sort of knows why. They might say, well, we last saw them at this church and that's it. We don't know what happened to them, and it's just, in that world, it's just an unexplained mystery.
People just keep mysteriously disappearing. Yeah, so that's not
people
the kind of
disappear in real life all the time.
Yeah,
so I feel like it's kind of like that.
Not en masse, but that's not the kind of, a big group of people doesn't walk into a church and just suddenly disappear. I mean, that's not normal.
But I mean, how many people are going to know that all those people are connected? Not that many people could piece that together. So it would seem like, individual people have just gone missing.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a real air of unreality about it, and I think those circumstances were set up there. To me, questions like who is David's mother become totally I don't even believe personally that stuff really happened. I mean, I feel like that was part of this world that was created for them to work out the problem.
But I mean, did that world not start somewhere?
Well, it's supposed to be outside of time. They're sort of all there simultaneously, even though they died at different times.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that world doesn't have a starting point.
When is it then? I mean, I don't think you can say when the starting point is if they're sort of all there.
Well, no, I'm not saying you can say it in relation to the main timeline, but what I'm saying is, and maybe the answer is no, but if you ask Jack, does he remember being a kid? Does he have memories of growing up that are actually sort of real in his respects? Then I think then that world has that's a timeline there. If he remembers giving Juliet giving birth to David, because it happened, not just because he has the memories, but because it actually happened and he lived through that, then I feel like, okay, then this world sort of operates the same way as our world does. But you're saying that you just think this world just sort of is, and these people are sort of just there, and there's sort of no real concept of their history in that world.
Yeah, they have these sort of fake memories that make it make sense to them.
Yeah.
But I don't think. I feel like even having Jack call up about his little scar and asking, his mom's like, "Oh, you had your appendix out." I'm like, "Yeah, I guess I remember that." Like, I feel like that's at least kind of a hint that stuff didn't really happen. It's just something that's in Jack's memory, and like his island memories are sort of bleeding through, and even physically, and in a very vague way initially, and then, finally they come flooding in eventually. But to me, that's what it is. It's almost like a holodeck or something where they have, these experiences, and also they have like memory implants, but it isn't quite enough. They still can be woken up, and so by the right connections and stuff. So yeah, to me that's what it is, and it's fundamentally different from the universe we live in.
Well, I'm on the other side of that coin. I'm sort of on the page of thinking that, for all intents and purposes, they sort of did live in this world. For the amount of time that is appropriate for everyone's age, and that because I feel like it's my brain can handle that this world is outside of time, but it can't handle that this world has no starting point, that is just sort of amorphously existing, and that I can't there's no entry point for when Jack is there or when any of those people are there. They're just sort of adults there, just instantaneously or something. Like I can handle it's outside of time and doesn't relate to the real world, but I choose to believe that they did spend this those years in that world, growing and living and making choices and stuff. The same way like Claire and Kate gave birth to Aaron. I feel like Juliet gave birth to David. We just didn't, it wasn't important for us to zoom into that world at that point in the story.
Yeah, right. So then, okay. So that's Aaron being born in the Flash Sideways, and so he's going to live out a whole life there?
As I said, I don't know what's going to happen when these people leave. I'd like to believe that, the most sensible thing, which is it keeps going on, because I think okay, there's two ways to view the alternate world. I think you can say it's this place the Losties created specifically for themselves to find each other and move on, or it's this sort of larger world that they are a part of and that they did, that serves as a function for them to find each other and move on, but they're not the only ones who matter. There's billions of other people in the world who have to deal with their own issues and find their own special people. And I feel like this afterlife place is for everybody. It's not specifically just for the Losties. And I guess that's two different ways of looking at it. I want to look at it as it's more inclusive than just being for the Losties.
I'm not saying that.
Left behind.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. Well, I feel like if you believe that other people in this world have to continue on, then
their memories alter. That's what I would say. Their memories don't account for that character anymore. And
so
characters who are only relevant. What?
So Ben is going to forget all those people?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when he goes back to deal with his problems, he won't remember until he's ready to leave again.
But isn't that important? Oh, but why wouldn't he remember the people he saw on the Flash Sideways, though? I can understand him. So you're saying he's forgetting his past life?
Yeah.
Too?
Yeah. That's what they all were. That's the way they all were.
But, he already woke up, so you're saying when they leave, he's going to forget waking up, and he's just going to go back to Dr. Linus.
That's what I would guess, yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. He could just stay woken up and be like Miss Hawking apparently was.
Yeah. That's what I would want to believe.
It doesn't really matter to me, but yeah, that's that seems reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think the Losties. I agree. There's clear signs that the other characters are there as well for their own purposes.
Yeah.
And so I think, I mean, some characters like Jack's son seem to me to be fabrications, but like Miss Hawking, like I said, Widmore, Dan. Those characters I feel like are really there in some sense. They're spiritually there, whatever it means. And so I feel like the place they created so they could find each other is really the church and sort of the entrance to the next place they're going to, Like to me that's the place they made for each other, not the Flash Sideways universe as a whole. I feel like the Flash Sideways universe, like you said, I mean, they had to do it. They had to film it somewhere. It's a particular repository for everyone who dies to sort of work out their problems until they're ready to wake up and move on. So I think, that's basically what it is. It is a general place, but the Losties specifically organized this church thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, and so I think we're sort of in agreement in on most things. I just would rather this world. My view of this world is just that when these people leave, they're just going to have some explaining to do. I think it's weird if David just vanishes. It's almost
I feel like that's what happens. Like, he's with Claire at the concert, and, she excuses herself to go backstage to have the baby, and then, she's at the church later, of course, and then Jack shows up, and Kate's there, and no one's there. His son's not there anymore. You could say, oh, he went wherever because no one was there, but, like, all the people he went there with were gone.
Mm-hmm.
So he was basically by himself, and yeah, I guess you can say he just lives a life as a sort of abandoned kid, but like his mom and his dad just disappeared. I don't know. To me,
if that didn't happen all the time in reality, I would not want to believe it. But I feel like that can happen in this world. I mean, it's reality for them.
No, it's not. It's not because they can just wake up and leave it. I can't wake up and leave reality. But
that's still a reality. They're different realities, but that's still a reality.
I guess it depends on what you mean by reality. I mean something that is significantly similar to the universe we live in.
Okay, I'm saying it's all a matter of perspective.
I don't think it is. I think there's an objective way in which it's different from reality as we know it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're in that world, you're not going to know that unless you get some objective proof, which is saying, waking up and realizing there's two worlds, you had a past life.
Yeah, you won't know it, but just like the Matrix, that doesn't mean it's not fake.
Yeah, but just like the Matrix, it is your reality.
But it's not reality. You think it's reality, you're wrong. Just because you think something is the case doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, but how is it not a reality though? When it's their
from what I just
said,
reality is it doesn't fit that.
Okay, it is not.
If you just want to say anything whatsoever can be a reality, then sure, it's reality.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're in a construct like the Matrix, that is what your reality.
You're calling the Matrix reality?
Can I finish my sentence?
Okay.
I'm not saying it's the reality. I'm not saying it's the reality where the machines are that are running the Matrix. But if you're in the Matrix, that is a version of reality. That is a version that has rules and laws, and you can experience things, and you cannot know that there is sort of an outside world. The same way as this reality is. You can't prove right now that there's nothing else, even though we call this reality.
Okay.
So that's sort of my point.
Here's the thing. If you're saying the Matrix is reality, then that makes my point exactly. I say it's not, and that's just the difference.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's the reality. It's the ultimate reality, but it is a form of reality.
Like if a mental simulation counts as a reality for you, then that totally says what the difference is. Like, to me, that doesn't. And
yeah, yes. To me, it comes back to interpretations by the brain. And, this is only our reality because our brain is saying it is. So if something else is telling our brain something else is reality, then that will be reality for us in that world.
Yeah, right. So we'll never know that. So we'll never know that we're living in a real world, whatever.
Yeah, that's my point. Is that those people in the afterlife, in the alternate world, they're not going to know that they're in an alternate world until they, for instance, wake up.
Well, what we can do is compare what seems to be our reality to other choices for realities. And what's different about the Matrix? Just the same kind of thing that's different about the Flash Sideways. You can wake up, realize you're in the Matrix, you can go out of it, you can break the rules, basically, you can fly around, you can do all sorts of outrageous things physically. That's why it's different. And
of course there's differences, yeah.
And so to me, the thing to call reality is the thing that resembles our universe. And so to me, that is the original.
True. Fine. I have no problem with calling that reality. There's no argument there. You can call that reality all you want. I'm just saying something else that gives the exact same thing is a form of is another reality. This maybe I should choose another word, but I feel like these people in the alternate timeline are experiencing a version of reality, a version of the real world,
Right. So we're just having a semantic issue. To me, you just can't call that reality. But that's
Can you call it a version of reality?
No.
Why can't it be a version of it?
There is no version. There's reality and there's not.
Okay.
To me, reality is an absolute concept, and I think the only way we can define it is relative to what we know. And I feel like that's a reasonable way. And when most people speak of things being real, they really are talking about things that can happen in this universe that we live in and that we perceive. And so, to me, to just open up the floodgates and say anything is reality that we can imagine is just not. It makes reality kind of a meaningless word. And to me, I want it to have some concrete meaning, and that's the meaning I give to it. I think that works for most of the ways people use the word. So that's why I'm using the word that way.
Okay, I'm just using it in a more general sense to say, your state of perception. And
right, and to me, that's sort of, you perceive stuff when you dream, you perceive stuff when you hallucinate because of some drug. You perceive, and I think objectively we can say those things aren't there. They are just stuff going on in your mind, and there's a distinction between that and seeing your chair sitting there or whatever. Other people can verify that that's there. They can say, yes, I see the same object you see, I see it obeying the same rules you do, et cetera. Whereas with your hallucination, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So that, to me, that's the difference, and that's what distinguishes the thing from reality. But in the end, it's just, it's just how you want to use the word.
Yeah, no, I get your point, but I still think for these people, all of that is true until they wake up. They're not going to know they're not in the real reality until they wake up. So it's like until that point, they're effectively in whatever version of reality they think is real or something. Whatever state of being they think is real is going on there.
Yeah.
I forgot what was the main point we're talking about.
We're basically talking about how to view the Flash Sideways, I think.
Oh, okay.
Just in terms of like how real is it? What parts of it are real? What happens after they leave? I feel like that was
because look at the real world on the island. It's like there's a lot of supernatural things that happen that wouldn't fit into what people would consider reality, right?
Yes.
So it's like, well, how do you explain that?
Yes. This is a fair point, and maybe I don't have a leg to stand on there. I'm just going to say that aside from the fantasy elements of the island and stuff like that, the universe plays by the rules ours does. And so there are exceptions to that. And I guess to me, the exceptions in the Flash Sideways are big enough that it's not reality Whereas for, I mean, in a sense, of course, the world of Lost is not reality at all in any way, if you want to get totally technical about it. But I think to me, the real world on Lost is close enough to our reality, with the exceptions of sort of the story elements of the show, to call that sort of the reality for Lost.
Yeah.
I mean, to me that's sensible.
I agree with you, and all I'm saying is, you take that idea, which I agree with you with, and you add on top of that this other world that has all these other elements to it, and then you tell us there's a third place they're going to, and naturally I just have to say, well, what are they really saying about, the nature of reality? Since there's sort of all of these other places that people can be.
Right.
And in one of those places, you don't even know you're not sort of in what you might call the real world until a specific thing happens, which same could be true for what you call the real world. I don't
think there's any evidence the real world's like that.
Well,
but
what I'm saying is people died on the island and then reappeared. That's sort of not reality. That's not what we would call the real world. And who's to say if those people get awoken? I'm obviously adding other elements to it because they left it amorphous. They left it, open to interpretation.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing, is interpreting sort of generally what they're trying to, the room that they've given us to sort of discuss in.
Right.
I'm just saying, it's not necessary. To me, I think it's interesting to just think about the fact that the island or the real world might not have been the first incarnation of these people. It's definitely the beginning of their story, but if these people are connected, cosmically, then who's to say how far back that goes or how far forward that goes, or are they just going to keep living out these things in different realities until I don't know what, until they become perfect people and ascend to something? I don't know.
Right. Yeah. No, there's a lot of stuff left open, and there's nothing in the show that really just directly contradicts what you're saying. So I don't deny that it can be true. And I guess for me, I just don't think that's what I'm going to say I don't think that's what the writers are thinking and what they intended to get across. And I feel like if they wanted to get that idea across, they could have in a clearer way, in a way I would have liked better, and I would have definitely bought it as part of the story.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm not saying that's what they're trying to do, and I definitely agree they could have done it if they wanted to, but you can say that about anything they never did.
Yes.
Even stuff they should have done.
So I take sort of a minimalist approach in general. Like, I try to be New Year's Justin about it and just say, what they I don't want to go too far beyond what they actually show us.
Yeah.
And so I think you're on good footing to say after the main events of Lost, they have some other life, and then after that, there's something else. And that's all true. I accept all that.
Mm-hmm.
It just sort of stops there for me. I'm not prepared to. It's an interesting idea. I sort of like it. I feel like the show's not convincing me that that's really what's going on.
Yeah. No, it's just an idea. It's nothing. It's not like I'm trying to prove that it's right.
Right.
But I think there's probably, I don't know. You know me. I'm just trying to look at it from a distance and sort of see what big patterns there are, and in terms of what am I trying to say? What main ideas we can get from this, and the fact that they were on the island, living out their lives, trying to deal with their issues. Then they did the same thing in the alternate world, and then they're moving on to this other place.
Mm-hmm.
When does it stop?
Right.
And that to me makes me question, well, when did it begin? And
Sure.
Anyway,
and for me, I want to say it begun somewhere. Although it's interesting to say, like it kind of parallels the islands. Like the island history is sort of we get a bit of it, a long time ago, and then we get the present, and like certain pieces are filled in, but it kind of goes back and we don't know where it started. There's hints that, or, not more than hints. They basically tell us, there's a lot of the history we didn't see.
Yeah, which is that you're sort of reiterating the reasons why I think, there could have been something before the island stuff, is they are telling us, well, the history keeps going back and back and back.
Right.
And so I'm just using that as the explanation about the actual characters, too, of saying, well, maybe they're just cosmically linked for all eternity and, whatever.
Right. I like that idea. It's interesting, and that's what I was trying to say. Like, I think it's, it fits in to a certain extent with what they told us about the islands.
Yeah.
The way they presented the history of the islands. So it's cool.
What else was I going to ask you? Something about the show. Can you believe it?
You want to talk about the show?
Yeah, I want to talk about Lost for a second. Does anybody mind?
Okay.
I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say. Do you have any other thoughts about the finale?
I'm sure I do. Let me think.
I hope so.
I'm pretty sure I got
podcasting to do.
Yeah. No, I had like a mental list of things to say. Let me see if I can remember some of it. What did I want to say? Yeah, now I'm having trouble.
Questions from the audience.
I got really wrapped up in the reality discussion.
Yeah, I know. I totally lost track.
Yeah, it's such a side issue, and now I'm starting. I want to ask you, like, do you think dreams are reality?
No, I wouldn't. I totally buy your definition of reality and the idea that it's a concrete term that is expressly different than just general perceptions of life or something, that would be dreams, and that would be. But here's my thing: there's a Star Trek episode about this. If you lived your life in your dreams and you never woke up, you sort of wouldn't know the difference. Now, it doesn't mean you're right that the dream world is reality.
Yeah.
But it just means you wouldn't know the difference.
It would seem like reality to you.
That's why I get amorphous with my definition of reality, because I'm tying it to your brain's perception of events.
I see.
But in terms of the actual concrete definition, it is sort of the rules of the world as they are, and you can be proven, and other people agree with them.
Verifiable. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sort of more objective criteria.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say dreams are reality. I would say, I would probably put it in a type of reality category, in sort of a general view, but I wouldn't say that they are a reality, no.
Okay. Yeah, so from that point of view, I would just say the Flash Sightings is a different type of reality.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say earlier, was I don't want to, you're right, I don't want to call it reality, but I think it's fine to say it's a type of reality.
Sure.
It's a system by which people perceive things, so.
Yeah, I just felt the need to take a stand on reality full stop.
Hey, don't you go change the definition of reality there, Claude. I don't. Aristotle would be very displeased.
Yeah, now I'm curious why that was so important to me, but it really seemed important at the time.
Well, it is important.
Hopefully, I mean, it is a muddled question. I don't know.
It's just one of those things, because, if one of us wakes up from this reality, we'll have a different opinion about whether or not this is reality. So.
Well, yes, certainly. Yeah, all we can do is, know that we exist in some sense. Because we're thinking.
Yeah, it's like, well, what if dying is that version of waking up? It's like, well, you move on and you go, hey, maybe that past thing wasn't even real.
Yes.
Maybe this is the real life.
You could say that.
Yes.
Yes.
Who knew we'd have philosophical debates talking about Lost? Anybody?
It's happened before. The show.
The show is so bereft of, I was going to say physiology, philosophy.
I think it has a bit,
A little bit, maybe.
It raises a lot of, maybe not philosophy, but it raises a lot of big life questions.
Yeah.
And those verge on philosophy at times.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I'm joking, right?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, there's characters on here, Jeremy Bentham and in the litany of philosophers.
Okay.
I'm joking about philosophy on Lost. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were serious because I've always thought that stuff was just kind of, just kind of a cool reference, and they didn't really delve into philosophy all that much. So I really took you seriously because, I kind of think it's true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're right. There are David Hume and tons of references to philosophers and scientists and stuff like that on the show. So they obviously, I think, want, in some sense, those big questions to be a part of the story. I mean, I like that they made, that they gave the show a giant theme.
Yeah.
I appreciate that because I think no less would have done for as long as the show has gone on.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think, like I said before we started talking about all this, it's like I think it's interesting that the show decided to give a new point of view on what happens when you die. I think that's fitting for Lost to have something to say about the nature of life and death, and to say, well, our opinion is that you need the people that are important to you to move on to the next world. And that's the kind of thing most shows don't do. They don't give you a big philosophical answer to questions like that.
Right. Yeah. They really put it out there. They really went for it. And I spent the whole time, not the whole time, God, that would be really sad if that were true. I spent a significant amount of time actually questioning things like, what are the motivation of the ghosts on the island?
Mm-hmm.
That was a significant question to me. I guess I feel a little bit vindicated by the fact that there's an afterlife, and I feel like basically that's something I want to say. I feel like basically with Michael, they told us that, he never shows up in the Flash Sideways. Mm-hmm. I feel like basically they told us he is in fact just trapped on the island. And, he said he can't move on. I feel like if he could move on, it would be probably to the Flash Sideways first.
Yeah, I agree. I think he did not get to move to when he died, he did not go to the Flash Sideways world. He was trapped on the island, and for whatever reason, I don't know, we can talk about it later. I think that's sort of the general idea, is that some people get to move on to this place. Not everyone seemingly gets to. Right,
and he said it was because of what he did.
Yeah.
And I'm just, for me, I call bullshit on the show on that. That really, honestly, I find that upsetting. Michael's a significant character in the story, and the idea that he's punished for who knows how long, he doesn't get to meet up in the afterlife, no reunion with Walt, he's just stuck there on the island, whispering danger, because he made a regrettable, unfortunate decision because he wanted to save his son. While people like Saeed and Ben and even Sawyer, who committed murders for they thought they were justified in doing them, but I mean,
some way less malevolent and justified than Michael, definitely.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's unfortunate what Michael did, but the idea that he deserves to be punished more for that than what Ben did is just ridiculous to me, and just such a slap in the face to that character. I feel like he deserved better than that, and I'm really disappointed with what I was okay with him dying on the freighter. That was a little of a letdown, but the idea that he's even in the afterlife punished for what he enough.
Well, I gotta say, I'm glad you're upset about that.
Yeah.
Because I think I'm not really upset about it, but I definitely feel your anger, and I think it's very appropriate, and I think it's very upsetting that they did that. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I just think Michael deserved better. You know, someone like Shannon, fuck Shannon. She doesn't deserve. Come on. Michael was in there way more than she was.
Yeah,
he got way more
screen
time.
I'll say this. Let me play devil's advocate here and try to just interpret maybe something. And I'll say that Michael's betrayal of the group might be the reason he didn't get to move on with them. I think that's maybe a different, doesn't, I think, excuse that the fact that he didn't seem to get to move on at all.
Right.
But I'll say that maybe since he seemingly betrayed them, not that, Ben did plenty of times.
Right. Ben is like subject number one on that. He got the brother flash sideways.
Yeah, he did.
And he will get to move on at some point, I feel like they're telling us.
Yeah, he will.
And it looks like Michael is just screwed.
Ben is white, so he gets to, I don't want to play the race card, but the afterlife is racist. I don't know.
I think Rose was there.
All right, but she was married to a white guy, so she got a free pass.
That's her saving grace. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And Saeed got to go because he was with Shannon.
Okay, because he was with Shannon. Oh,
I'm just going to say the whole show's racist now, all right?
The afterlife is just racist.
Yeah.
Now, I read, I don't know if this is true, that Mr. Echo was supposed to be in the finale.
I heard that.
Supposedly he wanted 5 times what they offered him, and that's why he's not in it. But he
just to show up and smile at the end.
Yeah,
he wanted 5 times more.
I know, it's ridiculous. He would have had so little to do.
Yeah,
and it would have been nice to close out that character in some way. But so that I feel like that's at least evidence that they would have put Mr. Echo in there, and so that would make again the Flash Highway seem less racist. For leaving him out. I mean, Walt too. Like, it's weird that Walt isn't there.
I would say Walt doesn't. He's just not connected to these people like that.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, he only had season 1, but Shannon. I mean, is he less connected than Shannon is? Like,
I think the explanation for Shannon really, I think, is about Saeed, and I think if we're going to talk about Shannon, we just got to talk about why Shannon and Saeed.
That pissed me off too.
I feel like she's less part of the group than I feel like she's less there because of the group than because of Saeed.
Right. Yeah. I would even question Boone if it weren't for Locke being there, because I don't think he had a serious connection with anyone but Locke.
Well, Jack did the whole thing, the surgery thing, and so I'd give him that. I mean, whoever, if they hugged at the end, they were connected, and I think Boone and Jack hugged. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he did spend a lot of his energy trying to save his life. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But it's just like, I don't know.
But I'm with you on the Michael thing. I think it's, I don't know what can really be said about that other than, some of the stuff we already said. But I
Sideways is racist. Love that. All right, what can you do?
Listen, black people get their own afterlife.
Wow.
Yikes.
Wow. I guess Sun and Jin were there, too.
Sun and Jin were there.
And they weren't married to white people. They got lucky, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. They blended in. I don't know. No, I don't. It is very frustrating for Michael to have that end. And like I said, the best I can say is that he betrayed them, and that made him ineligible to be part of that group.
Yeah.
But the fact that he doesn't get to move on at all, maybe.
Yeah, if they're going to have Locke forgiving Ben for murdering him, I just don't see why they can't have Libby, forgive Michael for murdering her. Like, I think she, I think Michael had a way better excuse for what he did than what Ben did to Locke.
Yeah.
Ben's murder of Locke was not predicated on him getting his son back or anything like that. It was,
and it was, it wasn't an accident. Like he shot Ana Lucia, but he accidentally shot Libby.
He really did not mean to shoot Libby. Absolutely, he was freaked out. He shot Ana Lucia to get Ben out of the thing. But yeah, Libby just surprised him. That was a total accident.
Yeah,
clearly. So I think it's just ridiculous to take this obviously malicious, and I think that's something I got out of the recap, which is that Ben murdered Locke as a ploy to get power back on the island.
Yeah, that's what the recap's good for.
Yeah, like I didn't really realize that, and I was like, oh, that's what he was doing, because Locke's basically the leader of the others at that point, and if he goes back, he's going to be the leader of others, which he was, except it wasn't him.
Yeah.
But that was the idea of Ben and why he wanted to murder him again.
I'm sorry, did I catch you? Or did you finish your point?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going on at length about how upset I am about Michael. I wanted. No, I'm done. I'm done. Just
sorry.
Go ahead.
Shut up now. Let me talk.
Okay.
So I wanted to say about Michael. One of the things I thought was, he says he was trapped and he couldn't move on. I thought maybe the idea was he did go to the afterlife, the meeting place, and he couldn't just move on through the double doors at the church. Like he couldn't go to the third place. And so I was thinking maybe what was happening was when Michael was coming to visit Hurley, he was actually coming from the meeting place.
Okay.
And he was sort of, he woke up from the meeting place or was always awake. I don't know what happened, but he was able to just transition back from the meeting place and tell Hurley this stuff. But that he actually was, of course he's dead, but that the apparition was sort of coming from the meeting place, the afterlife, and he was sort of trapped in the sense he couldn't move on to the next place after the afterlife. So maybe that's some explanation.
Yeah, but what about the whisperers? Like he basically says the people whispering are those people, and the idea was that they were stuck on the island, not like somewhere else, and then they could go back to the island. I mean, how would you fit the whispers in?
Well, I think the whispers would be the same explanation of these people coming back from the afterlife. The being stuck specific on the island is the hurdle. That's the hurdle to this theory. But
okay.
I think it's fine to say that they're coming from somewhere. I hate to believe they're really just invisible, sitting in the jungle somewhere doing jack shit. That's just ridiculous to me. That for eternity they just have to sit there and do nothing on the island.
Me too.
So that's why I wanted to believe he was actually coming from the afterlife place.
Okay. So they just kind of cut in and out and go whisper and then go back and then whisper something.
Yeah.
Like they have like extra duties or something. They have to go do whispering time.
They just have the ability to come. I mean, Desmond had the ability too. His was less easy, obviously. But we did see examples of people going from the different places. But since they're actually dead, it's like, okay, well that makes sense that they can, that they're in the afterlife and maybe they can come to the real world. But the thing about being sort of specifically stuck on the island, maybe they're wrong. Maybe that's just their interpretation, or they're sort of stuck on the island in some instance, but not in the larger sense, or I don't know, or the opposite.
Right. I would have liked to have seen him in the flesh sideways.
I agree.
Even if they didn't have him in the church with all the characters at the end, just the idea that someday he gets what they get. Because I feel like he deserves it as much as a lot of them do.
Yeah.
And more than some of them do.
I just got to say, it's a horrible universe if some people never get to move on to an afterlife.
It is.
And you're just stuck in this.
And the morality just seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because it's like, like if that's really what it comes down to, it's very, 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 very disappointing to me. But the idea about I don't know. Ugh.
Smokey, I mean, Christian told Michael on the boat, you can go now.
Yeah.
So, maybe he was saying to the afterlife, and he's just, maybe he's just stuck between the island and, and the afterlife, and he can't go to the new place. And, and like he's saying, he's trapped on the island because that's what's keeping him behind or something, because what he did on the island is sort of anchoring him from moving on.
Yeah.
But we can't be expected for them to tell us. When he tells Hurley, I'm stuck on the island because of what I did. I don't think we could expect him to really give us anything that links, anything too obvious that links to the actual finale reveal. So. Yeah,
that's true. No, you're right. But I guess. I would have liked, I don't know, have him walking around in the background. I would like some kind of bit in the finale where they show him just, once they've done the reveal, just to hint that although he can't move on with these people because he betrayed them, he's got his own life that he can, eventually move on from.
I think he's got to be a father to Walt. In that world, in that reality, he needs to be a father to Walt, and
totally,
and deal with that kind of stuff. So it's like, I'm hard pressed to believe he doesn't get to go to the afterlife. I think I can convince myself that even though they didn't show it, that he and Walt are in that place, and that the problem was, he couldn't necessarily move on to the real afterlife. I hate calling the meeting place the afterlife because there's something else after that.
Well, yeah, there's multiple afterlife stages, but I mean, it's the first one, seemingly.
Yeah.
For the most part, unless you do some particular kind of thing that whoever doesn't like.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I will say on your point that he sort of betrayed them, I did realize that if you want to get technical about it, part of the reason that I see the Losties as the good guys and Man in Black as the bad guy is really as simple as, I mean, I can try to go in and make moral judgments and say, well, this character is better than Man in Black or something. But in the end, it's really just that I know them better. I've spent the whole show with them. They're the people who I sympathize with. They're more like my family or something. Mm-hmm. And this Man in Black character, although we get to know him a little bit, is just not on the level with them. And so if I have to choose, I'm going to choose them.
Yeah. Well, I think it's, we talked a lot about Man in Black and Jacob and who's going to come down as a good guy or bad guy. And I'll have to say, since he was called, evil incarnate, he seemed a lot less evil once we knew his backstory. He seemed to just be as bad as anybody else who wants to kill people to get what they want.
Basically as bad as Ben.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that he didn't have this, he's not the devil. He doesn't have this extraordinary power that he's intrinsically aware of, and he knows how to use it and all this stuff. Like, Man in Black for the most part was just this really smart guy, really industrious guy who was trying to get some things done, and he got fortunate that his brother turned him into a smoke monster. It made him easy to kill people.
Right.
But of course, trapped him on the island.
Yes. I mean, I think, a lot of times he killed people with a specific purpose,
Mm-hmm.
And, another thing I got from the recap was he couldn't leave the island until the candidates were all dead.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't totally clear to me either. So when you put it that way, it's like, well, he wants to leave the island. He can either not kill the candidates or not leave the island.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's, if we just saw his story and we never met the original characters, I could see sympathizing with him to a certain extent.
Oh, totally. If you follow his story from the beginning and, you stay with him after he's turned into Smokey.
Yes. And
I'm sure there's long periods of him being very pissed off and upset.
Yes.
About his new state of existence.
Yes.
And stuff that's probably very sympathetic and, so, yeah, I think he would, I agree. That's, again, it comes down to perspective, and we know the Losties, so we like them. he's painted as the villain from the beginning, and so that's how we see him. And he, I think he becomes less the villain. He's definitely the antagonist, but he's less the just bad guy, evil guy. Again, in terms of interpretation, Dogen was the one who said evil incarnate or whatever, and it's like, and that's what Jacob was, Jacob said stuff like that too, and it's just like, that just doesn't seem true, guys. I still don't know why Jacob thought his brother was evil incarnate. Do you know why he thought that? Is it just because he looked like a smoke monster? Because I don't know any other good reason.
Yeah, I don't either.
Man in Black did not kill all the humans at the camp. His mother did.
Right.
Man in Black didn't throw anyone down the cave. Jacob did. And so the only other thing Man in Black did that was bad is he killed people Jacob brought to the island over the centuries. And then of course, killed some Losties and some, other stuff. But
yeah.
But it's like, well, at what point is he evil incarnate just because he's doing bad stuff? And so, again, I think it's just like, at the end of the show, since you don't get an answer to that, it's just, well, that's just their interpretation. Dogen says that because Jacob told him that. Jacob told him that because he just thought that, or he assumed that, or he's, being hyperbolic or something.
Right. I mean, I can see, Jacob basically tells Richard that, and Richard is among the others, and so I can imagine, maybe he told that to Dogen, or just word got around about that idea,
like telephone.
I almost feel like that's something Jacob told himself to try to push off some of the guilt about trapping his brother there forever.
Yeah.
Well, he's evil incarnate. I mean, and he was doing a lot of bad stuff, but it's a little bit like the Ben story or something, where we see the fact that his mother dies and the fact that Dad treats him horrendously, really pushes him into sort of betraying Dharma and becoming the person he becomes, and it's not even as extreme as what happens to Man in Black, but you can I think they could totally tell a story with him where he was sympathetic. I just think the story they told us, he wasn't, because he was not the character that we sympathize with, and he wanted to kill the characters we did sympathize with.
Yeah, I agree. If it was from his perspective, and it was like all he wants to do is leave the island, and he's got this overbearing brother who's the protector of the island who won't let him leave for no good reason, and his brother keeps bringing these people to the island who want to stop him from leaving, and the only way he can get off is to kill these people. I mean, it's the same sort of setup, the same motivation, that the Losties have for trying to kill Man in Black as well. He's standing in our way, and they're standing in his way, and so each side wants to kill the other. Right. But I agree. I think maybe you're saying Jacob just sort of told himself he was evil incarnate as sort of to cope with what he did to his brother. I think that's a valid interpretation, and I think along those same lines, it could be that what was I going to say? Now I lost my train of thought. Jacob tells him, that he just. I think there's something to be said for Jacob and the Man in Black having never left the island in those early days. They don't know sort of a lot about the world and the complexity, I think, of human emotion and ideas. I don't think they were exposed to a large facet of it. So I think if Jacob is thinking of himself as the benevolent protector of the island, then I think he can say, okay, well, this other guy is the opposite of that. So I think that might influence his reasoning into calling him evil incarnate too. Mm-hmm. I want to stay here and protect the island. This other guy wants to not stay here and leave the island. So we're opposing forces. I'm the good guy who can't lie. So what is this other guy then? I think given the fact that, that Jacob lived on the island for so long before he ever left, it seems like that's the kind of simplistic interpretation I think you could expect.
Yeah, sure. I think in the end, Jacob realized that he messed up, that he was at fault, and, basically admitted to the fact that a lot of their misery was a result of his mistake.
Yeah.
And so I think at some point, he actually accepted responsibility for what he did. So I'll give him credit for that. But I do think, I think for a while it was like what you're saying. Well, I'm the good guy. I'm protecting the island, and
this is the guy who killed my mother. You know.
Yeah, I do. For me, I do want to say that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I do want to say with Man in Black that he killed his mother. I feel like he killed his mother more because she ruined his way of getting off the island than that she killed all the people he was with.
Mhm.
Because he admitted he hated the people he was living with. He thought they were awful.
Yeah.
And said they were just a means to an end. So I think for him, it was really she took away his means.
Yeah.
And that's why he killed her. This isn't really relevant to any particular thing we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a thought I had.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's the main reason why he killed her. Plus, he needed a reason to make Jacob mad at him.
Right. There's that too.
But I think that's the main reason that she took away his. But it's almost like, I think it's like, he could have dug that hole, that well again, which I guess he did at some point. So it was kind of like, why did you have to kill her? Because the only permanent thing she did was killing the people.
Mm-hmm.
He can always redig that well. He's got all the time in the world.
Right. But I think maybe he feels like she can come in anytime she wants and just ruin
what
I'm doing.
Yeah. It was definitely like trying to make sure she does, stops messing with him for the future.
Yeah, basically. And I feel like if he thought that killing his village would let him leave, he'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I don't think if the mom had stayed out of it that, if he and the humans kept digging and installed that thing, I don't think that, he would let them leave or, necessarily let them leave or come with him or.
Yeah.
I agree. They were a means to an end.
Yeah. So I think he was a selfish character. He wasn't just. He wasn't totally perfect, but, no character is.
Well, yeah, and I think he was raised that way. He was raised to think of the humans as less than what he was, which, in fact, was human. He didn't see them as his own people. He saw them as something else because that's how he was raised. I think that has a larger connotation, I think, politically and socially. These people are different because somebody told me so.
Yeah.
So I think that has to, if his mother had told him these humans are, they're flawed, but they have good qualities and they should be respected, then he'd have a different view of them, I think.
Although it is interesting that living among them didn't change his mind, even though he clearly thought his mom was crazy. And he continued. I feel like he genuinely believed it. He believed it based on evidence. And I think Jacob ended up disagreeing with his mom, even though he never lived among people.
And I think that was an interesting point that they made, that Jacob just believed his mother on face value, and then Man in Black didn't believe the mother on face value. He wanted to see for himself, and they both end up with the same conclusions. But I want to say that
they end up in opposite conclusions.
I'm sorry?
They end up with opposite conclusions.
Well, I guess in the end, I guess Jacob changes his mind. I guess he stops believing what the mother thinks at some point.
Yeah.
For no apparent reason. I don't know why he.
Well, exactly. That's sort of what I'm saying. Like they said, like, they had in a little dialogue that Jacob went over there to see if she was right about them.
Mhm.
And Man in Black's like, I've lived with them. They're horrible. But Jacob clearly didn't believe that in the end.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say this about Man in Black is that I feel like that can't be, or that shouldn't have been the only thing he gleaned from the humans. I'm not satisfied with saying, they're greedy and corruptible, therefore they're bad. Okay, are there any good qualities you saw? First of all, what what qualities would they consider good for, Jacob and Man in Black? I don't know what they would consider good. I guess truth and honesty, maybe. Although they didn't really have a lot of that themselves. So it's like I just don't like the oversimplification of the gamut of human psychological events or whatever. That he saw some people who were stranded on the island be corruptible or be bad, and therefore they're all bad. But
yeah, I mean, it's totally oversimplified. I don't think it's hard to argue. Sort of people are all. To me, it comes down to more like, someone has a gun to your head. Are people good or bad? What do you say?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the kind of thing I feel like they're answering. I mean, I think it's hard to acknowledge that there aren't good things about people sometimes. But
it's like how much good stuff would it take to be good? Or is it you just do one bad thing and therefore people are bad?
Right. So it's like a scale somehow. You look at the merits and you look at the bad things.
A scale? Is there a test for this? Is there good and evil on a scale?
There just might be.
Wow.
And yes, we will never learn how that came to be, but yes. Exactly. So yeah, I feel like that's sort of a metaphor for the idea. Like on balance, the scale tips the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's what Man in Black wanted to say, and I think Jacob would say the opposite. But I can't imagine anyone would just flat deny there's anything good or anything bad.
Yeah, and it just, of course, a scientist wouldn't be happy with one experiment like that. Of saying, well, I live with this one group, therefore all people are bad.
Sure. A scientist wouldn't, but I think people do. It's you go with your experience a lot of times.
Yeah.
So I buy that he came to that conclusion, even if it's not scientific.
Yeah, totally. All right. Well, 2 hours on intro.
Wow.
Anything? I'm trying to think. I'm sure there's other general stuff we could talk about. And we'll get to it all at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of issues will sort of come up as we discuss the themes, stuff that sort of occurred to me. But, yeah, I kind of wanted to get to stuff that I could think of as sort of not actually in the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no real Jacob Man in Black stuff in this episode. I mean, I guess Man in Black is in the episode, but, it's not a lot on them. So I guess, I feel like we got our final word on them. And before this episode, and so I just wanted to sort of step back to see what that story looks like now that we sort of know everything we're going to know about it. I had one point of view about it before they told us the story, and I think that it really changed my point of view about it.
Yeah. Well, I remember saying plenty of times that I thought they were going to make the Man in Black less the bad guy, and I think that came out to be true.
Yeah.
Once they told us about him, it's like, well, he's, like we said, at best as bad as anybody else is bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the villain of the story, but it's just like Ben was the villain for, even Widmore was a villain for a while. Like it's just like that. People take their turn as a villain, and it's almost like if he could have survived or cut a deal or something, like we could see him in the next season and he wouldn't be a villain anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if there was some loophole where he didn't have to kill the candidates, then he would be less the villain.
Exactly. Like, once they got through his problem, Ben was worried about his surgery and fertility issues, and once that shit didn't matter anymore, they can bring Ben on stage and redeem him,
Yeah.
So they just didn't get the chance to do that with Man in Black, but because he just sort of dies trying to carry out his mission. But and he had already killed characters they cared about, so it's just a matter of revenge at a certain point.
Yeah.
So I think he was definitely the villain of the story, but it's not simplistic in the way you can take a lot of, say, action movies where the villain is clearly on a lower moral level than the good guys are.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that clear cut, I would say.
So one of the things I gleaned, I think, from the finale, but I think more from, I think that bad robot explanation of Lost, something that stuck out there to me in terms of the general show was it seemed to be just like Man in Black was trying to find a loophole to kill Jacob. It seemed like, you know, Jacob was trying to find a loophole to kill the Man in Black.
Yes.
Via the candidates.
Yes.
So I think that's a pretty big point to bring up.
Yeah, it is.
So it wasn't just like he's trying to find someone to protect the island. He wants someone who can kill Man in Black.
Right.
So I think that's pretty. You know, symmetry, of course, always works, and Lost is all about that. So
yes,
that's pretty cool.
Yes. No, I agree. That's another thing about the finale that I'm a bit disappointed with. I feel like we don't really know what would have happened if Man in Black got off the island.
Everything would have ceased to be. We do know what would have happened, don't we? Everybody you ever known and loved would cease to be. How ambiguous is that? It's not at all. No, I agree.
Okay, good. I'm sure you're being facetious, but yeah, for a second I was worried you weren't. Yeah, exactly. I feel like.
Can I give you the answer?
Yeah, also what happens if the island gets destroyed and the light goes out and all that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's a related issue, but they could be separate because now we sort of learn they are separate, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, the Man in Black is tied into the light in some way. They made that clear. So, you know, I could buy that him leaving would have some effect, but we'll never know. I mean, they never showed it. So.
Yeah, you know, I think nothing would happen if he left.
Wow.
I mean, I think the very least, like you said, he's tied to the light. There might have been something there, but besides that, I don't think anything would have happened because he never left, and no one who ever said that had any outside knowledge of what would happen. You know, it's like, you know, my crackpot theory about, like, the island is from some parallel universe, and it's the last remnants of that, and they, you know, they trapped evil incarnate into the Man in Black and brought that island here to stay here and all that stuff, and that's, you know, and so if he gets off, it's going to kill everything, and Jacob knows that because it happened in his world. Like, that's the kind of thing you can say if that had happened. You know, you can say what will happen if he gets off because he got off before and something happened, but since, you know, Jacob, again, I think he was just saying what he thought would happen, and he really didn't know. Same with Widmore. I don't know why Widmore says everything would cease to be. You know, he's getting that from Jacob to a certain degree, but other than that, it's like I think they're just wrong, or you know, at least can't be objectively accurate. You know, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just seems like they don't really know.
Right. I mean, the Widmore thing got really blown open. Well, first of all, we find out he got his information from Jacob, so there's problem one. Does Jacob even know? The second thing is there was a little thing with Widmore and Man in Black where he said, I won't kill Penny if you tell me about Desmond, you know, and he went along with it, which suggests that even Widmore wasn't sure if it was true or not.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And Man in Black never made it seem like he knew that if he got off, everything would be destroyed.
Right.
You know, I guess he was lying, but he was, you know, talking about taking people with him and stuff. But
yeah, it almost comes across like they had to tell us that. Otherwise, it'd be like, well, fucking leave. Let him leave.
Yeah, let him leave already.
Jesus.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, and again, maybe it is that since he's tied to the light, that's the sticking point. You know, he can't leave because he's tied to the light, and something would happen, something drastic would happen because of that. But
right.
But just the idea of him leaving, I think, isn't a bad thing.
But then there's the idea that he couldn't leave unless the candidates are all dead from the recap.
Yeah.
And if that's true, then okay, I see why he didn't leave. That would have involved killing all the characters. And that would be a disappointing ending for me.
Yeah.
I would not be happy with the Man in Black killing everyone and then leaving. Although that would be pretty audacious an ending, but I wouldn't be happy with this.
Mhm.
So I think that's the saving grace for me. I don't think the show made that 100% clear, but based on the recap, that's that's where I get that from.
Yeah.
I think Damon even says it in the recap.
Well, but is it? Well, after they chose Jack, though, is that still true? Like, so after Jack becomes the leader, the protector, is it still that Man in Black has to still kill all the candidates, or can he just kill Jack and get off? Like, once they're not, because Sawyer has that line, we're not candidates anymore because someone was chosen.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering if, like, I understand that conceit before someone's chosen, but after someone's chosen, I wonder if that's supposed to still be true, that everyone still has to die, or is it just the protector needs to die now?
It might just be that.
Yeah.
Which in a way would probably, well, I don't know how that would play out. But yeah. I mean, he didn't say any more than that, so I don't know what the answers to those are.
Yeah. What else was I going to say overall? Well, yeah, I was listening to, the What They Died For podcast that we did. I listened to some of that, some of our speculation about what was going to happen at the end. I have to say, the episode was called What They Died For, and it's like, well, this is what they died for, but it really doesn't matter because they're already dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
What they really died for was so that they could all be together in the afterlife.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I guess, I have this, for me, for the show to be satisfying, I have to tell myself that the island mattered. It hurts too much for me to say that the island had no importance whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's just my own personal problem, but, so be it. I have that problem. I just don't want to say that the island was just some place where they could all connect and meet up later in the afterlife. I mean, I want to believe all that stuff is true, that the island needed a protector, that it's somehow bad if the light goes out, and I like that stuff. To me, that stuff has to matter.
Mm-hmm.
It just kills my soul to say it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the thing. I mean, I guess it can matter, but how much does it matter?
I need it to matter significantly. I need it to matter to a certain degree. I don't have a specific dividing line, but I need it to be
like so
pretty
far
important.
To say if they didn't do this, they wouldn't meet up in the afterlife. Because to me, that's what I want to be able to say. No,
I don't care about that, actually. What I want to say is that there are serious real-world consequences if the island is not protected.
Okay.
That's the issue for me. The afterlife thing, I agree. I want the afterlife thing to tie in, but fundamentally, what's important to me on the show is that the island matters.
Yeah, but it's like for me, since everybody dies and since they all die and stuff, it's like in the long run, it doesn't matter about the island, unless, because to me, the long run is their afterlife, and unless the island stuff is intricately tied to the afterlife stuff, then it's like, well, in the long run, the island stuff doesn't matter. Like, I mean, if the island blows up, okay, so what? Like, if in the long run it's just about them getting to the afterlife. Push the button, don't push the button. It doesn't matter if we're all going to die and we will remember this stuff, but it won't really matter. So that's why I want to say, like, if the island stuff isn't the afterlife stuff isn't predicated on the island stuff, then it's like that to me is the line of it mattering. anything less than that then it's just saying, well, how much can it really matter if they're just going to die?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the narrative problems with having an afterlife, which I totally agree with. I guess I'm setting those aside for a moment and, forgetting about the fact that all consequences seem sort of meaningless when you have an afterlife where everything can be better,
Mm-hmm. Unless that afterlife is predicated on those consequences.
Because that would sort of say, right, that would sort of say that it doesn't matter at all, anything that we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Island, non-island, backstory, all that stuff. Who cares?
You heard it here, folks. Justin said it. It doesn't matter. None of it.
I mean, in a way, I think that sort of happens when you have this afterlife. Not that it doesn't matter, because obviously it plays in, but it really takes out the significance, I think, to a certain extent, of real life. And so I'm trying to set that aside and just say, okay, let's pretend there's not an afterlife. Let's pretend that whole part of the show didn't happen.
Okay, well, if we're playing that game, anything's possible.
Just from that point of view, I want there to be real-world consequences for the island. That's the point that matters for me.
If you want to take out the afterlife stuff, then I agree with you. I want the island stuff to matter. I want it to be, if you don't push the button, the island explodes. That's fine.
Yeah.
But it's hard not to put the afterlife thing in there when that's such a big part of what's going on.
Yeah, like I guess I want to say, I mean, like I said, I mean, this isn't. I have personal stakes in this issue, so I'm not totally objective about it, but I just.
You got some money riding on this?
Luckily, no. It's just my own satisfaction. I just want to say that that the show is about the show is primarily focused on the characters and how their experiences together on island and off in some instances changed them or were significant in their lives. I think that's sort of what the show's focused on. But in terms of the subplot of the island, I want that to matter sort of independent of the characters.
Mm-hmm.
Give
me an example. Okay, give me an example of it of what you don't want it to be in terms of it not mattering. Maybe I'm curious what that would look like.
I don't want it to be that that you pull the cork out and the island sinks and nothing happens.
So you want actual consequences for the world at large?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's what I was trying to see the distinction.
That's what I was saying, the real world.
If the island just explodes and it's gone, I don't think that's a big deal.
That's not good enough
for me.
But
you're saying you want it to be the end of the world or something.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be that big, but I need something on that scale, yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I want to know there's significant consequences.
So you want to know the one thing they didn't tell us to be true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I know they didn't tell us, but that's what I want. Because for me, just to invest in that side of the story, and as much as we've talked about the island, it just kills me that it was just a MacGuffin, and it was really just about the characters getting together. I'm okay with that being like the thing they end on. I just don't want to sort of push the island stuff away completely.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
So, again, I might not be being objective about it because it actually matters to me, and so
because you want to rewatch the show, seasons 1 through 5.
Yes.
And the island stuff of 6.
And the island stuff of 6, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't want to just have the Flash Sideways be the whole show.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. My whole thing really is that I agree with you. I want it to matter, and I would like it to matter in a large sense. But I do believe nobody knew what would happen. Nobody knows. People just thought things,
right.
And that was the truth.
Yes, I agree. So, I don't think anybody knew. I just want it to be true.
Yeah.
Whether they knew or not, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, there was no way. I mean, Jacob didn't even know, so of course Jack didn't know, Hurley didn't. Nobody knew.
Mm-hmm.
Ben didn't know, so people keep protecting this place, and it just kills me if people have protected this place for thousands of years, and there's just no need to do that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
But that's kind of I like that, only in the sense that, back to interpretation. It's just like they think they need to. It's like about a show about these people who come to this mysterious place and they think they have to do all these things. They see this light. They, obviously, Jacob and his mother and, certain people are, manifest these powers and they have these strange abilities. So, they're given, they're trying to explain these things and they think, okay, well, this light is, I feel the connection to this light in me and therefore it's in everybody, or whatever mother originally thought or why she thought that. And I definitely am with you. I want it to matter, but part of me likes the idea of, it's just this show about these people who were just trying to do the best they can with what they were given, and they just really didn't know what would happen if they didn't push the button, or they knew what would happen if they didn't push the button, but they didn't know how far it would go, or if they left the cork off, how far would that go in terms of destruction? Would only the island be destroyed? Would the whole world be destroyed? I like the fact that nobody really knew, and that they were just coming up with their own interpretations, and that's the best they could do. It reminds me of early man coming up with mythology and explanations for the world. Just seeing things and saying, oh, okay, well, this is how it works. Seeing lightning come from the sky and saying, well, maybe somebody up there threw lightning down. And then just sort of refining their interpretations of that over time. And so maybe in 2,000 years or something, or however long Hurley lives or something, maybe they really find out the truth about the island. Maybe they really find out what the extent of its influence around the world is. But I kind of like that nobody knew. Even though if you would have told me that before, I would have not liked that at all. But now that nobody knows, I think it's something I can digest.
Yeah, I agree in a way. There is something cool about the fact that no one knew. It's, I can go both ways on it. I find it both cool and interesting and deeply disappointing.
Yeah.
So I agree and disagree with you.
Mhm.
It's I don't know. I want to be satisfied with the openness of how they left it, but I'm not really.
Mhm. Well, that's interesting, because I wanted more answers than you did, and I'm sort of fine with what they gave us.
Yeah, no, I'm not really, and I had to do my best to come up with why am I not happy they gave answers when I didn't need answers?
Yeah, I should be the one who's upset they didn't give answers.
I know. It's weird, but like I said, the best I can do is I wish they had given us more. God, why? I can't believe I'm saying this. I wish they had given us more answers, and I wish they had.
You need to go back and tell the Justin on all other podcasts we did that, all right? Because that guy contradicts you. I'm fine with not knowing the answer.
I was fine with. There isn't any particular thing I needed to know, aside from, like I said, the big general things, like the island does something. I would like to know that, sure. But, for little mysteries, I'm really talking about little mysteries here.
Okay.
I wanted more of those thrown in there, and I guess I just wanted some, and I feel like we didn't really get any, and that's kind of disappointing. Because finales, I feel like they've always in past finales given us little tidbits like that. And I was sure they were going to do it. And that's the main reason why, because I thought we'd get something, and I was going to be cool with whatever they gave us, and I just feel very empty-handed.
So you're saying you're not cool with nothing?
I'm not cool with nothing. Exactly. I'm cool with some stuff. Some stuff falls by the wayside. But I definitely wanted more.
That's funny, because I think that's the only way I can deal with it, is the fact that they didn't sort of give us, generally speaking, they didn't give us anything. So it's like, okay, I get it now. No one really had the answers to give. So it's like, it's weird. I think they reached some strange point where we crossed opinions there. Whereas you wanted some small answers, which would not have been satisfying to me.
Yeah.
I think in a certain world, I think I would have been like, oh, I wanted more, or I wanted other answers. And the fact that they sort of steered away from that is good for me, but not for you.
Yeah. Like I wanted, just as an example, I wanted some shit. I talked about it, something like Ben and Man in Black talking about the cabin. You know, and I finally, after we get to the end of this, I came to the conclusion that okay, it looks like Alana and her group, that's the final word on the cabin. And so
the fire was the final word on the cabin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what I thought was, it almost, I thought about that scene, and it almost comes across like if you watch the show and you remember when they talked about the cabin, but not that well. Like, you don't remember all the details. You just sort of remember, Ben went there, something happened, you know, weird stuff happened. Like, then you look at what they tell us, the little conversation with Ben and Man in Black, where he says, I didn't know what was happening, when he reveals he hadn't seen Jacob, and Alana saying someone else has been using it. And it's like, okay, I think I know what they're trying to tell us. If I just forget about what we actually saw in the original episode in detail and just kind of remember it in a sketchy way.
Yeah.
You know?
Big picture.
Yeah, like, because I feel like sometimes they write like that. They write in a way that it doesn't quite fit with what they showed before, but it sort of does if you don't pick it apart.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I think in the end, Man in Black was in the cabin somehow, invisibly, whatever, and the ash was keeping him in, or he broke it before that, or whatever. It's a very short time period, but the basic point is it was Man in Black in the cabin.
Yeah,
I think that's what they were trying to tell us, and we're just getting hung up on details, but the final reveal really tells us that okay, Man in Black was in the cabin, and we didn't take it because the details are kind of a mess.
Yeah.
You know, but
the whole hubbub about the ash, you know, and then it breaking, and you know, why would Man in Black even be in there? You know, like I understand that one thing is being using it, but I think to say he was trapped in there, I think is when you go down the road of being and not making a lot of sense. Like, why would Jacob trap him in there?
Right.
You know, especially when, you know, if you have that point of view, then it's like, well, when did he get out? Because we definitely saw Smokey, and was he trapped in there? His spirit was trapped, but Smokey was around, and it's just like, that doesn't make any sense. So.
Right.
So, yeah, it's like when and that's the one thing I did want to say about you know, what we should do on the podcast anyway, is just try to look at the big picture, because I think you're right. When you look at the details, it starts to fall apart or get really muddled, and And I think just like the recap, it's like when they do those recaps, you get a pretty clear story because they're just talking about the big stuff.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it can clarify the major points in a way that doesn't give you a lot of extraneous detail that can ruin things.
Yeah.
You know, and I stand by my assertion that when they originally showed us that cabin scene, they have something else in mind. And that's part of the reason why it didn't work. I think it was originally supposed to be Jacob. I really do. Mm-hmm. And I think they got a different idea for what they should do with Jacob, and so they sort of retconned it as Man in Black. But there's some problems there, you know. But I really think that was sort of what's happening, and we just don't know the full story of what they intended. But that's sort of the end. And I agree. We need to go through a lot of things like that. Another thing like that I wanted to bring up real quick regarding Widmore, I came up with a little crackpot. Crackpot's not the right word. Although I guess it is a little bit crackpotty in the sense that I'm going to jump to a wild conclusion based on something very small.
Okay.
But I basically want to say that, you know, we talked about that article from Wired Magazine with that picture of the whiteboard and that little outline of Season 5 that's a little bit off from what Season 5 actually happened. Right. One of the big things I took away from the whiteboard was Widmore still seemed like the villain on the whiteboard version of Season 5. It's Locke gets captured by Widmore, rescued by Sayid.
Yeah.
Right? Using terminology like that suggests Locke as a captive, not being helped, but being rescued from that situation. And then asks Ben to kill him. Again, putting Ben in a less villainous circumstance, where he kills Locke because Locke asks him to, not because he wants to take power on the island.
Yeah.
So that seems like a different version of the story. And so what I'm going to say is basically they decided, no, we're going to make Ben the bad guy in that story, and we're going to recast Widmore as a good guy. And that's where you get this idea of Jacob visiting him and, convincing him of the error of his ways to sort of clear up why he sort of turned from a bad guy into a good guy.
Yeah.
Sort of behind the scenes. And by the time we see him again, he seems like a nice guy. And I feel like that's my theory of what happened there, that it really goes back to their changing plans for season 5.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think to some degree it's like, it comes down to Widmore's motivations, and it seems like they can have the same character if they have, be good in one sense and bad in another sense. And his motivation can be this, like if he's trying to protect the island, you can say, well, he sends the freighter with Keamy on it to get Ben because he's worried about Ben being bad for the island. And then you can of course still say that for for when Widmore comes back this season and his help, Jacob tells him to come back, he's trying to sort of protect the island. So it's like I definitely buy that they had a different opinion of Widmore and good versus bad. I'm just wondering, like, where's the motivation change? Like it seems like his motivations changed somehow.
Right. Right.
And I don't think they necessarily had to have changed for him to come off differently, but I'm just wondering I'm just wondering why his motivation changed.
I mean, the little line, I saw the error of my ways, suggests definitely that his motivations changed.
Yeah, I guess they were saying he wanted Ben gone to get power back.
Yes.
But they could have just said he wanted Ben gone to protect the island.
Right.
But anyway, it's the same.
And that's sort of the way they went. They decided that Widmore decided it was more important to protect the island than to get power for himself. And so he goes about doing that. He sort of fails, but I think that is supposed to be the story, and I think that's it always sat uneasy with me that he sent a boat there to kill everyone, and then he seemed like he wanted to help them all.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of what's happening there. It's a nice bit of evidence for a change.
Yeah, totally.
So I like that. It's nice. It's so great to get behind the scenes documents like that, because I can never prove what I want to say in situations like that. Because I just always have to speculate. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they just presented Jacob that way because they thought it was cool, and they always had planned to switch it up later. I don't know. I'll never really know, probably, unless they tell us.
Yeah. Well, what did you think about Widmore's death? Now that we know that was his death.
Right. Widmore's death, a bit anticlimactic. I think Ben shooting him seems appropriate. I guess, there were just bigger things going on than Widmore, and they just kind of quickly got him out of the way. I would say it's a disappointment, but I think at the point of the story they were in, it sort of makes sense that it came out like that.
Yeah. So the rule that Ben is like, guess he changed the rules when Alex dies. I guess we can just safely assume that was just some gentleman's agreement between Ben and Widmore that they would leave their families out of this.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right about that, and I had occasion to go back to the episode Dad is Dead and reread the little line where Ben banishes Widmore, and he says, you left the island all the time. You had a kid with an outsider. You broke the rules. So it really sounds to me like those rules are not necessarily gentleman's agreement, but some kind of other's code of conduct. So you could call that a gentleman's agreement, I guess, if you want. But it looks to me like there's certain rules that others just are supposed to obey.
Oh, and so you're saying that, that they're still living by the, like, even when Widmore's kicked out, he and Ben are still living by the, just like Ben just sort of assumed Widmore would stick to the other's rules.
Yes, and he does say you broke the rules in that scene, which I always thought was the right thing to say with Widmore, that he broke the rules rather than change them. I feel like that's an unfortunate word choice, but I think that's really what's going on. Yeah, he expected Widmore to live by the other's code even though he was banished.
Mm-hmm. How about that?
And he was surprised that he didn't. Yeah. But I think your idea of a gentleman's agreement is very much on the right track.
Yeah.
It's not some supernatural force.
Yeah.
That's like going to stop them from doing that. It's not like Jacob and Man in Black's rules.
You know what? If that's even true, I thought about that, and I thought to myself, I was thinking about Mother saying that, and I'm just like, wouldn't that be great if you just told, two rival sons they couldn't hurt each other, but it wasn't necessarily true? You know what I mean? Like, we never saw them try to kill each other, because they were told they couldn't.
Right.
So it's almost like we don't even know if that was true or not.
I feel like Man in Black should have tried that, and I feel like he's the kind of character that would have tried that.
We never saw him try.
I know we didn't, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like he should have given it a shot. It just seems inconsistent with his character that he just take his mom's word for it, since his whole thing was proving his mom wrong, that he could leave the island.
Yeah, but so many characters every character took somebody's word for something at some point.
Well,
if I can make a grandiose statement like that. You know what I mean?
It doesn't sound wrong.
I want to believe your point. I mean, I believe your point that he should have tried, but I think it's just too consistent for me that he would just believe it to be true. Just because his mother said it. And here's the thing: if maybe I could prove my point this way by saying, when Man in Black and Jacob are kids, and even when they're adults, when Jacob beats on them, he bleeds and stuff, which is the same thing that makes him seem mortal when Jack beats on him. So it's like that might be evidence to say they can hurt each other.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying the fact that Mother just seemed to make stuff up, nothing against her. She's, really, it's just what she did in the situation. It just makes me think there is no real evidence that they couldn't just have killed each other.
I know, you're right.
You're telling me if Jacob Man in Black pushed Jacob off a cliff one day, Jacob wouldn't die? Like, maybe he wouldn't, but maybe he would.
Yeah. No, you're right. I feel like it's like the show's over and now like the fog is lifted and it's like I'm turning into a lost atheist or something. Like I believed in the island. I believed in magic. And it's all fake.
And now you're realizing it's just something somebody said one day.
Yeah.
No offense, religion.
I know. It's just ridiculous. I do think that Lost, the way they portrayed supernatural things, they always preferred to keep supernatural events as realistic as possible in a lot of cases. I mean, Smoke Monster aside, I guess. The way they showed Michael not being able to die had real-world explanations.
Yep.
The way they showed Jacob bringing people to the island had real-world explanations.
Yep.
They never showed us the transformation into Smokey.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted, you could have a crackpot theory that he was never the smoke monster.
Mm-hmm.
And the show doesn't even contradict that, really. You could say that he just had the memories of the guy, just like he had Locke's memories. And he was a completely different character. All those, because they really seem to prefer to avoid showing outrage. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think they ever would have given us a scene where the Man in Black tries to push Jacob off a cliff because I think it would look ridiculous to show how he survives that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like it would go against the way the show presents things to show that. And
Well, I mean, imagine Locke at the end when Jack pushes him off the cliff. Spoiler alert. It could have been the same thing. You peer over the edge and the guy's just alive. He gets up off the ground. That's
right.
To me not that crazy.
Oh, okay. So they could have shown it like that. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But no, I get your larger point. They definitely steered away from that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There's some mystical things that don't have real-world explanations. But the thing with Michael is, like Tom said, did the bullet? What did he say? He said, did the
bullet
gun not
bounce off
shoot,
your head, or yeah?
Wasn't it two? It was like, did the gun not shoot, or did the bullet bounce off your head? Was that what it was?
Yeah, that was what it was.
And I was thinking to myself, it actually did the realistic thing, which is just not shoot. It didn't do the crazy thing he suggested it could have done.
Right.
So that's the thing that got me thinking of just like, it's all these people having these sort of ideas and interpretations, these suggestions. Like, has Tom ever seen the gun bounce off someone's head? You know what I mean? Or, I don't think he has.
Sure. Yeah, I agree, and the closest they got to that, I guess, was the fact that the Man in Black was sort of impervious to bullets and stabbing, at least until the cork was pulled, So that was the closest they got to really showing, like, a ridiculous kind of supernatural thing happening.
That and the lighthouse, I would say, were the big two.
Okay, and the lighthouse.
And I guess you could give some scientific explanation to the donkey wheel, maybe, but I think that goes in that category too.
Yes, but and also like the time travel and the sort of transporting from the imploding hatch outside, and I feel like that's the thing. They always kind of showed you stuff that was clearly supernatural in some way, but they always, for the most part, avoided depicting it explicitly.
Yeah.
It was sort of like they show you
They left you to imagine how it happened.
Yeah, they show you point A and point C, but they don't put point B in there. And so you're left to just kind of imagine how exactly that works.
Yeah.
And I think I feel like that's, to actually depict the rules working is a bit of a challenge with the way they run the show. So anyway, the basic point is, I think it could very well be true that there are no rules, but again, it's killing my soul to say that. I really
To me, it's liberating. It's liberating for me to say, you know what, Mother, you were just making stuff up. You didn't want him to leave, so you said he could never leave. You didn't want them to hurt each other because, if one of them killed the other, especially if Boy in Black kills Jacob, then and if Jacob is the one she wants ultimately, even though I don't know if that's true. But, I mean, you know what I mean? It's like she has an imperative for them not to hurt each other. They're her two special boys. She knows one of them has to leave the island for an extended period of time, all that. It's like if she didn't have reasons to say that stuff, then I would just take it at face value that it's just true. But it's like I think she's got, her own motives to say that kind of, her own selfish reasons and sort of island-centric reasons to say that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I find it liberating to go through the show and to point out parts where you're just saying stuff. You don't really know if that's true, and in fact, it might not be true. It's more likely it's not true, damn it.
Right. Yeah, but then, again, at the same time, that extreme skeptical attitude is just too much for me. I can't. I'm not willing to just start saying, well, nothing on the show is true. Like that's it goes beyond at a certain point for me, and I guess there's certain things I'm willing to accept that for, and certain things it hurts.
Yeah. Like I'm not going to say, Jacob could not age. He definitely didn't age. So that's true. That's supernatural.
Sure.
That's nothing someone has to tell us and we have to believe.
Right.
It's that kind of stuff that I get skeptical about, is the stuff that someone tells us and we don't really see any actual proof to the contrary or actually verifying it. To me, inaction isn't verifying it. So, Jacob, not killing his brother directly isn't proof that he couldn't do it. It's proof he thought he couldn't do it or didn't want to try. I get your point though. You don't want to lose faith in sort of some of the elements of the show. It's stuff to me
and that
that
just seems like a bad story to me. I like it's cool in a modern art kind of way, but the show where nothing is really happening. These people are just told stuff, and there's nothing actually there. They're all just totally deluded for the run of the show. And I mean, I don't know. That's cool in a way.
I wouldn't say nothing. I don't want to go absolute. Like I said, there are definitely things that are happening that are verifiably true.
Yeah, so you acknowledge, Jacob doesn't age, and
Richard. He gave Richard that power. Jacob seems to have some ability to leave the island unconventionally. There's plenty of stuff that I think actually is true, that is supernatural and stuff that is true. I'm just saying, for the list of things that aren't independently proven or disproven, I think it, to me, I want to put in the category of that's just what you thought was true, because this show is so much about people who are interpreting their situation and acting accordingly. If Mother never told Jacob and Boy in Black that they couldn't hurt each other, what would have happened? Would one of them have tried to kill the other, and would one of them have succeeded? That's sort of where that would go.
Right.
But the fact that she said that led them to not even try, seemingly.
Yeah, and I guess I don't buy that for the Man in Black. I don't see the Man in Black. I desperately want to kill Jacob, and eventually does. I don't see him not even giving it a shot. That just doesn't strike me as consistent with his character.
But we never saw it, though.
Yeah, but
we never got and we never heard Jacob.
But we didn't see a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things we didn't see.
But what I'm saying is, Jacob himself had opportunities to say, like when he says he's been trying to kill me ever since. You know what I mean? He's trying to find a loophole to do this thing. And I think the loophole makes sense. I think it could be he couldn't kill him because he didn't have a body. That he was smoky or something. Like he couldn't kill him until he, until he did X, Y, Z, but I don't think that necessarily means it's only because the mother made it that way.
I mean, I think, I mean, it might have been Jacob doing it as well. I'm just saying I'm not comfortable with the idea that he just took his mother's word for it and had to wait thousands of years to come up with a plan to kill Jacob because of that, and that was totally unnecessary. Like that's a weird story to me.
Why does it change the story? I mean, the things happen the way they happen, the same way.
I just like he could have killed Jacob himself that entire time, and he just thought that he couldn't. So, I mean, I know that sounds weird. Like that's totally
weird, but how would you what would you expect him to do differently?
I would expect him to at some point try to kill Jacob, find that he couldn't do it, and then realize that he's going to have to.
Okay, then hey, maybe he did that. I don't know if he tried to ever kill Jacob or not. The show never told us he ever tried, because the show told us he believed that he couldn't do it, and he spent 2,000 years coming up with a loophole. So my point is, I agree. I think he should have tried, even if he thought it was true. I think he should have tried at some point, but it didn't seem like he ever did. And I think the show is so much about people being told things and just running with it, to not really question whether or not that rule about them hurting each other was actually true.
And let me be clear. I mean, we're talking about a show here. It's all not true. They're actors saying lines. Okay, it's all fake if you want to get down to it.
What?
Now, what I'm saying, I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier. What would the writers say? Would they say that everyone was that he was just wrong the whole time and he just took his mom's word for it, or would they say no, in fact it was true? And I'm just saying my opinion is that they would say no, that's true. Whether that's why he did it or not, it's actually the case.
Yeah.
And that's the question I'm asking. And I think the writers can say whatever they want. They don't need to come up with, well, we didn't see this, we didn't see that. The character, they always do, that stuff like that. I mean, they can say whatever they want in the story.
I'm totally with you on that. I definitely think, I would love to know what the writers have to say about that. But I think it's just to me, it's just too clear that there's so many people on the show who don't know the answer and who are just going about these various actions predicated on knowledge someone else told them. So my point is, this could have been an example of that, you know. I mean, I don't like that's as much as I can say about it. I mean, if you ask the writers if that power existed, maybe they would say yes, or maybe they would say no. That's just something the mother told them. To me, that doesn't affect the story. That makes the story, you know, it makes it different. You know, it makes it, you know, it doesn't change what these characters would do to me in my mind. Like, I don't expect Man in Black to necessarily think his mother was wrong, or to, you know, like, I don't know what
said, you're wrong, and one day I'll prove it, when she said you can never leave the island. So, yeah, I expect him to think his mother's wrong, especially about something he really wants.
Yeah, I wouldn't with some things, you know. I mean, he got verified that his mom was right about humans, so it's like, you know, that line about one day I'll prove it is, you know, that was some kid saying that, and that was a retcon line anyway, because of course he was going to try to prove it.
Okay, but it is in the show.
Yeah, it's totally in the show, yeah.
So, I mean,
that's why I saw it.
I mean, so like you were saying earlier that, you know, maybe there's some, you know, we could imagine that the ash is broken off screen or something, and like I'm saying that's not on the show. Well, you know, if you want to throw in stuff that's not in the show, you can definitely, you know, come up with explanations. To me, it just, I you know, this is personal opinion. To me, it just ruins the story if you tell me that he could have killed Jacob that whole time and he just kind of didn't try it because he thought his mom was right about it. Like, that just ruins it for me.
I buy it. I get you. It doesn't ruin it for me. I guess that's just the difference.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why it sort of matters to me, because it's just that's just a ridiculous story, and I'm just not happy with someone sitting around for 2,000 years because of something their mother said. Like, that just wow.
Well,
too much.
But that's the whole thing. Like, the whole thing about Jacob and Boy in Black, to me, what makes them interesting characters is their whole point of view of life, mainly, you know, for the most part, their formative years came from their mother, who, in my opinion, didn't have any intrinsic answers about the island. You know, these, you know, the Cork and some of these other Egyptian things, I think, predate her by quite a bit. And I think, you know, that's, and we're going to probably get into this argument more as we go along, because my fundamental view of the show at this point is, like I said before, characters who are trying to interpret what's going on, and they're doing the best they can. And that's about it. You know, they don't have any, you know, if there was someone on the show, if Mother or anybody else in the show ever had concrete answers, I wouldn't be going down this road as far as I am. But since no one had any concrete answers about what was going on, no one had original knowledge about what was going on, I feel like, to me, how I interpret that is to say, these are just people who are in certain situations like anybody else would be and try to come up with what they thought was correct. You know, to me, that says something about the point of view of life and of people. You know, it makes a big statement about that they don't have this intrinsic knowledge about what's going on here. And given that precept, you take Mother, who has a vested interest in making sure her two kids don't kill each other and not leaving the island, you know, and I can see why she would say that. Now, it doesn't make it untrue. It just doesn't necessarily make it true to me. And the fact that we never saw the scene where Man in Black tried to kill Jacob and it didn't work, you know, doesn't convince me that power existed. You know, I'm just saying in general, the end of the show makes me look back at some of these things I thought were true, and it makes me think, well, that was just someone who said that. We never saw anybody test that theory. And if they didn't test the theory, it doesn't, to me, you know, it doesn't have to make it false. You know, like I'm saying, it's not necessarily false that her, you know, her power, like if there was no power there. I'm just saying it opens up the possibility because it's only predicated on what somebody else said and not on any tested actions.
Right, and I just want to say the show in general, as you're pointing out, is not very, you know, empirical in terms of here's my theory and now I'm going to test it. There are very few scenes of that sort, And so for me, it doesn't matter whether any particular character knows something in some real sense, knows what such and such does. I don't care about that.
But why doesn't that matter? That lends itself to being the truth or not. Doesn't it? I mean, whether or not a character is saying something versus whether or not they know it to be true,
I don't care. I don't care about that. What I care about is the story the writers are trying to tell. Are they telling us a story about
Well, that's part of it.
Are they telling... not for me. Are they telling us a story about characters just hearing shit from other people and believing it and there's really nothing there at all? Or are they telling us a story about people hearing shit from other people and there's some truth to it? And I think they're telling us the story, the second thing. I think there is stuff there. Like you said, there are verifiable, supernatural occurrences on the show, so you can't rule out everything.
Yeah,
and so I think that opens the door to anything they tell us on the show possibly being true.
I agree with you there. And I feel like, okay, why are we arguing then? My whole point is I don't think everything is true just because somebody said it's true. I think the fact that how they end the show opens it up to reinterpreting what was true and what was not true.
Right. And what I'm saying is, what you're saying is sort of prepared to throw everything out.
I'm not at all. I definitely made that clear that there are a lot of things that aren't.
I didn't finish. Except for what they explicitly show as verified in some kind of experimental way. Now, that's too far for me.
Well, no. I mean, there's definitely more room than that. There's more room than that.
Okay. So, I for the most part, I'm going to land on the side of if they tell us something and nothing directly contradicts it, I'm going to believe it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That seems to me to be the easiest way to try to go about what the writers are trying to get across. But that's the question I'm really getting at. And so it doesn't so the only reason why I bring that up is that frees me from having to perfectly make the plot work to ask the question whether the writers intended this or not.
Mhm.
So I can say that they meant for the rules to be true or whatever, even though they didn't show us that.
But couldn't they write the same story and they know that the rules aren't true, but yet they want the audience to think the rules are true?
They could. Okay, I'm just saying I don't think that's what they're doing. That's my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying I think there's room for characters to be wrong about stuff that they said and did. And I think that's just one of the main ideas of the show. And to me, that makes me go back and reevaluate. The reason I will accept the stuff that they gave us proof for is because they told us that was true, and we can see that that's obviously true. The stuff that they didn't give us explicit proof for is the stuff I'd want to go back and look and say, well, do I believe that that's true, or do I believe that's just something somebody said? And there's a lot of stuff that people said that I still could believe is true, based on just, the sense that it makes or the circumstances of why they said it. Like I said with the mother, like, if she didn't have a vested interest in telling these boys that they couldn't leave and they couldn't hurt each other, then I would just say, okay, well then she doesn't have any impetus to lie, basically.
Right.
But since I think she does have impetus to lie, I'm just more comfortable with questioning things. I don't have to necessarily side on this is true or this is false. I'm fine with saying whether or not they could hurt each other. I don't know if that was true or not. We never saw it be proven. So that's sort of as far as I go with it.
So you're not saying it's false.
I'm not saying it's false. I'm just saying we only think it's true because she said it. That's the only reason we think it's true.
Okay. I mean, I feel like I also think it's true because, I feel like it's not in character for the Man in Black to just take her at face value. And so I feel like if he believes it, that gives me another reason to believe it.
But why does he believe it?
Well, I mean, I can't say anything more than I've already said. I feel like he's the kind of person who would not, when what he wants most is to get off the island, and the reason he thinks he can get off the island is because Jacob's alive. It's hard for me to believe he wouldn't do everything he could to make that not the case.
I believe that, but what I'm saying is, why doesn't he, from what we see on the show, why doesn't he believe it? And I feel like the only answer is, one, mother told him, and two, off screen he tried to kill Jacob and it didn't work.
Yeah.
So that's all we have to go on. And I'm just saying, to me, that's not enough to make me,
but you were willing to posit the Ash scene that wasn't in the show. I mean, why are you not willing to sort of...
Wait, say that again?
You were willing to throw in an Ash scene that wasn't in the show earlier.
Yeah.
Right. So why aren't you willing to?
That's
throw
what
in...
I'm saying. I'm willing to throw that scene in there. I'm saying that's one of the possible explanations on why he doesn't believe it. So I am throwing it in there. I'm just saying that doesn't make it true. You know, like, I mean, of course, if that scene exists, then that does make it true.
Yeah, that's
okay. Yeah.
Seems like you're saying even with the scene, it's not true. Like,
no. I don't mean to say that.
Okay.
I'm just saying I do think that is a valid point. I mean, you're trying to make the analogy with the Ash stuff.
Yeah.
I guess the analogy there would be, you know, somebody told Dogen that somebody told Lennon that Dogen is the one who powers the Ash, right? The same way, you know, somebody told Man in Black that he couldn't hurt Jacob. So if that's the analogy we're setting up, and we're saying, okay, deleted scene, Man in Black tries to kill Jacob. Deleted scene, you know, I guess the deleted scene was that's not the right analogy then, because the deleted scene is somebody moving the Ash, right? That's the deleted scene.
Yeah, deleted scene is somebody moving the Ash.
Because see, that's actually, but that's, I don't know, that's a different setup. I don't know.
Yeah, I really just meant the analogy to be in terms of like positing a scene we don't see to fill in a gap in what's in the show. Are you gone? Uh-oh. Is it that time? Yeah, I guess it is. He'll be back in a second. I would like to read the news, but...
All right, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
Okay.
Okay. So we were talking about the Ash scene.
Yeah, did you hear the last thing I said?
No, what did you say?
I was just saying the analogy for me wasn't... It was just in terms of like, you know, positing a scene they didn't show us to, you know, as a possible deleted scene or something to sort of fill in a gap in the story. That's supposed to be the analogy.
Yeah, but the problem is we saw proof of that. We just didn't see that example of proof. So it's like we saw Man in Black able to enter. And one explanation is it's because Dogen's dead, and one explanation is off screen somebody moved the Ash. Right,
but they didn't show us that.
They didn't show us that, no.
So that's the analogy. They didn't show us Man in Black trying to kill Jacob, but I could say, hey, off screen he tried to kill Jacob.
Yeah, but yeah, and you can say that, but we didn't also see, you know, someone kill Jacob and it worked. So I'm saying we got.
Well, of course not, or it would have worked.
So my point is, I understand what you're saying, but I think it's a little bit different because we got proof that the conceit was true. We just don't know which answer it is. Whereas we didn't get proof that Jacob and Man in Black can't kill each other.
We did not get proof that moving the Ash is what let Man in Black into the temple.
No, but we got proof that something led him into the temple, and it was either Dogen or the Ash. So it's like two answers, and I'm saying one of the answers could be off screen. That's different to me than saying, you know, we never got one of the two answers for Man in Black and the rivalry there or whatever. Like.
Oh, okay, I guess. Yeah, I'm really just talking about, you know, making up an off-screen thing to fill in a gap. They aren't the same plot, so it doesn't line up perfectly.
I mean, it's no big deal to say that off-screen he perchance tried to kill him. That's fine with me.
Yeah,
and if that's true, if that's true, then my point doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is the show has a theme of people just taking people's word for things. And when you're a kid and your mother tells you can't hurt your brother, you can't leave the island, and you grow up thinking that, to me, I can see him not trying.
Yes. Okay.
It just doesn't seem like he tried to me. But if it's off screen, or if you ask the writers, did he ever try? Sure. And they say, yeah, sure. I'm not disappointed by that. Because I agree with you. I think it's in his character to want to try. But I think, to me, the point is he never did try because he thought it was true. And it could still be true.
You're right. That's the other side.
Maybe he never tried because he intuited that it wouldn't work, so he just never tried.
That's another explanation. He might have actually known, when he was in Smoke Monster form, maybe he actually could sense that he couldn't hurt Jacob or something.
Sure, why not?
The thing is, they introduce those characters with him already wanting to kill Jacob and trying to find a loophole, and that's sort of the context.
Mm-hmm.
And they show, the place where he would have done that would be sort of right after he turns into the Smoke Monster.
Yeah.
I feel like that's sort of around the time when he would have, and they sort of really didn't give us that part of the story. By the time we pick up with him later, it's, 1,800 years later,
mm-hmm.
and he tries to get Richard to kill Jacob, So I think...
well, yeah, and that's at the place they could have said, which they can always say anything they want, but that could have been a place where they could have said, he could have told Richard, I've tried to kill him many times, it has never worked.
You're right.
Something
You're
like
right.
that.
So I cannot comfortably say that he tried to kill Jacob at some point. Yes. I'm simply maintaining that it was true. However that played out.
Yeah.
That if you ask the writers if that was true, they would say yes. That's as much as I really want to say, and I could, of course, be wrong.
Yeah. I think it's better if the mother was right. I think it's better if she had some power that she put on them and protected them from each other. I think that's way more interesting. Nevertheless, I think it's just a scenario of somebody saying something and people believing it. The only reason Jacob tells the Losties what he knows about the light, to me, is because of what his mother told him. If she told him, the light is, Xenu from the future, and or an aliens from a Scientology or something, some other explanation, I think that's what he would have told the Losties. So I think that's what I guess I like this idea because it's character based. It's saying the characters don't have this outside knowledge that they're sort of using to give these objective truths, that they're only sort of gleaming the truth and the rest they're just making up. And to me, that makes for strong characters, because that to me is realistic, versus a story I might write I would show it being intrinsically true and giving the objective answers and stuff like that. To me, I think that's why I kind of like this, how I'm viewing Lost, is because it is character-centric. It's saying they don't really know more than they can know based on the information that's before them. Even if that makes it a crappier story because the power isn't true, it still makes them stronger characters to me because they just sort of believe these things.
Yes, I'm okay with saying that the characters don't know stuff. I think that's certainly true.
Mm-hmm. But.
Okay, but I was gonna stop it there on a note of agreement.
Yeah, I didn't buy that.
The only thing that I want to hang on to is I think some of the crazy stuff that they showed us. Okay, and you've already admitted that's the case.
Yeah.
So I guess for me, I'm casting a wider net with what those things are.
Yeah.
My general criteria, like I said, this isn't scientific, this is a narrative, but they're giving us a story. It's writers making stuff up. So
mm-hmm. I
don't have to follow the scientific method. And so what I'm doing is they're trying to tell us the story. I believe what they're telling me unless they give me reason not to.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm just saying, if you take that approach, you might be wrong sometimes.
All.
And I'm trying to be less wrong I might not get like other things right, or it might be less interesting, but I'm trying to be like realistic in terms of why people know things and why people say things and why people are doing things. And when it only comes back to because somebody else told them that, that's where I want to say, well, I don't know if you're right about that. I don't want to say you're wrong. I just want to be skeptical there. So I'm not, so I'm just not buying into something that isn't true.
I claim that I want to be right as well, and I really feel like my strategy is good for being right in terms of what the writers would say is the case.
Mm-hmm.
So I might, but I will admit I have a bit of a personal bias in that I like there to be stakes in stories. So I do, to a certain extent, want some of these things to be true. So that is biasing me a bit to want that answer. On the other hand, I'm inclined to think that, taking my point of view will produce a lot of right answers that the writers intended to convey.
Yeah, but here's my thing about what the writers want is what does that really mean? Like, are you saying, like, if you ask the writers, why did the mother tell the kids, what the light is? Why did she have that explanation? Are they going to say because that's the answer, or are they going to say because that's what she thought, or that's what she was told?
Well, I don't know what they're going to say. I'd have to ask them.
Yeah, and my opinion is there's a difference between what the characters are giving us and what the writers want us to know. And my opinion is that, to me, I want to bet that what the characters are saying, I want to live in their world as much as possible, which is in terms of what they're saying and why they're saying it. Like, they could definitely say the light is light. That's the ultimate explanation. There's sort of nothing more specific past that that's relevant. And Mother's completely spot on, and she's saying that because she just intrinsically knows that to be the truth. Like, that could be the answer.
She's spot on in her vagueness. I mean, she didn't really get too specific about what it is.
But I mean, for all intents and purposes, that could be as specific as you can get about the light. From the writer's perspective, there's no more specificity than that.
Yeah.
That is the ultimate answer. Like, if they're saying that's the ultimate answer, and they could say that's the ultimate answer, and she's telling them that because she knows it, or they could say that's the ultimate answer, and she's telling them that because that's what she heard, or they could say that's not the ultimate answer, and she's just telling them that because it's what she heard. So I just kind of want to live in terms of where the characters are coming from and understand why they're saying certain things. And I think there obviously is time to step back and say, okay, well, what did the writers say about this? But I'd be curious to know, but I think there are some times where the answer to a situation like this is it's because the characters were told that. And it's not because, well, the writers want us to think something else. I think it could be the case where in these sort of circumstances that the writers want us to think what the characters think and no more than that. Okay.
Yeah. I sort of agree with that. I think that looking at what the characters say or what the characters hear from things, I mean, part of the function of writing is not only to, convey the characters, but also to convey the story. And some of the time you have to put exposition in the mouths of characters.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you don't necessarily have a great justification for why they know that exposition.
Yeah.
You just need it. You need it in the story so that you can convey the story you're trying to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I don't know, for me, it matters, to me, like unwinding what a particular character knows and all that it's just kind of exhausting. And I guess I don't feel like, I'm more interested in the story they're trying to tell us than in the particular characters and, why they know some particular bit of information.
But wouldn't you agree that the story they're trying to tell us has a lot to do with characters interpreting things and a lot of them being wrong about it? Like, I wouldn't want to use this mentality on other shows because other shows aren't about that. But I feel like Lost has a big part of Lost is about characters interpreting their situation and either getting it right or getting it wrong or something else. So I think that's part of viewing the show.
I agree.
Well, then let's move on.
Okay.
No, I think we're going in circles, but I think we made some valid points.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have a different point of view on what, what we should do when we're analyzing the show.
Yeah.
And I guess for me it's like, in a perfect world, all characters would have perfect motivations and everything they said would make perfect sense. But in the world I live in, stories just don't work like that, and the writer can make them say whatever they want, regardless of whether it makes sense for the character to know that or not. And, and so I'm just not, unraveling that just doesn't seem like an activity that's going to lead to the correct answer necessarily. So I'm more interested in trying to see what the writers are telling us by writing those lines than in what the character knows.
Mhm.
So that's just my point of view, like when I think about the show. So that sort of explains, I'm trying to explain why, what I'm going to say about the show and the podcast to come, where I'm coming from.
Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad we have sort of slightly different viewpoints about the show. I think that will make it for a more interesting discussion. I think for me, like, I do care about what the writers have to say about what's going on, but I just think there are just too many times in this show where characters are wrong about what they're saying. So if I look at this instance, if I look for Ben to tell us why they need to come back to the island, I think I'm going to be wrong about that, about what the show would say why they need to come back to the island.
But
so I have to go and say, well, why is Ben saying this? And what's his motivation for saying this? What did he get? Where did he hear this information from? If he heard it from someone, so it's like, yeah, maybe that's more mental work than most people want to do or something. But for me, it's like I want to figure out. I'm a writer, so maybe that's why I want to do more of this character introspective stuff or something.
Yeah.
And I think to me it's interesting, and I'll say it again for the millionth time. It's interesting when characters are doing things because they are told that and they just run with it. And it doesn't make them any less interesting to me necessarily, but I think it just, to me, I have to have that in my pocket of tools to analyze this show, because I think it's just apt in some places to say, well, you're just saying that because someone else told you, regardless of that seems like a line the writers want us to believe. This person is only saying that because somebody else told them that.
Right. Now, I just want to point out, characters are right about things sometimes too. They're not always wrong. So if it was a show where everyone was always wrong about everything, then I would agree. We can just throw out everything they think because they're always wrong. But that's not the case. They're right sometimes, so you can't necessarily say it's not true because they were told that. Sometimes people are told things that are true.
I totally agree with you.
Like, for example, just a really small example, Desmond. When Desmond figured out that he was the person who caused the plane to crash,
mm-hmm.
He looks at the little printout they got from the Pearl and he says, hey, I think I crashed your plane, right?
Yeah.
I think that Locke, who he tells that to, is justified in believing that, even though, he's just being told that by Desmond. Mm-hmm. And in fact, how does Desmond know that that's what happened? Well, on that date, he happened to not do that. Could have been unrelated. Could just be a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he actually got something like proof of what was going on. The one time he wasn't there to press the button. Something bad happened, and he got the sort of verification of the right time. To me, that's enough to say, okay, you're right. And with Locke, I think he's justified in believing him.
But you can say he only knows that because Desmond told him.
But that's a different
so where does
scenario,
that get you?
Of course. That's a different scenario, of course. If mother, like I said, if we were told, if we had some evidence that mother went down into the cave and she analyzed it, or she walked into it and came out of it knowing what it was, or anything like that, anything like proof, anything getting close to an objective truth here, and then told the kids that, they're totally justified in believing that, and I totally believe it. But since we don't have that, I can't go down that far with it. If Desmond never saw the printout of when he didn't push the button, and he was actually there pushing the button when the plane crashed, then I'm going to say he's not justified in thinking that, and that Locke isn't justified in believing him. But that's not what happened.
But what if those printouts were faked? What if they didn't mean what he thought he meant? We didn't see a beam from the hatch going to the plane and causing it to crash. We don't even know that that's what caused it. It might be a coincidence.
I don't know.
So how can you say that that's true? I mean, that's what my point is. If you go down that road, you can question anything.
You can go down that road, but that doesn't mean you have to keep going. You can stop at a logical point. And I think the logical point is when you have evidence enough to stop. And I think him not pressing the button, everyone saying he's the one who did it, and seeing the printout is true. Now, if there was any evidence that the printout could have been faked, if there was some plot line somewhere where somebody mentioned, well, sometimes these things are fake, then maybe I would be going further down that road and saying the exact thing you're saying now of, well, maybe it's fake, or how do we know, or maybe there's no beam. You know what I mean? I would go down that far if there was a lack of evidence. That's
my point, though. If they don't give us stuff contradicting things, then I'll believe it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I guess I'm saying if they give us stuff to prove it, then I believe it.
Okay.
If they don't give us stuff to prove it, then to me it's open for interpretation, rational interpretation.
But I think the proof is questionable.
I don't think it's irrational to question where Mother got her information from.
I don't either. I just think it's not necessarily going to lead you to the right answer.
No, but I think I agree with you, but I think it will less likely lead to the wrong answer.
Okay, I guess
I think if you open up the possibilities in the small instances where there's no proof either way necessarily, and it's predicated on somebody hearing it secondhand or something, and if that's the criteria by which you open it up to say, well, maybe this is true, maybe this isn't true, let's talk about it, I think you're less likely to just land on the wrong answer, versus just believing stuff that people say to be true all the time, which will give you the truth because people say stuff that is true a lot. But there are times when people say stuff that's wrong, and if you just believe it, then, you'll be believing in the wrong answer, and you won't ever know.
Right, but it could be right.
It could be right.
It could
be wrong.
Because see, but I feel like you're erring on the side of, let's just say it's wrong unless they prove it. And I feel like again, I'm repeating myself sort of. I'm basically just saying I feel like you're more likely to come up with the right answer if you believe stuff that isn't directly contradicted, rather than not believing stuff that is proven.
So you're saying the stuff that's not directly contradicted is usually the true stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I feel like that's sort of the best way to go, you know, because I think trying to run it proof-wise, I feel like there's things that we don't get proof for. We have Widmore saying he created the plane crash. He could have been lying about that for some weird reason.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to know, even for a lot of things.
Well, that's why you have to be rational about it. I think there's two people who could have done it, Ben and Widmore. Ben says he didn't do it. Widmore says he did. Case closed. I don't need them to show us footage of Widmore putting it down there or ordering the stuff that's the thing. I feel like I'm not being irrational here. There's only so far I want to go down these speculative roads, and I'm only going to go down as far as it makes sense. And if Widmore says he did the plane wreckage and there's no one saying he didn't do it, if Ben was like, no, he didn't, or something like that, then maybe I'd be more skeptical. But he says he did it, that's good enough for me to say he did it. I don't have to question that anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like somebody did it.
I feel like it's just a difference of percentages. You're going down that road more than I am.
I'm going down that road as far as it makes sense.
I'm showing you. Okay, to me it makes sense to say those things I just said from your point of view.
You mean in general? In general, yeah. I bet you meant the Widmore thing. But yeah, in general, yeah. I am going. I'm going down the what if road a lot more than you. Yeah.
Right. I'm basically stopping with it. If we don't have direct contradictory evidence, for the most part, I will believe it, and that's just the point of view I'm going to come from in terms of what my final word is on what's true or not. You know, it's the best I can do. Like, the other thing is, if the writers have a quote, you know, I'll believe that.
Yeah, totally.
You know, because that's my version of true on the show, which is what the writers say.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know?
if the writers told us Man in Black and Jacob can't kill each other, you know, maybe there's a quote like that somewhere.
Right.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. But if there is, then I'll say, okay, well, that's obviously true.
Yeah.
The same way there's a quote about, you know, Man in Black has to kill all the candidates before he can leave. Like, that's true. I don't need to see anything on the show to prove it to me. I can take it at face value from externally from the writers.
And you know what? They might try to pull a kind of David Lynch sort of move where they say, we don't want to tell you what we think the answer is.
Yeah.
We want you to figure it out. And if they pull something like that, then we're just stuck. We have to kind of use your method or whatever. You know, I'm coming at it from a writers write things because they want to tell people stuff point of view, and you're coming at it with internally the character's logic has to work. And
okay, sure. That's oversimplification, but yeah, I think in general that's true because I come in from the perspective of the writers are thinking about the characters, that they're first and foremost thinking about the characters and their motivations, and other stuff they have to get in, exposition, key plot lines, setting things up for the future, like all of that stuff comes into play and muddles the original impetus to create honest, compelling characters. But I feel like that's the place to start. I guess maybe that's the difference is I look for answers starting with the characters, and you're looking for answers maybe starting with the writers or something. Or what the show wants to tell us.
Sort of the global view.
Yeah.
You know, I take the show as a whole to look for answers because I feel like if I look at the characters, I end up where you are with they don't really know anything.
Yeah, which I think is good, but to me that's a main idea of the show.
Okay, yeah, I guess I agree. The show showed us that a lot. It seems to me like part of it is an artifact of the fact that they wanted a mystery show and they didn't want to answer certain things, and it's easier to just say characters don't know stuff.
That's definitely possible. You know, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't use this methodology in like almost any other show. I can't think of other shows where I feel like the main idea is these characters really don't know what's going on. You know, like so it's not like this is just my point of view on how to look at TV shows or drama. I feel like this is a specific, viewpoint given what Lost is trying to tell us. And just look at Locke. I mean, I think he's a clear example of, if Locke, all the people Locke told about how special the island is and all this stuff, like, it just seems like that's not really true, at least not the way he meant it. Yet we have this character who we all love and was very interesting and compelling, going around doing this stuff, and it was all based on his interpretation. He looked at Smokey and saw something beautiful. That's really not what Smokey is. We know sort of more objectively the truth about Smokey than Locke did. Nevertheless, that is what he as a character did. And that's how he lived his life. And so it's like, to me, if you look at it, on a narrow level of Locke, you can sort of see that idea of how interpretations affects what's really going on. So I'm just trying to apply that to the show in general and looking at different areas and saying, yeah, we believe this to be true the whole time, but you know what? At the end of the day, some of this stuff is just people interpreting things. To me, it's huge what they said about Locke. Like that's a huge thing that he wasn't really right. So it's like I don't take any pleasure to have this viewpoint. I just feel like it's necessary for me to have this viewpoint based on what they've shown us so far.
What are you saying he isn't right about?
Well, he's not right about the island being sort of or him being special in the sense that the island that he's got this sort of specific journey he's got to do on the island, and like the idea that Boone has to be sacrificed, and just his sort of general personality on the island was just his interpretation of what he saw. He looked at Smokey and he thought it was a sign of the island or something positive or whatever specifically he thought, but that just wasn't true. We know what he saw. And
Okay.
It wasn't anything benevolent.
Okay, but he also said that he thought they were brought there for a reason. I think he was right about that.
Sure, he was right about that.
So he wasn't wrong about everything.
No. He definitely wasn't wrong about everything. But,
and he didn't have evidence.
It was, though. He didn't know what, I could tell you they're there for a reason, but, that's a very general, true statement, yes. But he wasn't right about any, why they were there. I don't even know what he thought it would be, but, I don't think he ever got close to really realizing something like that. But
no, he didn't know the full truth. But when he said that line, that was, the spirit of that is correct. And what he means, I think, is we're here for a reason larger than random circumstances.
Yeah.
Right? And that was true. Now, he didn't know that. No one told him that even. He just kind of decided he thought that was the case. So from his point of view, he wasn't justified in believing that. And yet it was correct. So that's an example of the kind of thing I'm talking about, where you can look at the character and you can say, well, that's not true. But in this case it was, even though the character themselves didn't have a good justification for believing it.
Well, but he did have a good justification for believing it. I mean, he I think he did. And I get your point. And my point again is, you wouldn't use this idea for every single thing that happens on the show. Yeah, I think you would, if you want to take that example of Locke thinking and therefore reason, then I would agree with you. He's right about that. So yeah, there's no argument there. He's right about that.
Okay, but his character doesn't know that. I mean, he's not privy to.
Okay, well if you really want to test my theory, then you have to say, why is he right about that? If I've never seen the sky before and I say I think the sky is blue and I have nothing to base that on, I can still be right. It doesn't mean I have any good justification for that.
True.
And I don't even think that's Locke's case. I think he's got a very good reason to believe that therefore a reason. I mean, this is a man who's able to walk again miraculously. As a character, as a person, as something of a thinking, feeling person, he should believe that. I mean, I think that's very rational to believe that. He could have been wrong. It just turns out he wasn't wrong. He was right. They are there for a reason. Not the reason he ever got close to realizing either.
Right.
But yeah, he was right about that. To me, that I have no problem saying that. You can be right about something and not have a good justification for it.
Right.
Mother could have been right about the light. That's my whole point is they can be right. I just want to be skeptical when there's no good reason for them to be saying what they're saying other than they're just saying it or somebody told them that.
Yeah.
If somebody told Locke you're here for a reason and he walked around saying, okay, I'm here for a reason, then I'd be like, well, why do you think that? Well, because someone told me. Okay, well, why do they think that? Well, they just think that. Well, maybe that's not true then, But the show told us they're there for a reason, so that's obviously true.
Right. Exactly. Even though, okay, he could walk again, but I think in the end, that was just kind of a random effect of the island.
Yeah, which means he thought that he was wrong about the reasons he thought that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
He was right for the wrong reason, and that's fine. I'm just, I just say that to point out that people can be right, even if they're not privy to the information that would really tell them the truth. Because, of course, he was right about that vague statement, but in terms of what the real reason they were there, he had no idea.
Totally.
So, but again, it's one of those things when they put it in the show, I feel like them writing that line, that was an idea they wanted to get out there.
Mm-hmm.
That they're there for a reason. And they didn't really tell us what that reason was for a long time. But, that really seems to me like, in addition to Locke's own justification for saying it, something the writers are telling us.
Yeah, totally.
And the conflict between Jack and Locke, and of course Jack coming around to believing it, to believing that he was there for a reason, is one of the main arcs of the show.
Yeah. Yeah, and he believes it because John told him, and he obviously had other reasons to believe it, but that was sort of the bedrock of that belief.
Yeah, that was the catalyst for him going down the path. Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Totally. So that's an example of my system working. It's like, okay, why does Jack think he's there for a reason? Well, John Locke told him, and he has all these inexplicable events related to the island. Like, okay, that's good enough for me, then it's true.
Yeah. Right.
But if none of that stuff happens, I have to question why Jack thinks that.
Right. Okay.
But no, I'm glad we have different viewpoints and different points of view or methodologies for looking at the show. I think that's good.
Yeah. It should bring us to different conclusions on occasion.
Gives us a 4-hour intro.
What? Are we still in the intro?
Yeah, we haven't gone to scene by scene.
Oh, yeah. Wow, okay.
Still introing, guys.
Damn. That's a lot of intro.
It's a finale podcast.
Yeah, I think we had to get those issues out of the way because I think you can't talk about the biggest questions on Lost without really figuring out where you're going to come from when you're figuring out those issues. So I think now that we've got our points of view out there and we understand where each other are coming from, it'll be easy to sort of discuss the things and see what the other person is saying and why.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll be good. And also for anyone listening, they'll know what we're doing as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the biggest thing, probably my biggest disappointment for Lost in terms of the finale is, and God, it was like I told myself I didn't care about answers, and I kind of didn't, but it was like, I guess I had a moment in the finale where I was like, I can't believe the kind of bullshit I've thought about a lot, and how little it mattered in terms of the story.
Yeah.
Like, I just couldn't believe how I devoted so much, like, oh man, what are the different kinds of apparitions and their motivations, and like what was this particular instance? How do you explain that? And little things about the island, the cabin, the ash, the temple, the water, all that stuff. Like, I'm just like, wow. The level of detail that I thought was necessary to understand the show was way higher than what the true value was. And I guess I wanted those details. I didn't need them all, but I wanted some of them to be in there somewhere.
Yeah.
I wanted a sense that it wasn't a complete waste of time to worry about some of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the finale really left me feeling like the viewers who just watched it was like, oh, that's weird, and moved on, had the right idea.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, like I said before, it really seems like I don't want to say it didn't matter. I think it matters, and I think mattering is a matter of perspective anyway. But I definitely think the island stuff mattered, but again, no one really had all the answers. No one really could have been expected to have all the answers. If these island deities don't have concrete answers, who will have them?
Right.
And it's just like, these people who, are just see this weird stuff and they try to make sense of it, and what they can, and what they can't, they blow up. I don't know.
Right, exactly. So I might come down on your side on certain things.
Yeah.
It really depends on the issue. Just like, you're willing to accept certain answers, even if you can throw out some kind of crappy argument about, well, it could be this or it could be that. You're not willing to entertain all of those.
No. I want to stay rational and realistic and some scope of what's possible or believable. I don't, you can go down that road of skepticism until you're blue in the face.
Right.
And I think it's, if you have enough evidence, you have enough evidence, and if you don't, then you just question. And it doesn't mean it's false. It just means, it
means you can't be sure you're right.
Exactly. It just means you can't be sure you're right. And I think then that means you have to reflect it back to the character and say, okay, well, why do you think this? Or back to the story and say, well, why is this happening?
Yeah, why do they write this?
Yeah,
that's the main question I tend to ask in terms of answers, in terms of like, what's the final word on this story element?
Mm-hmm.
I like asking about the characters when it's time to talk about the characters. I mean, not that they're like totally unrelated, but
yeah,
that's sort of the way I think about it.
Alrighty, well,
does that conclude the intro?
I think everyone's all introed out.
No other intro stuff that we need to talk about?
So we're going to do this big scene by scene, which will be the bulk of the podcast. We're going to go scene by scene through the entire 2.5 hour finale. And then after that, Justin and I have some other tidbits we want to do, some stuff that fans have suggested we do on the podcast and stuff like that. So that stuff will pretty much be at the end, and hopefully we will be able to post little time markers for this podcast for you guys who are listening, and so you can kind of skip to certain sections if you want to, or at least know that there's a 4-hour intro before the actual episode discussion starts. Right.
Yes. I intend to try to keep track of where the segments start and stop, and post that information. It should be on the blog page, and it should be in the forum as well. And I'll try to get it in the file as well, but I have a little trouble making descriptions work, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to succeed in that. But I think I can at least get it on the blog page and on the forum, so you can look at the times and see where segments are, and at least you know where you are in the podcast.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, there's a number of sort of wrap up the show stuff that we need to do, the show in general, after we talk about this specific episode. Some of those issues will come up while we're talking, but whatever's left over after we talk about the episode, that's when we'll do that.
Yeah, and I just want to, give another huge thanks to our listeners and fans and all those who've been along on the ride this entire time, and those who are new. And of course, a big pat on the back to anyone who actually finishes this podcast. The long journey that is ahead of us all.
Oh, why did he say that?
Is this the truth?
Well, yeah. So. Yeah, I also want to thank everybody. I think I'll have more to say maybe later on about that. But yeah, I appreciate everyone listening. It's been a lot of fun to do this podcast and to read people's reactions to it, and just generally having this show involved in my life for many years, and so it's exciting to sort of one last time go into this scene-by-scene thing.
Yeah. No, it's exciting and sad at the same time.
Yeah. It's, it's a format that I really think Lost is one of the few shows that is really good for doing this.
Mm-hmm.
It really works. You can. There's a lot of scenes that have stuff to talk about, and it's actually, it may not pay off in the larger story, but it sort of pays off in terms of getting the most out of an episode to really actually look at every scene.
Yeah, totally.
And a lot of other shows I would be more resistant to doing this. But I think Lost is a very unique show. There's not, I haven't seen really any show like this. I think I know more about Lost than I do about any show or really any movie or any book or anything I've ever.
Some people you know.
Some people I know.
Some family members.
Sure, absolutely. I know more about Sawyer than I do about some of my family members.
Yeah, I'm definitely on that boat. Yep.
It's kind of ridiculous how much Lost trivia is in my head. And even if I wasn't 100% satisfied with this finale, I don't take it back. The show was very good, and there's even a lot of stuff in this finale that I liked. So that's my positive thing to say about it.
Yeah. Well, ditto.
Good. I got dittoed.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
You like getting dittoed?
Now I understand the appeal.
I think you said that last time I dittoed you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I forgot that you dittoed me before.
Yeah, let's stop using that as a verb.
Yikes. Did you really say that before?
Yeah, I think in the last podcast, maybe what they died for. I think I dittoed you towards the end, and you said same thing about. Now you know how it feels. Feels good.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess my brain works the same as it did on the last podcast.
Hey, at least you're consistent.
Yes.
You're like, why would you ditto me? I don't like that.
Right. It's a part of my character, I guess. I appreciate being dittoed.
Yeah. Now we just got our proof. See, we didn't just have to believe someone else telling us that.
That's true. That's true. If I had just announced on the podcast that I don't like that I like being dittoed, sorry for the verb, then you wouldn't know that it was true.
Wouldn't necessarily know it's true, but now we have two cases. Although,
hey,
no, I'll believe it. I'll believe it.
I'm also saying that it's true, so you have my
yeah. See, that helps.
Yeah. Although I could be wrong. People are wrong about their own psychology sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe deep down I don't like it. Who knows?
Maybe you don't, and it's a defense mechanism for you to say you do like it.
It is. Yeah, it's my way of coping with something that's deeply offensive to me.
Mhm. You tell people you like it, and then they won't do it again.
Yeah.
Because if you tell them you don't like it, then they might do it again. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Well, now you just confused yourself. You don't even know if you like it or not. Now you can't be too sure, can you?
No, I don't know who I am anymore.
Cut to Justin on a psychiatrist's couch. I just need to know if in my past if someone dittoed me and whether or not it was good or bad. I'm just confused. All right, well,
yes.
I guess you have the reins for this first hour or the first half of the finale, I should say.
Yes. Works out to about 50 minutes.
Look, we're splitting it 50-50.
Aw. We're so, I don't know, what's the word? We're so...
lame?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Thank
you. I was going to say democratic or something, but...
Yeah, lame.
Okay. It's just another word for lame, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in America. Ooh.
Oh, shit. That hurt.
Yikes.
That was painful. Okay, so I guess we are starting the scene by scene now?
Yep.
All right, I'm just going to make a quick note of this. Sorry, guys. All right, let's go here. The first scene of the last episode.
Woo!
As follows. It's not really a scene, it's kind of a montage of stuff. So I'm just going to describe the bits here. We start off in the Flash Sideways at LAX. We see airline cargo marked with Christian Shepherd and human remains being unloaded from an oceanic plane. They go to Jack at the hospital. At his office desk, he examines a head x-ray. Then we go back to the island. Jack is washing his face at a stream. He stares at his hands. Then we go back to the Flash Sideways. We see another view of the cargo. We see Ben in an arm sling getting a cup of coffee. Back to the island. We go to Ben loading bullets. I guess that's a Ben flashback, or Flash Sideways. That's the closest thing in here to that. Anyway, sorry. Back to the island. Ben's loading bullets into a magazine while Locke is winding rope. Flash Sideways. Locke glances at a wheelchair as he is being wheeled into surgery. Then we see Christian's coffin loaded into an oceanic delivery truck. Then we go to Sawyer, who glances in the mirror that he broke at the police station. Then we go back to the island. Kate, Sawyer, and Hurley together at camp. Sawyer looks at Kate's wound. Back to the Flash Sideways. Oceanic truck leaves with Christian's coffin. Back to the island. Sawyer continues to examine Kate's wounds. Back to the Flash Sideways. Kate sits in the passenger seat of Hurley's Camaro, waiting outside Eloise's church as the oceanic delivery truck arrives. Desmond assists the driver with moving the casket. Desmond signs for the cargo. Then he asks the driver to take it around the back. The man wheels the coffin away. Desmond goes back into the car with Kate. Kate asks who died. Then she laughs at Christian's name. Desmond tries to start the car, but Kate stops him and questions him about what he's doing and what's going on. Desmond says, no one can tell you why you're here. Desmond says he's Kate's friend, and he wants to help her because he wants her to leave. Kate says, leave and go where? Desmond says, let me show you.
All right.
All right, so that was kind of a lot. I didn't know how else to do that montage, but to just go through each bit.
You should have sang it. That would have been the better way. I'm kidding. So, quick side note for any Caprica fans, the guy who plays the delivery man is on Caprica. He has a pretty significant role on there. He also played a medium character on Brothers and Sisters. You might have seen him on that TV show.
I see.
That's all I want to say for that.
Interesting. I've never seen either show, unfortunately.
Wow. Now we know who's cool and who's not.
If we didn't know already.
If we didn't know. So, all right, so we got this big montage, you know. I was like, okay, this is a nice way to start, I guess, you know, ease us into the episode. You know, you know, anytime you have a montage with that kind of music, it's very grandiose.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I liked the montage. It was sort of like, essentially when they went back to the island, it was like one last mission.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're finally at the end, and here's them sitting around before they go off for their sort of final battles.
Yeah.
You know, and I like that feeling. I like the way they drew it out. It's always sort of a pleasure to me when Lost gets a chance to kind of take their time with things, because a lot of times I feel like because of the constraints of TV, they end up rushing things sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I really felt that way with Apaterno and with Across the Sea. They felt like bigger stories that really felt rushed. I wanted them to be able to take more time with it, and that's a nice thing about a finale. They can really draw out a little bit, and I really enjoyed this part.
Yeah.
And I also liked it was obviously, you know, this is Christian's coffin, so we see that Desmond has in fact arranged for Christian's coffin to go to the church.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow.
Yeah, it almost seems like he just called Oceanic on behalf of Jack and said, "Hey, I work for Dr. Shepard, and can you deliver this here for Dr. You know, it's like,
yeah.
I don't even think he needed to do anything really sort of illegal or anything too mischievous to get this to happen. He just sort of needs to know that they have the coffin at some point.
Right. I'm not really sure why he knows that Jack's dad's coffin is missing or anything. I don't think we ever really saw him find that out. But in general, I think Desmond, after he's woken up, sort of knows a bit more. So,
yeah,
you know,
he somehow knows this is the key, and I would say there's something with Desmond and Christian sort of being the two who are in the know the most. So I think there's something there.
Yeah, yeah. Desmond seems to. Yeah, it's like he got woken up early or something. He was.
I think when he touched Penny, he realized the whole death thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, and that's what's interesting when rewatching some of these episodes after seeing the finale is seeing, you know, when people get touched or when Ben gets beat up, he gets some flashes, you know, but I think there's a difference between sort of, you know, opening your eyes a little bit in knowing their previous lives and then getting fully awakened and knowing that they're actually dead. You know, I think a lot of these people who get, like Charlie and Locke in the beginning and some other people early on don't know that they're actually dead. They just know that there's this past life. You know, like Libby and Hurley. Like, I mean, obviously, at some point Hurley realizes. I think when he's helping Desmond at the end, I think he probably realizes it. Or after he kisses Penny, Libby. Sorry, that's probably when he gets it.
Yeah.
especially when he remembers she's dead. That might say something.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes when we see these people realize things, they're not fully realizing the implications of what's going on.
Mhm.
But I think Desmond definitely does from once he starts taking the reins of the operation.
There seem to be stages. It's like they can get a little flash, and then they can get sort of the full flood.
Yeah, and I think it depends on the contact.
And there's stuff in between. It's like Desmond got sort of little flashes, but maybe it really kicked in when he found Penny.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And I think, like, with Charlie, he was unconscious on the plane, and he saw a vision of Claire, but he didn't have memories of the island, concrete memories of the island, and definitely didn't know about the fact that they were dead. So I think the stages are, it's about the amount of contact and the specific catalyst. Desmond might be the catalyst for Ben to get some memories, but he's not the catalyst for Ben to realize he's dead.
Right.
Necessarily. So the same with Jack. Jack and Locke might be able to trigger some stuff in Jack, but it's Christian's coffin that gives Jack the ultimate trigger.
Right. I don't think we see Ben realize he's dead.
I don't think we do either. I don't think we get to that point. I don't deleted scene maybe, or I don't know what his. I was trying to do this for people, try to look and see what would be the catalyst for certain people who we didn't see the catalyst for.
Mhm.
I would have to imagine with Ben. I mean, what's the biggest emotional thing for Ben? Obviously Alex getting killed, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I can't even think of all the stuff Ben has been through, but I feel like it would have to be something sort of specific to make him really get that trigger. And obviously it wasn't seeing Alex. He knew her for years or something.
Right.
It wasn't seeing Rousseau. So maybe, and it wasn't seeing Locke, because you'd think him seeing Locke would be enough or something, but, or maybe if they touched or something, that would have triggered it, but they never touched each other.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. But he clearly knows by the end.
He definitely knows by the end. Yeah.
So I think we just have to say something happened off screen where he found out.
Mhm.
And I would expect it to be. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, like with Sun and Jin, I would expect it to be Sun and Jin, but it was actually the sonogram that woke them up.
Yeah, it was seeing Ji-yeon.
Yeah.
Ji-yeon.
Yeah. Which I found a little surprising since they both died leaving their child as an orphan.
Mhm.
It's a little weird.
Well, what's weird about that is Ji-yeon should be in the afterlife too, because everybody dies.
Yeah.
So she should have been there, but maybe the point is, she's got to find her own people to move on with when, she grows up and lives and becomes an adult and gets her own friends and loved ones. So, it's just not her parents who are the ones she needs. It's other people she will come to know or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe that's sort of what's going on with Erin, because Sun is supposed to be pregnant, and they have a sonogram with her, and so it's like that's sort of her Ji-yeon, and I guess, Claire gets her Erin, but sort of the real Erin has got his own thing going on.
Yeah, it's interesting they don't, I guess Sun takes her fetus with her, but but Claire doesn't take Erin.
Does she really not have the baby? Does the baby disappear or something?
I don't think she has a baby. I'd have to go back and look to be 100%, but I'm 95% sure she didn't have the baby with her.
Okay.
I'd have to go look again, but
I would too.
And I think that might mean something in terms of our point of those people have to go get their own stuff. Maybe that's why David didn't come. Besides the fact that he's probably not real, but in whatever sense he is real, it would make sense he doesn't come because he's not ready to move on.
Yeah, well, and he's not from the life that they all shared together.
Yeah.
From all they knew, as Locke said, Jack didn't have a son.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that sort of explains why he wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to look at this scene to see if I can
see. Oh, Charlie's got some in his hand. Yeah, I saw a fuzzy head. I think the baby's there.
I saw Charlie have something in his hand, but it was hard to make out. Oh yeah, Charlie so got a baby.
Yeah, he's got a baby. So they are taking the baby.
Yeah. So Aaron is sort of there, but for me, if that's Aaron, that blows as purgatory. You're just a fucking baby. And most of the time he's a fetus. Like, I don't know. To me, that's sort of like, I don't even know what to make of that. That's how the Flash Sideways is weird. I feel like he should have disappeared or something. I don't know.
If I have to say anything about that, I would just say when they walk through the light, Aaron's not going to be there with them.
Yeah, okay.
It's just the constructs that they have is fine, but he's not going to be able to move on with them because he's a baby and it's not really him. And because Aaron is really, well, I guess he's really dead, but in terms of the show on the island or on the real world, he's, 4 or 3 or 5 or 10, I don't know how old he is.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. I'm assuming that Claire and probably Kate too will eventually make contact with him again.
Mhm.
And I mean, I would expect Claire to sort of try to be a mother again, and I mean, I'd expect her to form some kind of relationship, but somehow it's the island stuff that matters.
Mhm.
Yeah,
totally.
That's the other part of this that I'm having a hard time buying. Like, it's the stuff that matters to me, the stuff from the island, which is the stuff on the show. But like for some of these characters, it just strikes me as odd that their most important experiences are the stuff from the show and not like all the other stuff they had in their backgrounds. I mean, I feel like a lot of that stuff should have been more significant to them, and like some of their lives after the island. Like it just, I don't know. But it just strikes me as odd to sort of call that sort of in their afterlife. That's all they need is their stuff from the island. It doesn't matter all the other attachments they had.
Well, maybe you could say that their pre-island events got them to the island, so it matters to that extent.
Mhm.
But that the island is the most important part. The island events is the most important part. But that the pre-island stuff is important and the post-island stuff is important, but just not as important as the island stuff.
Mhm.
I mean, at what point in their lives were they ever under as much stress and pending danger and needing to be as industrious and having as strong as survival skills as they did on the island? You just normal life isn't what they went through on the island. So it's reality to 11.
Right.
Smoke monsters.
Right. I see that.
And you're just never going to forget the period of your life, when you look back in your youth, when I was time traveling on the island, like if you can say stuff like that, then it's important to you, no matter what happens afterwards.
Fair enough.
What else with this stuff? Yeah, I don't know how he knew about the coffin, but like I said before, I guess I'll say something to do with Christian. And the fact that Christian wasn't even in the coffin, it's almost like Desmond could have made this up. Not that he did make it up, but I'm saying if he wanted to sort of fool Jack or something, just get a coffin and say, hey, this is your dad's coffin.
Right. Well, if he even knew his dad's coffin was supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Which I don't think we're given any reason to think he would know that. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, he could have done that, but we saw that he didn't.
Yeah, we saw he didn't. It's just the, if he wanted to be...
The conference is broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend
like
the
4 or
time by
5 hours,
60
4
minutes,
hours.
press *8.
All right. Oops. More. No more? They wouldn't give me another one. Fine.
Lame. It's just, yeah. It's just I know it's been a while, but it's like we're on scene 1, and we're getting told they're going to break us down.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know how Desmond knew about the coffin.
Yeah, so I'm taking that as evidence that he knows more than we've been. He knows more than the Desmond we've seen know, and he knows more than his own background tells him.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's got some link with that world that is very special.
Yes, and it seems to be. I'm not sure exactly. I want to throw in the fact that I think another thing that we get from the end of this episode is that somehow when Widmore put Desmond in that machine, he got transported to after his life was over. Which is really amazing. I can't believe they did that.
Is it? It happens every day. You know how many times I accidentally go to the afterlife? It's just, you make a wrong turn on the freeway, and there you are. No, it is crazy that he sent them to the afterlife. It's almost like he sort of killed them or put them in this state of suspended death, and I guess for the few seconds he was unconscious or something, and yeah, Desmond was there.
Right.
It is weird.
And it seems like Desmond also, like, that sort of explains Desmond's behavior on the island. That I don't know what to say exactly, because it seems like he didn't fully understand it, but it's like he understood that at some point he would end up there.
Yeah.
And so whatever happened, he was willing to go along with because he knew the end point would be being there, and he was happy there or something.
Yeah, exactly. I think he knew. I don't want to say he knew that he was dead, but I think he, that place, that those events took place after he was dead. But I think he knew that, yeah, he would end up in this place, and he thought if he went to the brightest point of the light in the cave at the source, that would take him to that place, and it didn't.
Yes.
Because it had to do with you being dead.
Right. That was the part he didn't realize. So that's why he didn't know it was the afterlife. But he did somehow know that he would end up there. Not really sure.
Think I mean, he definitely wanted to go back. He thought that would be the place he would go back to once he touched the light and all that. And,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he even knew that they were going to go to a place with light. And so it's a little bit nebulous exactly what he knew, but that is our explanation for Desmond's strange behavior.
Yeah.
It's so simple. I don't know why I thought it was so crazy.
Because you didn't know the answers?
I guess so. Like, now that I look at the answer, it's like, well, yeah, of course. But before that, I was like, he's crazy. Something fried his brain. I don't understand this Desmond.
See, just because a character says something doesn't mean it's true. Don't trust Zoe.
But we were given contradictory evidence, so it doesn't pass my test of believing it. So I think it still works, even though, yeah, she was wrong. I basically knew she was wrong because that's just a lame answer.
Yeah.
Oh, Desmond's brain's fried. It's just, I didn't know. I didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
So it seemed crazy.
All right. Anything else for this opening part?
this is the first we get about, okay, what they're going to do is leave. That's what Desmond's trying to get everyone together to do.
They want to leave the island. Oh, wait, wrong episode.
wrong timeline.
Season.
Wrong universe or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. That was a weird thing. It was paralleling, like, Man in Black's mission.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we want to leave. And I really feel like, to a certain extent, they're playing with us because we don't know at this point what we're watching.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, are they gonna go back to the original timeline or something? Like, are they gonna leave and go to somewhere else? Like, we don't really know what he's talking about.
Totally.
At this point, and so again, I'll as disappointed as I am with what they eventually told us. For me, it was just there's something ecstatic about the build up. It was when they, especially at the end of the last episode, when Desmond arranged the payoff and put him in cars and we're going to a concert. That was great. I love that stuff. That was so exciting to me. The possibilities seemed endless, and my illusions hadn't been shattered yet.
Mm-hmm.
I long for those days. But I guess what I'm trying to do is appreciate it, even though the final answer is not what I wanted.
Yeah.
Normally that ruins things for me, and in a way it did ruin it for me. But I love the music they used too, the little like mysterious Desmond music.
Yeah.
I think that's really good stuff.
Yeah, I liked. It's interesting looking back at Desmond's plan and all this stuff, and knowing that they're trying to leave. It definitely gives you a different take on what's going on. And no one can tell you. Where or whatever he says. And I'm like, Morpheus,
no. That was such a Morpheus lie.
It is a Morpheus line. You can tell me we're dead and we're trying to move on to the next line. I understand I won't believe it, but you can tell me that.
It's really not that hard to explain.
No.
Christian basically explains it to Jack at the end.
Yep.
No one can tell you.
No one can tell you, but here, just listen to Christian. One of these days I'm going to write something and I'm going to say, no one can tell you XYZ, and then no one's going to tell that person that ever. I know, I'm gonna break ground, break new ground.
That will be groundbreaking, because it really seems like the reason they have people say that is like they're building up anticipation. It's so crazy, no one can even explain it to you.
Mhm.
And
then they'll show it, and then they'll have someone explain it.
Exactly, but then it's like whatever they're going to show us, they thought of it. It's possible to explain it, so. So it's like you can't. I feel like it's hard to deliver on that unless, like you said, you just don't show us anything.
Mhm.
It's like I can't explain this to you, and then you don't just see the explanation.
Yeah.
So that's. It was definitely weird rewatching the episode, sort of knowing where it's going.
Oh, totally.
But initially, I was like, "Oh shit! Something crazy! Can't wait." The adventures. I don't know. Very exciting. Okay. They throw in Kate's little line laughing at Christian's name. That was a little bit of a hint. And also the show acknowledging that his name is kind of weird sounding when you just say it.
Yeah, I never thought there was anything weird with Christian Shepherd, and then Kate says it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that is weird. Shepherd and Christ, and there it is.
Yeah, exactly. It never bothered me before, but and especially because of the role he plays at the end, it's sort of, leading them all
shepherding the flock
into the light. Yeah,
in a
exactly.
church.
In a fucking church. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like they planned that from the beginning.
It is. Yeah. So who knows? They might have. like I said, I mean, the thing that makes me believe them is it's the kind of stuff they could write without knowing a lot of the details of the show.
Yeah.
You know, and that makes it more plausible because I don't think they knew a lot of the details of what spun out in the story, but this ending really could apply to just about anything they fill in the middle.
Any TV show.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a perfectly generic kind of thing that you can just plug in anywhere. With a TV show with a group of people who have problems, and that's pretty much all TV shows, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's one of the disappointing things, but it does make me believe it's at least possible they had this at the beginning.
Yeah.
I just wish they'd changed it. I don't care if they had it from the beginning, personally. That's never been something that I need to know.
Yeah.
You know,
unless it was something great, you know, like, whoa, like, they planned all this out and got to this crazy ending, you know, like, that would be something. But if it's, you know, like you said, if it's something where the middle doesn't really matter, then it's, I think, less impressive.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Right. I mean, it would be cool if, like you said, it all falls into place. And it's like, aha, the plan. I can see it all. But I knew we weren't going to get that, basically, because I was already convinced that wasn't true. So for me, I just wanted a sort of story that was good, you know, regardless of whether it was there from the beginning or not. You know, I wouldn't want them to just go with what they had planned from the beginning because it was from the beginning rather than something that might be a better story.
Here's a quick question. You think Man in Black is in the afterlife?
I was worried you might ask that question. Well, you know, I'm going to have to say maybe, although, yeah, possibly.
Jacob might be on that list, too.
Possibly. I kind of want I want Man in Black to be trapped on the island.
Okay.
If Michael is. Man in Black better not get into fucking heaven if Michael can't go. I just, this far, no further.
Yeah.
Let Michael in first, and then Man in Black can go. And Jacob, you know, sort of the same story.
So that line Man in Black told Kate, when he, you know, Locke told Kate, you know, my mother was crazy and I had growing pains because of that. It looks like so not the way I thought it was going to be when they actually showed it, or what they showed of his growing up. Yeah, you're right. It gives you a very different impression than what it actually turned out to be. I mean, it's sort of true. It kind of works. Yeah. You know, but yeah, it's because she wasn't stark raving insane. You could hold a conversation with her. You know, and really, like, her insanity only came out over particular issues. Yeah. You know, for the most part, to me, she behaved like a normal person. Yeah, for the most part, she was seemingly normal. You know, the killing of their mother and some of the other stuff she did was definitely the crazy stuff. Wonky, yeah. Well, when it came to replacing herself and protecting the island, that was the crazy side. Crazy mama. But yeah, no, totally. That I really expected to see some story with Man in Black and this totally insane person. You know, and having to grow up with her and how difficult that was, and it wasn't really like that. Yeah, he really kind of like, well, I guess when did he left when he was a kid, so it's like he didn't really grow up with her for, 10 years or something, and then he left, and he was hanging out with the humans for 30 years, and then he became immortal, so. Yeah. So most of his growing wasn't even with her. Well, I think I think he left when he was about 13 or something like that. So I know the key formative years were with her, although the adolescent years matter too. But I think a lot of child development is sort of earlier. So I think it's enough for her to have an effect on him. Yeah. But, I mean, the crazy stuff she did seemed to be most of it after that. I mean, the big one was the killing of the mother, but that's first. But yeah, right. And he didn't find out about that until he was
13 or so.
Mhm.
So that didn't really give him growing pains.
Yeah.
Before he knew about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. Yeah, I feel like that is very. It's not exactly a lie, but it's somehow not exactly true either.
Mhm.
I feel like it's the kind of thing they threw in there, and I don't really know what to make of it. If they're just
I mean, he was seemingly making a point about Claire.
Yeah.
Well, now Aaron has a crazy mother too, and it's like, well, what did it really come to? Claire sort of wondering if she could be a good mother, and Kate saying, none of us are, and then that's it. And they try to go, and then they go home. So
yeah.
It seemed like something was going to come of that, but it really didn't. Nothing really happened there.
No, that didn't pan out at all. And I thought he was drawing a comparison between Aaron and himself. I don't see that comparison at all.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like his big problem was really just that he was trapped on the island.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take that away, I think Man in Black is okay. He might be a little bit of an unpleasant person at times, but he's, no worse than any other human.
Yeah.
Is, for the most part, He could have been fine. So Aaron doesn't have that problem at all. He got off the island when he was a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's going to grow up. I mean, he might have problems with the fact that his mother wasn't there for a while, or he's going to be told he had the person he thought was his mother wasn't. I mean, that might be a little weird. But
well, he might turn into Jack Nicholson.
Did what?
Jack Nicholson, the actor?
Yeah.
Are you familiar?
No. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear about his childhood? He grew up, I believe he grew up thinking his, what is it? I think he grew up thinking the woman he thought was his mother, I think was his aunt or something like that. And the woman he thought was his actual mother, he thought was the woman that was his actual mother, he thought was his grandmother. It's something like that, where the women, his mom chose to have a different role in his life, and some other family member switched, and he was like, and he was very praised as a kid. He was given a lot of attention in what is it? What's it called? What's the word when you praise kids? Support and convince them that they're good. Approval. Gave him a lot of approval or something. Yes. And which I think boosted his ego. But I think at some point when he's adult or something like that. I hope I'm not making this up. I heard this. I heard this on his biography.
No, now that you're saying it sounds familiar. I just forgot about it.
He learned the truth when he was an adult, and it kind of messed him up. So
that
was the reference.
Okay, that's why Aaron will turn into Jack Nicholson.
Mhm.
Because they'll be like, this
one. Thanks to a good actor.
Wasn't my mommy, and a really good actor. Really good, really scary actor.
But all that stuff didn't really come to much. It was a little disappointing. Locke's whole relationship to Claire didn't really come to much. I still don't understand why he was so protective of her.
No, they definitely left that dangling. I almost wish I could see the deleted scene with him and Claire. Like, maybe there's something in there.
Oh.
Probably not, but it would be nice. I guess maybe we will see it eventually. But because that was basically their last scene together.
Mhm.
And
so we'll have to do another podcast when all that stuff comes out.
Yeah, we will. Because he specifically picked Claire out, and it really seems to me like Claire was just one of those. She could have left as easily as anyone else.
Mhm.
Did. So it seems totally arbitrary that he just picked her out and said, okay, I'm going to keep you on the island.
Yeah.
Of all the people.
Leave your baby behind. I'm going to take you.
Yeah. yeah, it's I don't know what to make of that.
So, okay, real quick, let me play Smokey real quick. So if I'm the smoke monster, I'm trying to get off the island.
Wow.
Rawr. Whistle, whistle, clank, clank. I think it's a safe bet he was doing it to manipulate her for some reason, for his own gains. Maybe he he appeared to her as Christian, so maybe he wanted her as a backup plan for his whole loophole with Locke. Maybe he was thinking, okay, if this thing with Locke doesn't work, maybe his long-term plan with Claire would be to use her to try to kill Jacob too. If the Locke thing didn't work with Ben and all that.
Mhm.
Maybe he wanted a plan B.
Right. Right.
Just go kill Jacob. He has your baby or something. Something like that. Eventually.
Right.
Although she's the one who left him behind, so I still don't know how to explain that.
Yeah, they never really addressed it. No one ever told Claire that her mother was out of a coma and that she had the baby.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's really...
Well, I guess no one had to tell her because she's going to find out now.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. But yeah, I mean, they even had a scene with Kate, and just the numerous times where I just thought it would come up, but
Kate could have told her when she's when Kate goes to rescue Clara from the little hole in the temple right before Smokey comes in.
Yeah.
When Kate's dangling on that ladder, she could have told Claire, "Hey, by the way, I know Smokey's right here, but I just want to let you know."
Yeah, these details should matter. And I think in the end, with the way they portrayed her, they definitely would have worked.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have had some kind of impact. And it just looks to me like they just dropped the ball with Claire.
I think they did. Yeah, I'm just thinking about Claire's last couple of story points, and she was just really a pawn for everybody.
Yeah.
Kate convinced her to come with them when they were stealing the boat that Locke wanted, and so that that works. But there was never any point where, for instance, Claire learned the truth about Aaron or something, and then she did something. She turned on Locke, or she, she actually did anything based on stuff she found out. She was just kind of sitting around all the time, waiting for people to convince her to do things.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. And that's not much of a character.
No.
She started off strong, but she quickly degenerated.
Yeah.
And at least I felt like Saeed got a little bit of an arc after he started to sort of fade away.
Mhm.
They at least gave him the little scene with Desmond and then the redemption on the submarine.
Yeah.
That was good enough for me to track out where he's at.
Totally.
But with Claire, it was just she just seems to sort of be all over the place, and I never really understood her character very well. And the only cool thing about it for me was just, I don't know if I mentioned this when we talked about the candidate, but Claire, the reason she didn't get in the sub was basically she was shooting at Widmore's people, sort of protecting the submarine. And just the fact that Claire's at a point in her life where she can actually play a combat role is kind of awesome. I appreciate that she actually got to that point. If you told me Claire's going to be the last one out there shooting at people who are shooting at the Losties, that would have blown me away.
Well, add to that making traps in the jungle and killing others, with axes. So
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that too. Yeah, just the fact that she was sort of combat capable is sort of amazing, and it was cool that they took her character to that level, even if they didn't really pay it off very well at all.
So you're telling me people can be useful when they don't have to deal with babies? Is that what you're saying that they're trying to tell us?
Whether they're trying to tell us that or not, yes.
So, real quick, and we're going to have so many of these conversations about now, looking back, now that it's over, we can. So the claiming thing. I don't want to get into it too long here because there's plenty of time after the scene by scene. But
yes.
But I gotta say, there was no cohesive explanation for any of that claiming stuff, and
no.
I chalk it up to people interpreting things. You see somebody wake up from the dead, you assume they're claimed by somebody evil. You know, Locke never took ownership of the claiming of anyone. You know,
yes.
and or even seemed to be aware that he had any involvement. You know, it's one thing if he didn't do it, but it's another thing for him to not even be aware that he's involved in it. You know, I guess that's a sort of subtly different point. And again, I have to say, I feel like, why does Dogen believe in the claiming thing? You know, and it's just him experience. You know, of course, there's the sort of scale test. There's that, you know, the test that they gave people. I don't know how much emphasis you can put on that because, you know, what does that stuff even do? But if you believe what he says it does, you know, then they have this sort of good and bad results. But it just seemed like to me, you know, they were just trying to explain what they saw, you know. And they say, oh, well, he's claimed by evil, you know.
Right. I guess, yeah, I can live with that. I think the machine, yeah, it's always been weird to me, and I guess I'll believe that Dogen just thought the machine, and it might even be that the machine measures good and evil, and really it's just, he's just saying.
I'll believe that, but here's a test that I would like to, or the scenario that I would pose is like, okay, did he just believe Claire was claimed by evil because she seemed to A, be claimed, and B, the test says she's evil?
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, if it was someone else, if he captured Jack or something, and for whatever reason thought Jack was claimed, and then tested Jack, would he say Jack is claimed by good, or would he say Jack is not claimed?
Right.
You know, and I feel like, yeah, Claire might have been evil, or the test might accurately say she's bad, regardless of if she really is, but the test might say that. And then I feel like, okay, well, he could put two and two together and say, well, evil did this. You know, she's bad and she's whatever, or Louis Said, who he saw come back from the dead, you know, this guy is bad. He's back from the dead. There's an evil man out there who's trying to do things. Okay, this evil man did it.
Right.
You know?
So I basically wonder, like, what if you hooked up, and it seems to me like it's at a particular time. Like, people can be sort of good and evil and kind of, you know, go through, I would guess, sort of stages where the scale goes different ways.
That's something to talk about.
But I would wonder, like, if you pop Ben in there, or Kimi, or somebody like that, who's sort of bad, but clearly not claimed by some supernatural force, just bad of their own accord, bad by the deeds they do. You know, if the scale says they're evil, then it seems to me like it's really just measuring the person's worth somehow or something. And so he just concluded that, you know, somehow that's the explanation for it. Now, as for Danielle's team, it could be that, you know, the interpretation I've read, which sort of works, is Danielle was under stress or something from what happened. She thought that her team was behaving crazily, and she shot a couple of them, and Robert tried to shoot her because he thought she was insane, and she would try to kill him at any moment or whatever. And basically, you know, there was no claiming actually happened. Danielle just kind of freaked out. And, you know, that would be sort of the original theory about what might have happened with Rousseau, and that would sort of explain, you know, why although Robert is behaving in a way that doesn't seem consistent, you know, he's still not necessarily claimed by some supernatural force, you know. And, you know, based on what the show has shown us with people, so I could go two ways. No, I can probably go more than that. There's two ways I'm looking at. One is claiming does not exist. It was just a complete fabrication. I can live with that. Main reason I can live with that is it's not a huge deal on the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fairly minor issue. I can live with it. In fact, my original theory was that the sickness doesn't exist. So it's sort of going back to. So I'm happy with that answer. That's fine. Answer number 2 is Rousseau's team actually was claimed. That's a real idea, and Dogan was just wrong about Saeed and Claire.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other possible answer.
Yeah, and I also want to throw in there, part of the confusion could be that they originally wanted it to be, Smokey appearing to Rousseau as these people, and then, of course, doesn't make any sense when she shoots them and they die and they have bodies sitting there, when they actually have to show it.
Right. Right.
So that could be part of it, too. We did, because, so Rousseau? But see, that's weird. Rousseau couldn't have shot everybody. Montan was down in the temple hole.
Oh, she didn't shoot Montan.
So she definitely didn't shoot him. But it's supposed to be the other 2 guys or something she shot.
Yeah,
or
3. I don't know how many other guys there were. I think there was at least, because I remember there being 2 bodies on the beach, and then there's Robert.
Oh, okay. So there was 5 people total.
And then there's Montan. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but there's at least 5 people. And there's also Nadine, who the smoke monster killed.
Nadine. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She was the one who disappeared, and they realized, that's when they realized they were under attack.
I forgot about her.
Yeah, she's forgettable.
Yeah, the idea of a darkness growing inside of them, I think that has something to do with the light, and that makes some sort of sense with Smokey, and like the ideas are there that it almost makes sense, but just from what we've seen, and it just doesn't make any sense. Like I don't see how Claire could have been claimed. Like, well, I guess claimed in the sense. Claire can be claimed in the sense she's working for Smokey. She's under his influence because he's literally influencing her to do things, not supernaturally, just by virtue of conversation.
Yes.
Yes. Saeed.
They were saying that Saeed was claimed without even meeting Smokey.
Yeah, and then of course they said it was the same with Claire. So it's like,
yeah,
they're making those things exactly the same. Where he didn't even meet Smokey. There's apparently a darkness growing inside of him, but
Claire did meet Smokey first.
Mm-hmm.
So she was under his influence before they tested her, whereas Saeed was not.
Yeah.
So I think being under the influence of is definitely part of the story, and I guess it's up to interpretation whether you want to make that supernatural or not. It's hard for me to believe, without saying that he thought Rousseau was crazy. Even still, it's hard for me to say that Robert is going to shoot his pregnant wife just because the Man in Black talked him into it.
Mhm.
That's, I don't know. To me, you need a little more there than just being persuasive.
Yeah. I would say that, if Robert was going to shoot Rousseau because he thought he had to protect himself, maybe he thought maybe he thought the baby would still be okay, like he could sort of give a posthumous C-section or something like, I don't know. I can't remember how far along she was, but she was pretty far along. I don't know. Maybe that's too gruesome to even think about, but maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying maybe he thought he wasn't necessarily would be killing the baby or something, too. Yeah, and this is, I don't like unraveling these things and going, well, maybe the claiming didn't happen, and it's just like, well, that's not fun. It's like I don't know how to view that Rousseau stuff anymore. It's like, well, okay, let's think big picture. Let's not put in little light. Let's just think, okay, so we got Rousseau's team, Saeed, and Claire. Okay, what do they have in common?
Not a lot. In the case of Claire and Rousseau's team, they both had contact with Smokey.
Okay, they both had contact with Smokey.
So Saeed doesn't apply to.
Okay, no. Saeed died. That doesn't apply to the rest of the group.
Right.
Unless off-screen Smokey killed them all. And
and Claire died, and they never really answered that either.
Yeah, but you know what? She left the island with Kate. You know,
oh,
she
good point.
Dead.
Well, no. The theory is that she died and came back to life, like Sayid.
Oh.
So she was alive, but she died for some time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, and since Rousseau's team was attacked, you know, it seems at least plausible that something like that happened to them, but that may not be a prerequisite for the claiming thing.
Yeah.
That may just be, I don't know what. That may be a different issue.
It definitely seems to be a prerequisite unless you talk to Smokey. I don't want to believe you can't, you know, he can just be claimed and you never talked to him or died.
Okay.
That seems weird. It seems like he can just claim anyone he wants then.
There does seem to be a connection between Smokey and dead people.
Yeah.
A connection that he doesn't have with live people. So, yeah, the idea that death would be required or he has to directly try to influence you, that makes sense.
I wonder, could it have been that Smokey took the form of Roberts? You know, the same way he looks like Locke, and that way he has corporeal form, but then when she shoots him, like, I don't know what.
He just pretends to be shot, and...
Well, I feel like since he's just looking like the person, then, you know, then he can be shot maybe. But then I don't know how to explain why the body is still there.
Well, that's what he's doing with Locke.
Yeah, but with Locke, he's transformed and he's done. You know, like, something there is real.
I think it's as real as the other apparitions.
Really?
Yeah, I think they're all equally real. I think Locke, you know, he got stuck in that form when Jacob died, and so he couldn't use another form, but I think if another form could have gotten him access to Jacob and all that, was the leader of the others, stuff like that, he would have been able to, you know, do them. I mean, I think he picked Locke because he's what he needed for the plan, but he's appearing as Locke in the same way he appeared as everyone else. That's my theory.
Yeah, I mean, I buy that, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I want to get some difference between when he just appears as an apparition versus when, you know, Locke he's looking like Locke and then Jacob dies and he's stuck like Locke. You know, I don't know. For me, he seems more real, but maybe it's just the same. Because the apparitions to me always seem, you know, would they leave footprints? You know,
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, they should. What I'm saying, with what I'm saying, they should.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, it came across as supernatural because we didn't really know what we were dealing with. But I think that's, you know, when it's Smokey, sometimes it's Hurley's ghost, and those are different. You know,
yeah.
I don't think you could shoot them. But in the case of the Smokey apparitions, I think yeah, they're sort of really there.
All right, well, I don't know what sense to make of the claiming stuff.
Okay, well, it's hard to, but it will be on the list of unanswered questions, I'm sure. So,
oh yeah,
maybe by the end of this we can come to some final conclusion.
Yeah,
I doubt it, but
that's what we should do with the answers. We should just answer them. Be like, you know, give a final answer to the unanswered answers.
Right. That's one of the things I want to do at some point on this podcast, go through the unanswered questions. And we'll answer them. And we'll just have to do the best we can, I guess.
Yeah.
I have a couple theories, but I'll try to think about what my final theory is going to be. So, yeah, the claiming thing. For me, disappointment. I like that they tried to address it. I just wish they had gone all the way with it and sort of committed to it.
Mhm.
You know, it feels like they showed us stuff and they tried to really make it believable, and then they pulled back, and it was like, we want our characters back.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want a mindless zombie and an insane person to be our characters at the end.
Yeah, but it seems like you could have both, right? Like, there can be a darkness growing inside them, but if they choose to ignore it or choose to fight it, then they could get, that almost seems like what happened with Sayid, at least. Like, he was doing this stuff for Locke, he couldn't feel anything, and then Locke asked him to do something, and he realizes he shouldn't do it, killing Desmond, and then he seems to be fighting it more. He seems to be more like normal Sayid, for the little bit of screen time he has left,
Yeah.
So it seems like if they wanted to tell us, it seems like they could have had both if they wanted to, And maybe they didn't go that way. Maybe they just, like you said, pulled back without trying to have both and just said, well, screw the first part, we just want the second part. But,
Yeah, because I think they didn't even have anyone bring it up again, really.
Mm-hmm.
It became very, like even that line with Jack, like when Kate tells him Sayid's different now, he's like, I guess we're all different now.
Jack was not listening to her. He was in his own world when she said that.
I know. And it's just,
she's like, I guess we're all different now. No, Kate, you don't look fat. I'm like, what, Jack? I'm talking about this other thing. No, honey, you look great in that dress.
Yeah. Exactly. And it got to a point where, being claimed was relative, and you're only as claimed as you want to be. And it's just like...
Well, isn't that true?
And it's just like, I don't know. Okay, if that's true, then I guess I have to live with it. And it looks like that's what the show's telling me. Or that it doesn't exist at all, and that it was just something that Dogen thought was going on.
Yeah.
I don't really know. I mean, there was that idea out there of a sickness, and Russo seemed to experience something similar, and it seemed like Dharma maybe even had that idea out there. I don't know. But in the end, it's hard. It's hard to put it all together.
Yeah, and if Dogen is predicating his diagnosis on Sayid, he's predicating that on Claire. It's like, well, does he have any other examples prior to Claire of this actually happening,
Mm-hmm.
Because Claire's not the best example to use if you're trying to compare her to Sayid, And as far as we can tell, unless she really did die,
Right. Yeah.
So does his version of claiming is she the first one he can say that he's met that's claimed, or are there other people,
Mhm. Right. Yeah.
Or maybe he was lying.
Or he was lying.
He just told that to Jack for whatever reason. He did lie quite a bit, though.
He really wanted Sayid to be dead, though.
He did. He definitely wanted Sayid to be dead. I think the truth thing he said was, I think it would be best for us all if you were dead, or whatever he said.
Yeah.
Like, I think he believes that.
Yeah. So I feel like it wasn't a lie for him. Like he really thought there was something there.
Mhm.
But he might have been wrong.
Yeah.
And I feel like he got that idea from somewhere. I can't imagine he just sort of made that up out of whole cloth, especially considering he had equipment. So I don't know where he would have gotten that from exactly. See, the problem is no one else talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
We never got to hear, like, what are Richard's thoughts on claiming? What does Ben have to say about claim? Have you heard of it? Do you know what it is? Have you talked to Dogen about it? Mm-hmm. We never got that stuff. And I'd be curious, have they ever heard of this? Do they know what it could mean? You get it from this one character who very quickly dies. And so it's sort of frustrating. It's like,
yeah.
It's like I'll never really know what the status of that ideal was among the others, for example.
Yeah. I don't know. They might have called it something else. Is that what the sickness is? The sickness. We'll talk about that, I'm sure. Anyway, let's get back to the episode.
I mean, it looks to me like there's definitely similarities with what Russo experienced, and she was the originator of the idea of the sickness. So It looks to me like those are the same idea. But whether it's real or not, I feel like is the question.
Well, I think it gets muddled with the idea of the purge. You know, the idea of needing to quarantine the hats because of the purge, and you know, I feel like the word sickness might have gotten used for other meanings than the original.
No, you're right. You're totally right. Yeah, Dharma might have, like the whole thing with Desmond and the vaccine and Claire and the baby and all that shit. That might be totally unrelated to this claim. Yeah, I agree. But Russo's thing, I think, is related.
Yeah.
And that was the original sickness.
The OG sickness.
Exactly. Exactly. So, okay. Well, we've wandered a bit from the scene.
All right. Back to scene 1. Go.
Any other thoughts you'd like to elaborate on for an hour about this first scene?
No. I think Desmond says, "Let me show you." What does Christian say at the very end? Something about you. I thought, I don't have the transcript here, so I don't know.
Yeah, I hope that goes up soon.
I remember reading the last line of the show is you. Christian says something, you.
Oh.
Now I can't remember what he said, but...
Yeah, I don't remember what he said either. Oh, he speaks the last words.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow.
Where is it? It was written here somewhere.
You have it written down?
I read it on Lostpedia. So
you read it on Lostpedia.
Somewhere. This is not going to matter at all. But I'm just curious.
I'm curious if that matters.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Now it's relevant. Let's see if I find it.
See if I can. The race. Searching for you is a bad idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh. Okay.
There's a lot. Oh, I think I saw it. Oh. Everyone dies sometime, kiddo. Some before you, some long after you. That's not what I'm looking for. There's YouTube. Oh, here it is. We've been waiting for you. That's the last line? This says, use the last word spoken in the series. John Locke says it. Oh, John Locke says it when he tells Jack. Sorry, it's not Christian. It's, I guess Locke says it to Jack. We've been waiting for you.
Oh, really? I don't remember that line.
Yeah, I don't either.
Wow.
When I guess after Jack and Christian's talk, they go into chapel, and I guess John is supposedly says, we've been waiting for you.
I was like, a lot. I don't remember that. What the fuck? How do I sort of miss the...
Did you watch the whole episode? Did you stop it after one of the commercial breaks, think it was over?
Sounds like something I would do.
Man in Black died. I thought the show was over.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it did happen.
What, Lostpedia's not a liar?
They're not lying. Yeah. Yeah, Jack comes out, and they're cutting it in with the island stuff, and then they show him go over to Locke. And Locke says, we've been waiting for you. That's his line.
I was hoping there'd be something at some point like, I'm glad you finally believe me, Jack. I wanted, that was one of the things I was disappointed about in general with the finale is not enough, lines coming back or, characters sort of really, really connecting to big important moments that they had. You know, I mean, obviously there was a lot of that, but I mean, there's some other instances.
Yeah, that was kind of the big thing in this.
Yeah, but I mean, like
episode.
There was other instances of things that, you know, like that line of, you know, Locke's suicide note to Jack, and that being the impetus for Jack to sort of get back on the track. Sorry, I had to rhyme there. And I don't know, I just something like that I thought would be relevant.
Yeah.
You know, bringing that back up.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. They did some of it. I liked the little thing they did with Sawyer and Juliet. I thought that came out pretty well. As far as like referencing their scene from earlier,
you mean by replaying it?
By replaying it, but in the new context, it was nicely done.
I think the big one for me was no Christian telling Jack, "I see you finally have what it takes," or anything like that. That was number one I wanted to see was Christian finally telling Jack he's got what it takes. Like that's the big one I was looking for.
Yeah.
You know, some acknowledgement of that.
I think you get the idea that he approves of Jack, but you want the line.
Or something close to it of, you know, not to me it seemed like he was just approving of Jack realizing he was dead, you know, or approving of Jack realizing he needs to move on. You know, the letting go thing is big. But in terms of Jack having what it takes, you know, even if that line was just sort of trying to be in reference to Jack's final efforts on the island, you know, which is really showing he has what it takes, you know. I did want something like that.
Yeah. I think Christian is also playing the role of Flash Sideways exposition. So
yeah, totally.
So some of the personal thing with him and Jack sort of goes by the wayside. They have them embraced at the beginning, and I mean, I definitely, you know, the vibe of him sort of receiving Jack warmly comes off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I guess I can live without that line. The big disappointment for me is there's just a lot of unresolved issues I would have liked to have. I mean, it would have gotten ridiculous at a certain point, but there's just certain things that I would like to see addressed that weren't, like Locke and Boone. You know, like you said, Jack and Locke. I feel like they sort of should have more to say to each other. About, you know, particularly Jack, about, you know, coming around, like you said, like coming around to believe him and stuff like that. Locke sort of understanding that Jack finally believed him. I feel like Ben and Saeed should have had something to say to each other. With their ridiculous history. And there's probably more than that.
I think Sun and Jin could have said something to Sawyer about that bomb on the sub, like, "Look at you, Sawyer, you got us killed. You just such a kidder.
Sure.
Getting us killed. You're lucky we're in the afterlife together, or we'd be really pissed."
Sure, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like there were some larger issues that the characters had with each other that just disappeared.
How about Locke needs to talk to himself? Didn't he have memories of being I mean, I don't know how much he knows about it, but he got taken over by Man in Black, like, you know, or at least Man in Black was impersonating him, so it's like, you know, that's something to think about in the afterlife.
Right. I mean, I don't know if he knows that, but
yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if they got any cosmic sense of what happened on the island, you know, like from their memories, but
yeah, like it would be interesting to me to see what Locke thinks of that the smoke monster impersonated him for a whole season.
He did what now?
Like, that's kind of amazing, but and that, you know, I also feel like Locke deserves to find out that they were on the island for a reason.
Mhm.
You know, I feel like that's, you know, he deserves that vindication because that was something that meant a lot to him.
Yeah.
And it's just it's again disappointing to me. They never show him realize.
Well, it's not the best reason ever, right? It's because Jacob made a mistake.
Sure.
But yeah, he definitely needs to find it out.
Yeah. I mean, he may not be happy with it, but it's a reason. You know, and I guess, you know, I feel like he also, like, his idea of, you know, throwing that out there really influenced Jack and, you know, the journey he ended up going through. So I don't know. There's just a lot of things that I would have liked to have seen the characters talk about with each other, and there's only the smallest amount of that with some of the characters. To get to a really annoying point, I'd like to see Charlie confronting Desmond about the helicopter. And Claire, too.
Hey, mate, there was no helicopter ever that she was close to.
Yeah, she ended up stuck on the island for 3 years with fucking the smoke monster, going crazy, thinking her baby had been stolen.
Doing what with the smoke monster?
And
yikes.
What did I say?
I don't know what you said. I can't repeat it.
And so Charlie's action of bringing the freighter there really set in motion, a lot of bad stuff for Claire, and I don't know. It just seems so crappy that no one ever acknowledged that.
Charlie, none of that stuff matters in the afterlife. That's what was sadly unfortunate.
Yeah, Charlie's death. Charlie's death was, the fact that he didn't get to spend time with Claire very much was because of this thing that never happened. It's just, I don't know. To me, that's I guess they don't care about it, but they raised the issue of Ben murdering Locke, so it's there is at least room for that kind of stuff. So I guess I just I would have basically I want them to tie in the show more, and particularly the tragic stuff. It goes on that side. I feel like they all remember the happy times. We get that, but it's not clear that they sort of fully feel the weight of the sad times, and kind of, even if they move on from them, they at least acknowledge them, or at least we get a sense that they've moved on from them.
Yeah.
Without just seeming almost like they forgot.
Yeah, before I forget, I won't forget, but I have a theory about the light and the plug and the cork and all that stuff, and how it relates to to some of the big island events, but I'll save it for later. But
I was
going to say remind me, but
you've always been a really good light cave theorist.
Oh, a really good what?
Light cave theorist.
Oh, since the week or two we found out about the light cave.
Yeah. I remember even on the Across the Sea podcast, as much as you hated the answer, you had theories to tie it in with everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it was plausible. It was yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it's what I'm a problem solver. It's what I do, and so I try to make things work.
Because I didn't mind the answer, but I got nothing on exactly how to tie it in.
Yeah, I got a pretty good solid theory about what was really going on with Jack and Desmond, and what they were doing, and how that relates to the Swan Hatch and to some other stuff.
Yeah. Okay, well that's good.
Teaser.
Teaser. I thought you said Caesar.
He'll be on later, but he'll be dead.
Yes. Okay, so does that mean that you're ready for the next scene?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. We go back to the island. Jack stands in the water. Kate watches him. Then Sawyer approaches Jack. They both don't know what just happened. Sawyer asks if Jack feels any different. He doesn't. Sawyer asks Jack to tell them what he knows. Jack tells the group about the light cave and that he needs to protect it. Hurley asks what happens if Locke puts out the light. Jack says that's it for all of us. Kate asks why Locke hasn't done it yet. Sawyer infers that he needs Desmond. Jack says that Jacob did not mention Desmond. Sawyer decides to go and meet up, to go get Desmond and meet up with the rest of them later. Sawyer and Kate have a bit of banter. Hurley says, I got a bad feeling about this.
I don't know what was up with Hurley in this scene and the next scene, but he got really dark for no apparent reason. It was so weird when Kate, they're in the midst of talking about how we're on the precipice of doom. Everyone agrees. And then at the end of the scene, Kate and Sawyer have this awesome banter, this is their total history and a couple of lines of jokes, and which is great. And they're leaving with a smile, and then Hurley comes in. They cut to Hurley, and he's such a Debbie Downer. Like, he's the one who says, I have a bad feeling about this. Like, it was so weird. It was so weird in that moment of levity, in the face of darkness, and then for him to come back with the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they left on a good note, and then he says, I have a bad feeling about this. Like, damn it, Hurley, I had a good feeling about all this until you just said that. It was just weird to have them make this joke with Kate and Sawyer right before he says, I have a bad feeling. It's almost like if they didn't joke, he would have been fine. But the fact that they can be happy, they're like, oh, no, this isn't going to end well. They're making jokes.
Right. I see.
Things are going too good. I don't know. It came out really strange to me that Hurley was the pessimist.
Right.
I mean, he usually is sort of like, wondering if things are going to go well, but it was weird for him just to come out and say that.
Yeah, like, and the cages. When he heard the smoke monster show up, he said something like, and we're dead.
Mm-hmm.
So he does, although he's supposed to be the optimistic character, he does have kind of a fatalistic attitude about things.
Yeah.
He does seem to immediately jump to, and we're all screwed.
He's not confident in when the odds seem insurmountable. That's sort of his thing, I guess.
Yeah.
But in the Cage thing didn't, that made sense. No one was making a joke right beforehand, but
that's true.
The juxtaposition was so funny to me of just like, ha ha, Freckles, I won't even tell you not to follow me because, that'll take all the fun of, whatever he says. And I'm just like, damn it, Hurley, why would you come in and ruin this moment?
Yeah. I think they wanted to go to the titles on an uncertain note.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably it.
And not sort of leave it on nice banter and love. Tension building and stuff. But yeah, it is a little weird. I like the little exchange with Sawyer and Kate though.
Oh, it's so great.
Yeah, it's it's been building up the whole time, but he's like, I'm not going to ask you because then
that'll take all the fun out of me telling you can't come.
Yeah. Yeah,
and she's like, I guess I'll just have to resist the urge to follow you anyway. And everyone's having a good time.
Yes.
And then Hurley goes in, I've got a bad feeling about this. From what? From their awesome joke? It just. I guess you're right. I feel like it's just sort of an editing thing almost of like they needed that line at the end.
Yes.
Because it's like, why would you say that, Hurley? Jesus.
Yes. It feels like a natural, sort of note to end the scene on if you don't put it necessarily with the lines that come right before.
Yeah, and maybe the pacing was weird too, I think. If Sawyer had continued to walk away and we had more time and then we could cut back to Hurley a couple seconds later where he's had time to think about Sawyer going to do this mission and all of this stuff. It was so quick.
Yeah.
Okay, what else in this scene? Something I was going to mention.
I also like the shot of Jack standing in the water.
Yeah.
I thought that was nice.
Getting all wet. Something here. Let's see. So, this whole big thing, and this is again, another example of characters just sort of doing things and really not knowing why. Is Jack and the Man in Black using Desmond for the same purpose?
Mm-hmm.
Jack just thinks that Desmond's going to do something good because Jacob said, because Jacob, Jacob didn't say anything about Desmond, but, Jacob sort of intimated that, everything will be okay if Jack's in charge. And then, Jack's really putting his faith in that. And then Man in Black, is just thinking, well, if Jacob brought Desmond to the island to stop me, I'll use him to kill the island.
Right.
Because that's a logical leap. It made no sense to me why Man in Black thought Desmond would just help him destroy the island when he didn't sort of use him for that purpose. Like he didn't know what Desmond's purpose was, other than to sort of stop him. And he didn't know, what Desmond should do when he goes down in there. Desmond sort of said, I'll go to the light, and I guess both parties agreed that's fine. But it wasn't like, he said, oh, okay. But given the fact that Jacob is the one who brought him there, it seems like Man in Black should question if he's right about this, about how he's, what Desmond's going to do, since it wasn't his idea to bring Desmond there.
Yeah.
What did you think it was weird that Jack and Man in Black work together to get Desmond where he wants to go, but they want exactly the opposite things?
Yes, that does strike me as weird. It also strikes me as weird that I think, if we're to believe Widmore, Jacob told Widmore to bring Desmond to the island.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob does not mention Desmond to Jack, as he points out. That seems like a weird hole. I don't understand why they did that. But I do find it very odd that that there's a part of this episode where with the good guy and the bad guy both wanting the same thing to happen for opposite reasons.
Yeah, it's like the rebels and the Galactic Empire both saying, you know what, let's build the Death Star together.
Yeah.
Because I think when we finish building it, it's going to destroy the Empire.
Right.
And the Empire thinks, well, when we finish building, we're going to use it to destroy the rebels or whatever. It's just like it's weird to see two opposing forces both not really knowing the truth. One having faith, and one, I don't know what Locke is having. I don't know why he thinks anything. I guess you can call it faith too, but it's just weird to have two opposing forces wanting different things, using the same method to get those different things. So it worked, but it was definitely weird to see it happen.
It worked, yeah. It looks like in a way they were both right. It looks like the island really would have been destroyed if Jack hadn't gone down there, and it looks like it also gave Jack the ability to kill the Man in Black.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks to me like they both sort of win.
Yeah. Well, it seemed to me, my interpretation of the cork and how I sort of view what was going on is that, it would only destroy the island to the extent it wasn't put back, Yeah. And which as Smokey, to his surprise, made him mortal.
Right. Now, Smokey did originally come out of the cave,
mm-hmm.
So I think it's at least possible that he knew what was in there.
I would believe you if he wasn't unconscious when he went in, and he didn't come out as Smokey almost instantaneously.
He did come out as Smokey instantaneously almost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh. Okay.
Like, he didn't have time to go down there unconscious and wake up and look around and then fly out as Smokey.
Okay.
So that's why I don't think he really knew what was in there. Like, I was thinking about that before. I do want to believe that he knew, but they showed him being unconscious when he went in. So
I guess I think he could have. I mean, if he didn't sort of note his surroundings when he was flying out of there, he could have gone in there at any point. He does appear to have known where it was.
Mm-hmm. I thought he couldn't find it anymore, though.
I think he couldn't find it before he turned into Smokey.
Okay, and he just never went back there before or something, or he just whatever? Because I got the sense he only found it, this time because, Jack and them were all going together.
Oh, they go with Jack?
Yeah, the same way, Jacob is the one who takes him back there the other time.
That's right.
I felt like the heart of the island is supposed to be hidden from him.
Yeah. But he came out of there. I mean, I guess he didn't necessarily know he should hang around there or something, but it's like, it's hard for me to believe he wouldn't be able to go back to where he came from.
Yeah, well, be that as it may, like I said, I want to believe he knew what was down there, but just how they depicted it, if he went in conscious and came out instantly as Smokey, I would still give benefit of the doubt that he could have looked at his surroundings, but he went in unconscious and he came out almost instantaneously. Maybe he got a glimpse of his surroundings as Smokey. Who knows how long it takes for a smoke monster to get his bearings, but it looked like he was just flying out of there from sheer, whatever the motion would be from being a smoke monster. So I'm not confident he knew what was down there.
Okay, but I'm just saying it's not impossible that he knew what was down there from what we've seen. He's been down there.
It's not impossible. I think it's improbable from what we saw, but it's not impossible, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he's, up until this episode, he's been in the cave more than any other character on the show. The one time his brother threw him down there, yes. And he was unconscious when he went in. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That limits.
But conscious when he came out. I mean, he's moving.
Yeah. Totally.
I don't want to go to the mat on this issue. I just think there's wiggle room there.
Sure. I think there's wiggle room. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah. He might not know. I would want to limit it, though. I mean, I would just say he knows what it looks like down there. He doesn't necessarily know how anything works or what's going on.
Yeah. So what does that give him, knowing what it looks like down there?
Not much.
It didn't change anything in his behavior.
No.
He didn't tell Desmond where to go. That's why it's like it doesn't really make sense to me that he knew, because he didn't act like he knew what was down there.
Yeah. True.
I just thought that was why they made him unconscious when he went in, because it would make him, sort of on the same level as Jack when they came back.
I see. Yeah. I'll buy that.
But yeah, it was weird. It was weird to see them both on this plan of using Desmond and sort of Desmond knowing what to do, but somehow this is gonna. It was just so weird. They're just helping each other lower Desmond down there, and like, well, I hope you're wrong. Well, I hope you're wrong.
Yeah. That's you're right. That's as far as like setups for struggles between heroes and villains. That's a weird one.
Yeah,
I don't see that very often. It kind of the closest thing it reminds me of is how in the finale, in the incident, they have sort of all these characters. They have Juliet and Sawyer and Kate get off the submarine and go back to stop Jack. But then once they go back, they all help him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the thing they went back to stop is the thing they all go help with. And it feels kind of crazy to have that be, the setup they give us just pays off with the opposite thing. So it's weird to have. It's weird. I mean, I feel like for the story to work, I see why they did it that way, but it's just a weird thing to watch.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely difficult to watch, and a lot of it I think had to do with Jack just sort of trusting in Jacob and trusting in the overall plan or direction of where things were going, and trusting like, well, we don't need to rescue Desmond because we're all going to the same place and all that kind of stuff. Like, if Locke wasn't so greedy and wanting to destroy the island, he could have just killed Desmond, presumably, and he would have never become mortal, and, he might not have been able to destroy the island or even leave eventually, but he wouldn't have died.
Right.
For what that's worth,
Right. Yeah.
I love how Sawyer just jumps to the right conclusions all the time.
Yes. Yeah. It was like Jack didn't even want to go get Desmond.
Mhm.
So
yeah. Jack's like, Jacob didn't say anything to me about Desmond.
Yeah.
Not like he said anything about anything.
I mean, he told him about the light cave and the fact that they need to protect it. And that he needs to kill the Man in Black.
Yeah.
so he told him stuff, but not.
You just didn't tell him how to kill him.
Not a lot of detail, yeah, and not how to do it. He left the detail in the hands of people who, in the hands of other people, basically.
Yeah.
Not people he was directly talking to.
And, again, I don't think Jacob has ever been down there because his mommy told him not to. And so I don't even know if he necessarily knew what Desmond was going to do. I think he obviously knew Desmond would do something, but, I don't think he could have told Desmond what to do. I mean, maybe he could have said go towards where the light is brightest. That's sort of, general, but, I don't think it's necessarily, that Jacob necessarily knew what Desmond ultimate his goal was.
It seems I agree. I don't think he knew in detail, but I want to say he had some reason for sending Desmond there, and it wasn't just like, I don't know, here's a random character, I'll send him to do something I know not what.
He was special. He knew he was special. He knew he could resist electromagnetism. I think he knew the important, qualities in terms of choosing Desmond. But in terms of what Desmond needs to do when he gets down there, a place I think Jacob has never been in, I think he just didn't know that. Which he didn't need to know that necessarily. So it doesn't really matter.
The idea of, I feel like he knew Desmond was resistant to electromagnetism, and I feel like he knew that would matter. In terms of going down there.
Yeah, but I don't think he necessarily knew about the plug.
Yeah, all right.
Or
maybe he didn't know about the
told...
plug, but he at least knew, I'm just not coming saying he had no reason for sending Desmond. Like, that's weird.
I didn't say that. Definitely did not say that.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm just saying that's not what I want to say. Me either. It seemed like you were opening the door for Jacob knows nothing. I feel like Jacob knows some stuff. Just he doesn't necessarily know the entire story.
I'm saying he doesn't know everything, and I'm saying I don't think he ever went down in there, and I don't think he could have told Desmond anything specifically more than what Desmond just sort of intuitively knew what to do. Which may be the reason he told Desmond too, because he knew Desmond would know what to do. Like, that's fine for Jacob to have that quality.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I don't think he's ever been down there.
Yeah, I'll buy that he's never been down there. But I feel like he knew something about it. I mean, I feel like knowing that electromagnetic resistance is relevant means you know something about what's going on down there. So I don't know how he knows that.
His brother told him the light was connected to the magnetism.
That's right.
So I mean, he spends 2,000 years on the island. He can glean that much.
Sure. Sure. Yes. Right. So I feel like he knew enough that sending Desmond made sense.
Yeah.
But not the whole story. Sure.
Yeah, totally.
Otherwise, he should have told Jack. If he knew the whole story, he should have told Jack.
If he knew what?
If he knew the whole story, he should have
told
Jack.
Yeah, well, he told them, I'll tell you everything you know of how to protect the island, and he told them about the light. He told them where it was, eventually, and he told them they got to kill Man in Black, but, that's not everything. So
right,
got to use your words, Jacob. Got to use your words.
Right. Like if he knew about the plug, I feel like he could have easily said, "There's a plug down there. Desmond has to go in and pull that plug out."
Yeah.
If he knew that was sort of what Desmond had to do, I feel like he could have said it would be just like in the season 4 finale when Ben tells Locke, go find the geraniums or whatever he says, and there's a lever by that, and that, that's where the elevator is to take you down to the thing. Like, he gives Locke those instructions. Locke isn't able to figure it out himself, but when we see Ben go there, we see that those instructions are correct. He knew how to get down into the Orchid. Because
he's been there before.
Yeah.
What's your point?
My point is that Jacob, if Jacob knew, he could have said more.
I agree with that.
So that suggests to me that he didn't know.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
All right.
It wasn't supposed to be against what you were saying.
No. I was just making sure what your point was.
Okay.
So I like Sawyer's line of when Jack says, "If I leave a trail, can you catch up with this?" And Sawyer's like, "Hell yeah, I can." I really like that, considering, earlier this season, Sawyer wasn't following anybody. He's not on anybody's team. I'm not with nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's with me. Like, he was totally on that page after Juliet died and stuff. And I don't know. I feel like this was a little nod to that.
Yeah, no, I think they even have when he stays behind to bury Juliet, Kate, says, "We'll leave a trail for you," and he's like, "I'm not following anybody," or whatever he says.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's symmetrical with that. Like, he's come back to, caring about it and sort of connecting with these other people.
Yeah, and coming from Jack, him saying, I'll follow you, Jack. I'll catch up with you. Like, I think that's significant.
Yeah, absolutely. Since Jack is probably of these people, probably the worst in his eyes.
Yeah.
He's got the biggest issues with.
Terms
of killing Juliet.
I was hoping there would be more about with Sawyer and Jack about Juliet, and all we got was that one scene in the What They Died For episode. But Jack let him off the hook, and I buy it because Jack has been on that hook and it hurts. He let him off the hook pretty easy, but saying we all I was wrong once or whatever he said, or we all make mistakes kind of thing. But I did want a line where Sawyer says, "Jack, you were right. I should have trusted you. This one time I should have trusted you, and I didn't." Right.
I totally agree. I really think Sawyer deserves a little more than that. I wish they had put that in. Agree.
Yeah.
I more than agree. I think Sawyer, Sawyer had such a great season 5 arc. It feels like he kind of got screwed this season.
Mm-hmm.
He did some stuff, but it felt like a lot of the time, after his first section where he was sort of mourning Juliet, that stuff was great. But once he joined Smokey, he just kind of sulked around and said a few lines and disappeared for large numbers of episodes. And when it comes time for sort of him to go through something again, it feels like he gets shortchanged to really reflect on and sort of address that. It's a very quick scene, and I feel like his character had earned more than that.
Yeah. Well, he didn't just sit around and sulk. He was planning con after con as much as he could over there, but I get your point.
You're right. No, not in terms of what his character actually did, but in terms of sort of what they, You
mean sort of emotionally?
Yeah, and what they spent time on showing him doing.
Okay.
It's harder to defend, but it just, in all the transitional episodes up until, basically between the point of Recon when he got to go on the mission and when Jack and Hurley show up and it's time to make the great escape, it definitely felt like he was just sitting there.
Yeah, there was a couple parts where he was just waiting because he couldn't do anything. After he set up that con with Whitmore, he didn't have a lot to do after that.
Yeah.
For a little bit. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He's not the only one. There's several characters that just sat around for a while, but
yeah.
But
they really were sitting around waiting for the rest of the group for the rest of the Losties to join them. That kind of was just that's kind of the state of affairs over there. They were just like, well, we'll wait for them to come to us. That's as soon as they came, the plot kept going on. So
yeah,
I think that's sort of just surprising in general. You don't usually see one group waiting around for another group to just show up.
Yeah, I still don't know why Locke expected them to show up.
I don't either. Yeah.
It was totally confusing to me.
All right, I think that's all I have for this scene. Just those little things. You got anything else?
I think that's it.
All right.
You ready for the next scene?
Always.
We're past the opening titles now.
Point of no return.
Yes. Flash sideways. Hurley's vehicle pulls up to a motel with Sayid in the passenger seat. Sayid asks Hurley what's going on. Hurley pulls out a tranquilizer gun and finds out that Sayid's memory is not triggered. He gets out of the car and tells Sayid he has the choice to leave, but he has the choice to leave Hurley, but if he sticks with Hurley, he'll be glad he did. Hurley then leaves Sayid in the car. He goes and knocks on a door. Charlie answers, looking drunk. Hurley smiles. He tells Charlie he has a concert to perform and he's there to pick him up. Charlie doesn't care. Hurley tells Charlie it's the most important thing he'll ever do. Charlie is not convinced, so Hurley shoots the tranquilizer dart in his back and throws him in the back of his vehicle. He tells Sayid that was Charlie.
All right. I don't know what Sayid was about to disclaim responsibility for here. I love this, like, I don't know who you are, what you want, but I can't be held responsible for. I was like, what are you going to say there? I wonder. So this little scene of Hurley showing Sayid the tranquilizer gun and commenting that it's not triggering any memories, I think it's sort of a hint that, the triggering is, needs to be something sort of big and maybe specific to the people.
Yes. Yeah. And it's weird because I guess he's referring to that time that Sayid got shot with a tranquilizer dart and Hurley had to drive him around.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know, the tranquilizer gun was the guy's. Oh! That reminds me. Slight tangent. Might come back to this later, but I just want to say it just in case I forget. Related to my theory about Widmore's amorphous evilness and why it changed, I think I also want to say that the original idea of Sayid killing Widmore's people and those people who seem to be after everyone and the person who killed Nadia, I feel like originally those were supposed to be Widmore's people, and that's when he was in the bad guy era. Before they had sort of changed their mind, and once we got the good Widmore, we didn't really see that stuff anymore. And of course, we saw in the early season 5 outline he was still the bad Widmore, and it's episode 2 where we get those guys, coming after him. And so I feel like those are supposed to be Widmore's guys, but they haven't formulated the Widmore good guy plot. So I think I'm going to believe that they actually he was trying to kill the Oceanic Six or something, and that Sayid really was protecting them from these people who wanted to kill them. Like I think that was the original idea, and it just became muddled by the good Widmore.
Okay. I still wonder about whether or not Widmore ever wanted to kill anybody but Ben. I never really saw his motivation for wanting to kill the Losties, other than that's sort of the rule number 1 for the others is to kill non-others. But but sort of post all that, it never made sense to me why he would sort of want to specifically kill them. So Sayid going around killing Widmore's men, that's what Ben told him to do, and maybe that protected the Losties. I feel like indirectly, but it's like that guy was out there playing golf. Was he really, about to leave, play a couple holes, and then go try to track down one of the Losties and kill them? I just don't think that's true. I definitely. I mean, you definitely make a good point, and I buy everything you said. But I want to distance the idea. My view is that I'm not convinced that Widmore, these men, I did think they were Widmore's men, but I'm not convinced that he had directed them to cause harm to the Losties. The only thing that we have that I think supports that is Ben, and that's not a reliable source.
I think we see them trying to cause harm to Sayid and Hurley, to Nadia.
So okay, is that supposed to be Widmore's guys?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying those are Widmore's guys.
You're saying those are all Widmore's guys, and I can't explain the Nadia thing. That's such a strange circumstance. I guess Widmore did that, but Jacob
that's one where I'm going with. The only thing they ever told us was that Widmore's guy did it, and they never contradicted that. So that's one where I'm believing it.
Yeah, the Nadia thing's weird to me. I guess the idea would be they were trying to kill Sayid or something next, and then killed her.
Yeah.
The other thing though is, the guy. If I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. The guys who were attacking Sayid was attacking him with tranquilizer guns. So it's like didn't seem like they were, or Hurley. Wait, who were they coming after? Now I forget. Wasn't it Sayid's place? Didn't
it was Sayid's
Hurley,
place,
and it was like his motel or something.
Yeah, it was like Sayid's apartment or motel or something like that. Yeah,
and then so the idea is they're still trying to get Sayid.
Yeah.
And Hurley, or just Sayid?
Well, they also had that guy outside Hurley's institution.
Yeah.
That Sayid killed. So it was.
But okay, how do you reconcile that with the idea that when John goes to talk to Widmore, he says, "Okay, I'm trying to help you guys." Because I always thought...
Right, so you're talking about the stage in the show where they've changed their plan, because that's Jeremy Bentham. They've clearly made another decision about Widmore by that point.
Yeah, but, I've always thought the guy outside of Hurley's place wasn't there to cause Hurley any harm, because he could have gone in and killed him at any point.
Yeah.
He was just sitting out there, I thought, keeping tabs on Hurley. That's how I always viewed, at least that encounter, was he was just sort of keeping tabs on Hurley. And then, of course... or even that it was Ben's guy, because Ben had people around, I think, trying to track down the Losties too. Ben
told Sayid to go kill that people were watching Hurley and to go kill him. So if that's Ben's guy, he had his own guy killed by Sayid. It's possible.
Oh, is that crazy?
It's possible, but yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, I
don't think that's weird for Ben, but maybe it is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think in general that makes sense that those were Widmore's guys. I don't know who else's guys they would be. So
yeah, and I want to go farther than that. I want to say Abaddon was supposed to be evil, and as soon as they went with good guy Widmore, they went with good guy Abaddon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because Abaddon works for Widmore, and so I say the way they portrayed him earlier was really how they were going to go with him. And maybe when he got captured, when Locke got captured by Abaddon, we'd see like the bad side of Abaddon or something. But I really think all that stuff was real, and I was reading it right, damn it, and then they changed their mind.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I feel like it, there's at least some evidence that they really changed their plan for Widmore and for Ben. So I feel like that's why the mixed signals from the show and sort of what I was picking up on. So I could be wrong about that, but that's my attempt at a theory about what's going on there.
Okay.
From the writing point of view. Now, in the end, if you ask the writers now what's going on with that, I don't know what they say.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to come up with some explanation, and maybe they do even say, "Oh, that's Ben's people" or something. I'm trying to look at it like what they were doing back then.
Yeah.
Because they probably have to have some other, rationale now.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of weird now.
Maybe it would have made more sense because it would have gotten developed, but it just never made sense to me that Widmore was trying to kill the Losties.
Yeah.
He obviously never said that.
Right.
But of course they changed their mind at some point, so it's hard to really piece it together. But
yeah, by the time we see him, they've changed their mind. So
yeah,
it's sort of like too late to have him explain why he wanted to kill them because he doesn't want to kill them anymore. And the idea of Jacob visiting him, I think that's a sort of retcon to explain it.
Yeah.
These are the kinds of things that the writers won't admit, and so that's kind of the frustrating thing. I've never heard them actually say, "Oh yeah, we wanted to do this, but we did that, so we retconned it." Like they never put things that way.
Yeah.
When they were asked about Jack saying that the clothes looks like the body had aged 50 years or whatever for Adam and Eve, they were like, "Oh well, Jack's not a anthropologist. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You shouldn't believe him." And that's a legitimate answer, but at the same time, I feel like when they wrote that, they intended that to be in the ballpark. And I just think they changed their plans. I'd like to hear them say that, but they really don't like to say stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so with stuff like that, I have to just look at what the show says and try to turn it into something that sounds like what might have happened behind the, in the writer's room.
Yeah, I think that, that definitely makes sense. I don't, obviously Widmore wouldn't have succeeded in killing the Losties, so I don't know how far that would have gone before, he's thwarted or something, but...
Right. Right.
I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to see where the plot would have gone from there because it would have been so different from what they gave us. Yeah, and I don't really know because it looks like he would have captured Locke, and then Ben would have rescued him, and then he would have asked Ben to kill him, and then I don't know what Widmore does after that. That seems sort of mysterious.
All right.
But yeah, that's not exactly pertinent to this scene, but I guess because of the tranquilizer dart. That's why. That's why I brought it up. So we definitely get the sense here that Hurley remembers stuff. He remembers pretty much everything from the show, that we've seen him go through. So, so my thing about Ana Lucia, like that, that probably was what that was. And so he knows, and he's fully on board, like to the extent that he's willing to like tranquilize Charlie and just throw him in the back of his truck. Again, like it's stuff like that. It's like it makes it mysterious and cool. It's like, oh, he's just going to the afterlife.
That's not mysterious and cool?
No.
Because really, he's just going to the concert. That's where he's really going at this point.
Well,
and then eventually he's going to the afterlife, or the afterlife.
Yeah, the concert was a letdown, too. I wanted the concert to be the culmination, but it turned out to be the church.
Yeah. The concert was pretty lame.
Yeah, it was totally lame. I wanted a party. I didn't get a party.
You did not get a party.
It was like a formal dinner.
Yeah, I remember on the last podcast you were thinking they would end with the concert, and I'm like, yeah. Well, at some point, I think you stopped thinking that, but it was like, yeah, they're not going to end the show at the concert. It's just not going to happen. And that's the whole thing. I was just not imagining a dance concert. Like there's a mosh pit and there's people standing. I imagined a banquet, and he gave Kate that dress, and so. Yeah,
you're right. You're right. I don't know. I wanted a more exciting concert.
You just wanted an excuse for a party.
I did.
Come on, guys, party.
I mean, they got the idea of all the characters getting together, but yeah, I wanted more of a celebration. Not this sort of calm, serene, let's go on together into the next life.
Yeah.
That's not what I wanted. I wanted some kind of ecstatic celebration.
What if there's nothing there?
Ooh, that would suck. Oh shit, nothing.
What if that's where you go when you're done with like conscious existence? You know what I mean? Like you get to live in the real world, and then you get to go to the afterlife. you know, and sort of live again, and then, you know, you find the people who are important and you all can sort of choose to move on together, but it's really deciding to sort of end in your conscious existence. Like, that's the exit, and there's just nothing after that. Like, they wouldn't know.
Right.
You know? I don't know. I like to think dark.
That is a dark thought, and I wish that I believed it.
Yeah, it's not what happened, but it could be. It could be.
Yeah.
They walk in the light. It's just really bright wherever we are, guys. I don't know. I can't see anything. There's nothing here. All right, how long is this going to last? Cut to eternity later.
I guess this is it, huh?
Still can't see anything. It's too bright. That's what I imagine.
Wow.
Okay, so we got this little Charlie scene here. You know, Charlie does not play drunk half as well as Sawyer does, by the way. You know, I'm just thinking, you know, you're no Sawyer after losing Juliet, Charlie.
Oh, no. No, he's like lame, indulgent rock star drunk.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's faking it a little bit.
Yeah, he is faking a little bit.
You know, like he wants to be more drunk than he actually is.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this scene, it's just, what if I told you playing this show is the most important thing you'll ever do? Would you come then? Oh, Hurley. It's like, now that we know what he's talking about, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird. Is that the most important thing he ever did?
It has to be.
Okay.
Realizing this reality isn't reality, that seems to be important.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Moving on to the afterlife. Yeah, that's important. All right, fine.
Yeah. It was nice for me to get Saeed back, even for a little bit.
Mhm.
I appreciated that.
This is a crappy Saeed.
I know.
Who gets tripped up by a garden hose.
I know. But he should be the real Saeed by the end. Not that they ever got a chance to show that.
by the end.
But yeah, I don't know. I'll take crappy Saeed over no Saeed.
Mhm.
I like crappy Saeed, even though he's a little crappy.
Yeah. It's in the title.
What?
You're not surprised. I said it's in the title that he's crappy.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, yeah. At least, you know what you're getting.
All right. Can we get the next scene?
You want the next scene? Yeah, okay. Back to the islands. Kate, Jack, and Hurley walk. Kate asked Jack why he took the job of Jacob. Jack says, I took it because the island's all I've got left. It's the only thing in my life I haven't managed to ruin. Kate says, you haven't ruined anything. Nothing is irreversible. Then Hurley interrupts, saying that death is imminent. They continue to walk.
Here it is again. This is the second time where it's like it's on this sort of positive note, and then Eeyore walks by and he's like, "We're all about to die.
We're all doomed."
Yeah, it was so weird for her to play that role. Like that's a line Miles should have.
Yeah, it is. That's totally a Miles line.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, they're having this moment, and he just blows it completely.
Yeah, it's like, why is he so upset all of a sudden? Like, things have been bad before. You've never been this, like, party pooper.
Yeah. Yeah, he's become the ultimate party pooper now.
Yeah.
at last. Yeah, Hurley seems to go through these phases. It's almost like that time where he just didn't like lying for a while.
I don't like lying.
Now he's just on this, death is impending kind of kick.
Mhm.
I'm just going to remind everyone that we're about to die.
How come he doesn't have faith in Jack, that, like, Jack's going to save them all? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Why is he thinking they're going to die when, like, he should be having faith that Jack is going to save them? That's what Hurley does best.
Not this time.
I don't buy it. They wanted that line, and Hurley was the only one who could say it. I don't buy it.
You're right. He's the only one in the scene that can really pull Jack and Kate out of their moments and remind us of the stakes.
Exactly.
So yeah, no, totally. This is a good example of a character saying something because they need them to say it.
Yes, this is a great example of just the writers needing somebody to say something.
Yeah.
I did like Kate's line of "nothing is irreversible." It reminds me of the incident, which proved to be irreversible. It seems like I thought they were trying to say something about that, or at least tie it to the incident, and trying to explode Jughead to prevent them from ever getting to the island. And then I don't know what they got out of it, because that's not the point they made.
Yeah. Yeah, it really feels like this episode really made it feel like the season was one long con.
Mhm.
Like, really similar to what they did with Locke in season 5.
Yeah, and by the way, Sawyer has that line in this episode. He tells Jack it's a long con. When Jack tells Sawyer Jack tells Locke he's going to kill him. And then Sawyer says how, and he's like, I don't know yet. And then Sawyer says, it's a long con, Doc. Something like that.
Wow, I don't remember that line.
We'll get to it.
That's good. I'm sure we will. It's just there's a lot in this episode, and I guess I don't remember every detail. Yeah, that's good. But it feels like the whole season was one of the lingering issues was like what happened after what did the incident do? Did it create this timeline? How is that going to relate to the On Island story?
Yeah.
And at the end, it's like the punchline is the incident didn't really do anything in terms of creating a timeline, and this is after the island.
Mhm.
So they were just wrong about what they thought the incident would do. It did not work.
Yeah, it seemed like the incident did not prevent them from crashing on the island.
Yes, those experiences were set. They could not change them.
It seems like Dan was wrong about that.
Yeah. Just as Dan seemed to be wrong in the Flash Sideways about what was going on.
Mhm. Yeah, he said, "Look, we created my equations tell me I think we've created an alternate universe."
Yeah.
And he seemed to imply this was it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, he tells that to Desmond, and then Desmond goes, see, you're right, it is kind of a long con, because, like, Desmond goes, he starts his plan because of that, right? Or it's after he meets Penny and all that he really starts. But, like, that sets him on the course to find Penny.
Right.
And, yeah, it's really weird to start out on your mission being told this is a new universe we created because we tried to change the past.
Yeah.
And then end up your journey thinking, well, we're just dead.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, man. I want that. I want the incident to connect to the Flash Highway so bad. That's just a big lingering part I don't like about the finale.
I see.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, is there any way that Richard was right and they all died in the incident?
I don't know. I mean, Sun and Jin and other people will have memories past that point, which seem to be from their lives, and there wasn't any distinction between Sun and Jin in season 1 and Sun and Jin dying on the submarine post-incident. So, I mean, it looks to me like those memories came from the same time period and same sort of existence. So it looks to me like, no, they didn't all die in the incident.
Is it possible that the incident negated the events of the 70s, and it just sent them back to the future where they would have left off?
Negated the events of the 70s? What do you mean?
Like made it like where they never went to the 70s.
Doesn't look like it. I mean, their pictures were in the barracks, so I mean, it looks to me like it looks to me like they were still, they really were there, and that wasn't negated.
Well, that sucks. So I have a theory about what happened with the incident, but it's not, to me, it's not good enough it doesn't tie into the Flash Sideways, which makes it not good enough.
I see.
But that's number one on my list of things I don't like about how the show ended, was not tying the Flash Sideways to the incident, because they made it seem like that was the case.
Yes, I agree. I'm okay actually with the incident being a massive red herring. I just wanted a different Flash Sideways than what we got.
Mhm.
Although I would have liked if they tied in the incident somehow. But I think they wanted to surprise us, and so they kind of led us in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that's called lying.
Sure, you could call it that. Misdirection, perhaps.
Is that a fancy word for lying?
Mhm.
Okay. Then let's call it that.
Okay. Yeah. We can talk more about the incident later, I suppose.
All right.
Unless you want to talk about it now. Do you have more to say about it right now?
No, I'll save it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to sort of talk about my big theory about the incident and the spawn hatch and all that together.
That reminds me, like, that's another thing I would have liked to have seen. Juliet realizing the shit didn't work and that they're all dead, and Jack's plan was just wrong, and Jack basically just got her killed for some scheme that didn't work at all.
Mhm.
It's like, that sucks. And Sawyer goes off to live his life without Juliet because of that.
Mhm.
So it's that's another thing that I would just like to see anyone on the show talk about the incident again.
Yeah, right.
After it happened, like, all we got really was Dan's little line. Of course, he didn't even know because he didn't have his original memories. He just kind of used the equations he wrote down and what some other person told him to come to the conclusion that maybe they detonated a bomb.
Another example of, like, someone just getting information and believing it, like, oh, I'm drawing these equations of how to create another universe. I must have done it.
Mhm.
It's a great, plausible theory when you're outside of that and you see two universes, but it didn't seem to be true.
Right, yeah. And I always wondered, like, about Dan running back, and I figured it out. We're the variables. We can change things. Mm-hmm. And I also, again, it feels like Dan, I guess Dan doesn't really get to move on or whatever. But, yeah, I want Dan to realize he was wrong about that. Like, he sort of, it cost him his life that he, went on that tear. And it's,
well, I don't know who's going to tell him, because he shouldn't have any memories after he died, so he won't know if it worked or not unless somebody who lived through it not working tells him, right?
He won't know until he wakes up.
Yeah.
And, and then his mom can tell him or something.
Mhm. Yeah, she'd have to tell him.
Because she seems, Miss Hawking seems to be kind of like Desmond in that she seems to be totally aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
And just kind of smiling and nodding through the whole thing.
What was that whole thing about you got what you wanted, Desmond, and, Widmore's respect, what you wanted more than anything? It's like she wanted him to stay there.
Yeah.
But it's like, that was totally artificial. This wasn't some universe that was created so people could get what they want. It was so that they could work out their issues. And maybe that's his version of working out his issue with Widmore, is having a relationship with him.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not the thing he wanted most of all.
Yeah.
I think we can agree that's Penny.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It was definitely misdirecting or whatever, misleading. A lot of those little things in the beginning of the Flash Sideways that made it seem like a different universe and not the afterlife.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I do think I think the answer on that is basically that she was worried that Desmond would take Dan away.
Okay.
Because I think that's sort of what the dialogue between Desmond and her in this episode is telling us.
Yeah. I guess I'll buy that. I'll buy that.
That's the best I can do. As far as you got everything you wanted, that's making it come across like a wish fulfillment universe, and that's definitely throwing us in the wrong direction.
Mhm.
Because her example just doesn't apply. So it's like, I don't know. And then, just to throw this in, we also have Man in Black offering someone to Saeed. And why was he saying that? Is that
sorry, what?
We have Man in Black offering someone, probably, we thought it was Nadia. Maybe now they're saying it was Shannon. I don't know. I don't care. It's frustrating. But someone, who was dead, he was saying, you can have her.
Mm-hmm.
And was he saying, does he know about the afterlife? Was it bullshit? Was it just manipulation? I don't know what to think about that.
I agree. You don't know what to think about that.
Okay. Do you know what to think about that?
I'll make a point about me then. Now my turn. No. What do I think about that? I'm much more comfortable knowing what you don't think about that. Let me think. I think he was lying. I think I feel like part of me wants to say maybe he knew about the afterlife, but I think it's a lot safer for me to say nobody knew about it because nobody seemed to know about it. The only example of somebody knowing about it might be this one of him promising something to Saeed, but I think that can be chalked up to his ability to lie to everyone. And, and sort of promise these things, because I think he only promised Saeed that after sort of Saeed gave, it's like, well, what do you want? And Saeed told him what he wanted, and he said, I can give you that. I don't think he, posed this question of you can have your loved one back or something like that first. If he would have posed it first, I would say, okay, well, how does he even know that's what Saeed wants? And then, of course, okay, he scanned him or something, that's fine. And then it's like, okay, well, maybe he doesn't know about the afterlife since he's the one who told Saeed he can have his loved one, and Saeed didn't say that. But since Saeed is the one who said it, and Man in Black is used to pitting, people against their interests and especially their lost loves, I think he was lying. I wish there was some truth to it. I don't even know what that means. Like, what would he have done if he got off the island with Saeed? First of all, I think he would have just killed Saeed anyway, because Saeed's a candidate. So,
well, yeah.
You know, I don't think that's the thing, I don't even think he would have gone as far as him getting off the island. I think all that stuff, when he told anybody, all I want to do is to help you, or all I want to do is get you off the island, all I want you to do is come with me, any of that all I want stuff is just a lie.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I pretty much agree. But it was, you know, it was a lingering issue that it seems like we're in a better position to answer now.
Yeah.
Because we didn't really know where anything was going. But yeah, it definitely, I definitely think he wanted to kill all the people, and you know, either he knew about the afterlife and it was like, hey, Sayid, I can kill you, and then you'll see Nadia / Shannon again. That did happen. But yeah, I'm not convinced he knew about it.
Yeah, and I'm not convinced.
But I'm not convinced that's what Sayid had in mind.
That's definitely not what Sayid had in mind, and I feel like, you know, by the way, can I bring this up real quick? Can I throw this in there? How come Sayid didn't go to the other side when he was dead?
Ooh, ouch.
Sorry, writers, but I have to bring that one up. Yeah.
Oh, man, that's a good point. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. I don't know what you say about that. But anyway, yeah, I don't think Man in Black, I don't think he knew about the afterlife. That would be too much. You know, he didn't know about the island.
Right.
You know, like he didn't even, you know what I mean? Like he didn't have a great handle on the island, so.
Yeah, you don't
I don't Yeah, now maybe you could say he's got this connection with death or something, so maybe that would give him some insight into the afterlife. You know, throw that in there, fine. But yeah. I think it's safe to say he didn't know.
If there was any hint that he knew about the afterlife, I'd believe it.
Yeah.
But I don't think we ever got the sense that, you know. Because then he could have been like, well, I'm going to kill these people, but they're going to get a great afterlife. So it's not so bad.
Yeah, it changes. I think it changes his behavior if he's aware of the afterlife and he's aware that, you know, I think it would change his behavior, you know, that he's aware that, okay, I kill these people and they get to go somewhere else and they're just sort of out of my way, but they're not really, you know, they're dead in the context of this world, but not sort of generally speaking.
Yeah. And I feel like if that's true, he could sit down the candidates and say, look, can't leave the island unless you die. Now, I know you don't want to die, but let me tell you, I know what happens when you die, and you're going to love it.
Yeah, you're going to love it.
It's awesome. And so if you could just die for me and then I could leave, everybody's happy.
Yeah, you know, Man in Black, you know, I was trying to make this point earlier. I don't think I elaborated, but it dawned on me how little, until they leave the island, of course, or until Jacob left, but, you know, maybe Man in Black got a little of this living with the humans, but there's so much, the gamut of human experience that they missed out on. You know, like, you know, I remember bringing up on the podcast, the Across the Sea podcast, when Jacob buries mother and Man in Black's body in the cave, and I'm thinking, or places them in the cave, and I think I said something about why didn't he bury them or something, or maybe we talked about this before, but it just dawned on me that, like, well, he didn't know he should bury dead people. You know, nobody told him that. You know, Mother didn't tell him to do that, so he didn't do it. You know, he didn't sort of experience death like that, so he didn't really know what to do besides to just lay them in their home where they were, you know, and where they lived. So to me, that sort of made sense, and I think that logic extends a little bit further into their actions in general, because they were sort of not exposed to certain things. You know, like, you know, I hate to be, I don't want to be crass. I guess this isn't crass. We're adults. But, like, you know, Man in Black probably never had sex. You know, maybe he did something in the 30 years he was with the humans, you know.
Yeah.
I would say that's maybe probable. But in general, you know, there was just so you know, really strong, specific human experiences that I think they missed. And I think Jacob might have gotten some of those since he got to leave the island periodically. But in general, it's like they have this sort of isolated life, and I think that directly affects, who they are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And in the span of Man in Black's life, the time when he was living with humans was very short.
Yeah, if he had sex, he probably doesn't remember it.
Right. 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 And I think the thing Man in Black has, which I think they underused, which I brought up before, is the scanning thing. So I feel like that gives him an ability. I feel like he got in touch with John Locke. He really understood John Locke on a deep level because he had access to all his memories, and I feel like the fact that he can do that to people allows him to have experiences of other people that no one else can really do. Not know what it's like to be somebody, have all their memories and stuff. So I feel like he did have some understanding of what people are like based on that. I use that as a bit of an excuse to bring up, I feel like they underuse that scanning thing. When Sayid lies to him, he could have turned into Smokey and scanned Sayid and found out that he was lying. Widmore, he threatens Widmore with Penny and stuff to get information, but he could have just turned into Smokey and scanned his ass and known.
I feel like they don't want to go too far with that power. They don't want him to be, it's like the Superman, scenario of, you don't want him to be too strong where he can just whip out that power all the time and not be susceptible to people lying to him or be susceptible to cons and be susceptible to other people's plans. Yeah, I think they definitely underused it, but I think probably purposefully so that he wouldn't. So he's fallible. You know what I mean? So he has to trust people and he has to, I would say that's probably why they did that, because he would be way too powerful if he could just always know who's telling the truth. Other than his ability to sort of read people.
Right. Yeah, like I'll buy that as Locke, he can't just determine if people are telling the truth, that he has to do the Smokey thing and bust out the flashing lights and whatever the fuck he does.
Yeah.
When he scans, like it might take work, but I guess I feel like he never used that to his advantage in the sort of present day.
Yeah. I would almost even say I'm not convinced he can tell whether or not you're lying. I guess it would depend on what he's scanning and how that scanning works. Like, if you said like for instance, if Sayid says he killed Desmond, and he didn't, of course, then he scanned him, he might be able to find a memory of, Sayid walking away and Desmond's alive.
Yeah.
But like, if Sayid is lying about something else that there's no clear memory of, like it's not like an event or something, I don't necessarily think Smokey could just tell if he's lying in general. Like, sure. I don't think he can read your thoughts. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
He can scan your brain for memories, but I don't think he can read your thoughts.
Yes. I mean, I agree. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, but I feel like that was enough. Reading Sayid's memories would be enough to see if he was lying about that or not.
Yeah.
And same with Widmore. Reading Widmore's memories would be enough to tell him what he was there to do with Desmond.
Yeah, he probably could have scanned Desmore. Widmore and do more with Desmore. That's a product now. He probably could have done that. I think they didn't want him to be that powerful.
No,
and
I
of course,
agree.
They don't want him turning into Smokey every chance he gets.
Yeah, there's also special effects issues.
And another thing is, they have that line, I think, is it this episode? Yeah, or the last one, where he says, Ben asks him, why do you walk around all the time? Why don't you just fly as Smokey? And I think they're kind of answering your question, too, slightly, which is, he says, I just want to walk around and feel human. But
right.
I think they're saying, he just won't do that all the time. He just won't be Smokey because it's convenient.
Yes. No, you're right. Those are all good and valid points, which I acknowledge.
All right. Well. Woo! What have we seen? 4?
something like that.
And that fourth one was short.
Oh yeah. I mean, we kind of. The main way we go along on a scene is we talk about other stuff.
Yeah. Well, about 6.5 hours, and we're about to get to scene 5. That's about on track, I'd say. We're about on track.
Yeah, that's a good pace. Yeah, I guess we're talking about Jack, Kate, and Hurley.
To Curly.
Yes, to Curly.
You heard me.
That's the name for the relationship the three of them have. To Curly.
Yeah, I also we probably will bring this up, I'm sure, post episode discussion, but I want to speculate about what happens to these characters after the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely worth doing. I do too.
Okay.
I mean, besides going to the afterlife.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah, in the real world.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But in the grand scheme, yeah. Besides going to the afterlife.
For some of them, that's sort of where it ends. But there's some characters who have significant off-island lives or on-island lives, I guess, that aren't addressed. So. Yeah, definitely blanks to fill in there. Yeah, Kate's little line to Jack here was like, okay, I guess Kate's going back to Jack now. It's gonna be Kate and Jack in the end or something.
Oh, you haven't ruined anything. Nothing is reversible.
Yeah.
Irreversible.
Yeah. And by that I mean our marriage or something.
Yeah. Well, they won't get married.
Or our divorce or our whatever. Our connection, our relationship, what have you, etc.
Yeah. It's like he didn't ruin their relationship. They can repair it.
They do, I think, in the afterlife.
Yeah.
It's just a long ways away.
Listen, there's time enough to pay. There's time enough time to pay attention to your wife and your spouse in the afterlife.
Yeah.
If your marriage can't work in the afterlife, you're just not trying hard enough.
Yes. Lessons from Lost.
Yeah. Oh man! I just thought of an awful scene where, like, at the very end, I can't stop laughing. At the very end, they're at the church and they're about to walk through the white light, and everybody's paired up. Anybody who has a pair is paired up, and they're about to walk through the light, and then Sawyer looks over at Kate at the very end. I can just see the look on Juliet's face. You're still looking at her after all this.
Yes.
Oh, man, that'd be so funny. I died and went to heaven, and that's still not good enough for you. Jeez. I'll never forget that, though. I'll never forget Sawyer saying he could not remember her face. I just can't remember that freckled face. It's been so long. It was so weird to me how far the extent they went to have him make his point. Of course, right before she shows up again. But, like, it was just so weird to be like, yeah, I loved her, but damn it, I don't know what she looked like. Like, really? Sort of small, mousy, with a lot of hair, likes to run.
Yes.
Not that hard, Sawyer. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I like to think that 3 years from now, I'll remember what Kate looked like.
Yeah, I think so.
And I'm going to say I have less of a connection to Kate than Sawyer does.
Are you not in love with her?
I'm really not. Sorry.
All right. Well, we'll see in 3 years.
I guess we will. Yeah, no. They might have overdone it a bit, but they were definitely trying to say he's moved on from Kate definitively.
Yeah.
And here's Kate. Now what?
Mhm.
And it sucks because, like, he never actually did anything. He just kind of looked at her, and that was what changed Juliet's mind and led to her death.
Juliet ended up dying because of that look.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if Sawyer realizes that.
Yeah.
Because she had convinced him to go stop Jack from doing this, and then he looks at her, and then she convinces Sawyer to help Jack. You know? And it's just like, okay, well, yeah, Sawyer blames Jack for Juliet dying, but, first of all, Juliet is the one who hit Jughead, and number two is Sawyer gave that look.
Totally. And that was what changed her mind, and she told him that. So, yeah, it's one of those things that, a lot of times they don't address the specifics of previous events.
Yeah.
I feel like that definitely seems to matter in terms of assigning blame to people. But yeah, I know it was a lot for Juliet, like to detonate a hydrogen bomb because Sawyer looked at Kate like, damn.
Yeah. Because she wanted to make it where Sawyer never came there and they never fell in love and all that stuff.
Yeah. Like, wow, that look must have been really, I don't know, full
explosive?
Of something. What?
Is that explosive?
Yes, explosive, thank you.
Incendiary?
Yes.
Time travel inducing?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making things up.
Okay.
That look induced time travel. That's what's weird to me about the incident is they seem to be saying, well, no, it didn't cause the flash sideways. But, they seem to be glossing over the fact it sent them to the future.
True.
No one thanks Jack for getting them back to their own time period.
No, they don't appreciate that. Because if it didn't work, it could have killed them all.
Yeah.
And
physics.
So it could have sucked a lot more than it did.
You guys could be dead, so why don't you thank me just a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them, it's Hurley and Kate and Sawyer. They get to fly off the island and have lives because of what Jack did. So, I don't know.
Who's the asshole? Probably not Jack. I don't know. Probably not Jack.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, yeah, I don't think Jack's the asshole in that case. He did something.
Yeah. How many times did he save people?
A lot. He saves people. That's his thing.
Yeah. Oh, God. It reminds me of that line, Ben telling Hurley, do what you do best, Hugo. What did you look after people? Like, that's what he does best? 6 years with this character, and now I'm finally figuring out what he does best?
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, what does he say? Watch for.
Yeah, look out for people or help people or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh, Hurley's special ability, seeing ghosts, right? No?
That's his special ability, but that's not what he does best.
Okay. You help people.
Yeah,
okay.
And it's like, they totally seem to be trying to tie it into, Hurley giving out the food and, looking after, I think he said looking after people, I think. Or something like that. And it's like, I see what they're trying to say, but I would have never said that's what Hurley does best.
Me either. But yeah.
You do best, Hugo. That's my Ben.
That's a weird Ben.
I don't know why it's like that.
That kind of sounds like, who does it sound like? That sounds a little bit like Tracy Morgan.
Oh, really? I'm not trying to get what he sounds like so much as just like the tone of how he said the words. Like, just do what you do best.
Okay. I hear him saying that to Liz Lemon on 30 Rock or something. You do what you do best, Liz Lemon.
You do what you do best, Liz. Yeah. You do what you do best, Hugo.
There you go.
I don't know what Ben said.
That's my Ben.
Yeah. More nasal.
Very nasal. But
what?
yeah.
I rewatched some of Sundown the other day before the finale, and that scene with Miles running up the son. Hey, where's your husband? What? Oh, it's so great. So
Jen is a what?
Yeah, exactly. Jen who? Jen who's alive? Jen Rummy?
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, that was great. It was like, man, son is out of the loop.
Yeah.
He has no idea what's going on.
No.
And Miles' casualness just makes it better.
It's almost like he did that on purpose.
What?
Like it's almost like he knew she hadn't seen Jen, and
yeah.
he was just being Miles.
Yeah, exactly. Like, classic Miles.
Yeah, classic Miles.
And classic son.
You know, I'll say this real quick. In terms of the ending, is Sawyer and this is almost too perfect. Sawyer and Miles are both together at the end, getting rescued. So on the path to rescue-ness, it's a word. Look it up. And or don't look it up. And they can go be buddy cops now. Oh,
that's interesting. Yeah,
it'd be cool if they go back and he and well, I guess he's not gonna marry Kate. I was gonna say he and Kate get married, but she's probably eternally in love with Jack now.
Yeah, it doesn't. From the flash sideways, it doesn't look like he married Kate.
Yeah.
I think they didn't want to screw up. They didn't want to screw up the Sawyer Juliet thing.
Mm-hmm.
They got their big reunion. That would have been weird if he was married to Kate. Like, ugh. You know that what I looked at that made you die?
Mm-hmm. That look that killed you? Yeah, I was looking at her.
Yeah. You might have been onto something there. I don't know. Yeah, no, they totally... I think they pretty much told us that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Although, I like to imagine Sawyer and Kate maintain some kind of relationship.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they can't lose their connection.
No.
You know, it still seems to be there to me.
Well, and Saeed had the whole thing with Nadia. He was in love with her, and then he ends up with Shannon, who he barely fell in love with.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I could see if Kate and Sawyer, I wouldn't see them necessarily getting married, but if they had some sort of relationship that doesn't really work out in the end because they're both in love with dead people,
right?
I could see that happening and not being a big deal in the eternal long run.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. It's just they didn't necessarily get married and live happily ever after.
Yeah, I think that didn't happen.
Yeah. It definitely would have been weird if Nadia were there and Saeed was with Shannon.
Oops.
That would have been a little hard to take.
Mm-hmm. I never stopped looking for you, Nadia. Except when I hooked up with this blonde chick.
Even that, yeah. I was still looking for you. Mm-hmm. In her pants.
Nope, not in here, I guess I'll say. While I'm already here, I might as well. All right.
Oh, Saeed. You dog, you.
He did like Elsa. She was also blonde.
Yes.
There's a lot of blonde women on the show that if you're a man, you must fall in love with.
It's true. Yeah, I think that was Saeed's thing. He just kind of had a thing for the ladies.
Mhm.
And he would just quickly fall in love with them, and then they would die.
Yeah.
Except for Nadia. He was in love with Nadia for a long time, even though he forgot for a little while. But then he remembered again.
Well, and then he found her again, and then she died.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
All right, well, next scene?
Next scene? Okay. Let's see. Locke wraps the rope around his arm. Ben catches Sawyer watching from behind a bush. Sawyer sees that Desmond is not in the well. Sawyer realizes that Locke wants to use Desmond to destroy the island. Locke clarifies that he's not going down with the island, but Sawyer and the candidates are. Sawyer says they're not candidates anymore. Then he punches Ben in the mouth and takes his gun. Then Sawyer leaves the area. Ben thought that Locke was being figurative when he said he wanted to destroy the island. Locke admits that Ben won't get the island, but he offers Ben a place on his boat. Locke sees some tracks and says, I think there was a dog here.
All right.
And America knew what dog he meant.
There's only one dog in this island.
Yes.
So Sawyer comes in, and Locke and Ben are still at the well from the previous episode. Let me see. So he guesses Desmond. He needs Desmond to destroy the island. So Sawyer apparently calls Locke Smokey, which I missed. I don't know how I missed that, but I didn't
he
hear
does.
that.
He does. I caught that the first time. I was like, wow, someone said Smokey on the show. That's crazy. And also called him that to his face.
Yeah, calls him Smokey, yeah.
He got to hear that little nickname.
I like Sawyer saying we're not candidates anymore. But to me, that's like, yikes, Sawyer. That means he might kill you. Right then and there. Yeah, I think people get lucked out a lot when Locke decides he doesn't want to do certain things. Like, he just decides he doesn't need to kill Sawyer because he's going to just destroy the island. But it's like, well, just in case you're wrong, you might want to go kill him.
Right.
But he just doesn't think he's going to fail.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to matter.
Yeah. So here's the thing about Ben's interpretation of the end of what they died for when Locke says, I'm going to destroy the island.
Yeah.
Ben said, I thought you were speaking figuratively. Which, why would you think that? Like, in what figurative sense can he destroy the island any more than he already has? The most you could do to destroy the island figuratively would be, like, to kill the people on it, I guess.
Yeah.
Like,
maybe go, like, knock over a few buildings or something.
Yeah, like,
uproot a few more trees.
Exactly. Like, nothing more than he's sort of already done. So I don't know what Ben was thinking here.
Yeah, this line was ridiculous to me. I laughed when he said that.
Yeah.
Really? I thought you were speaking figure. What?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Ben.
Yeah.
What
I guess from Ben's perspective, he didn't hear that line at the end of an episode.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
He didn't know it was important, but it's like...
He didn't hear the dramatic music queuing up
exactly.
And then lost after he said it.
Yeah, it's like Locke goes, I'm going to destroy the island, and then Ben is thinking, that guy, he always just, he's always going overboard with his analogies. He's just, his figure of speech.
He just loves his figures of speech, that guy.
So this brings up the point of what was Ben's game plan? When he goes out to talk to Smokey, and Smokey throws Richard into the jungle and tells Ben he needs him to kill some people, and then Ben gives up Widmore, and then Zoe gets killed, and then Ben shoots Widmore, and then, like, he wants to go kill some more people. I would say, 75% or more of the people that I sort of saw online or talked to, like, really thought Ben was conning him.
Yes.
I was hoping Ben was conning him. I thought, okay, well, maybe they planned this. My infamous, like, maybe there are blanks in that gun, something like that. But it just seems like, no, Ben was just being evil and trying to be a survivalist and doing what the bad man told him to do. And he didn't have any alternative game plan.
Yeah.
And I think that's really disappointing.
Yeah. It is. I want to tell myself that he did, and we just never saw it. But yeah, I think you have a case.
Say it again. You think what?
I want to tell myself that he did, that it was a con,
and
that basically the events played out in such a way that it became irrelevant, whatever his con was, because he just, the Man in Black and everybody else goes to the same place, so Ben ends up with them, and eventually Man in Black, what happens? They leave, and then. Oh, now I don't remember what happens. Oh, they go to the plane, I guess. Wait, no, that's not what happens.
Did you watch the episode?
Now I'm forgetting. Now I'm forgetting what happened.
What are you trying to piece together?
I just don't remember the order of events. How everybody ends up where they end up.
So it's basically, most of the group ends up meeting in the big field before they get to the source.
Yes, right.
So then they all walk over to the source. Then Jack, Locke, and Desmond go alone to go down there, and then Ben and Hurley and somebody else stays behind. Let me see. Wait, because Kate and Sawyer are there. So then they end up. Yeah. So this is now I'm getting confused because I think. Oh, that's right. This is so after all, so that's where everybody is, right? Like Locke, Jack, and Desmond go to the cave. Everybody else is behind, and then after the cave incident, and then like Locke gets out and leaves. And then, knocks Jack out.
Right.
Locke gets out and leaves and goes to the cliffs where the boat is. And then they all go over there. Locke and Jack have a fight. And then Kate shows up and shoots Locke. Spoiler alert.
Yes.
And then the rest of the guys are there. And then at that point, they split up because Hurley and Ben want to stay and go with Jack.
Yeah.
And then Kate and Sawyer jump off the cliff to go to the boat.
Yes. Yeah, so basically what I want to say is because of the way events turned out, looks like Locke just ends up trying to leave by himself. He didn't even really take Ben with him. And he never asks Ben to kill anybody. We never really get to see what Ben would have done if he did.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to cling to the idea that maybe he had a plan for what would have happened, but Locke took him down a path he didn't expect, and so he ended up just kind of improvising with what he got.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would have probably just had him kill the rest of the candidates until there was, pretty much no one left. Kill whoever he couldn't kill himself, I guess. But then, of course, the Desmond stuff got in the way of that.
I don't understand.
I was saying Ben, I think, would have just killed the people that Locke couldn't have killed himself, which would have been the candidates.
Oh, I don't think that's true.
Oh, well, who do you think he wanted him to kill?
He never asked him to kill anybody. I mean, anybody in particular. So it looks to me like Locke's plans changed.
But one thing is, before when he tells Ben, there's some people I want you to kill.
Yeah.
Who do you think he's talking about?
The candidates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's all I was saying.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Maybe I'm just agreeing with you. I think that. That's what you're saying. Once he goes in and talks to Widmore, once he finds out about the Desmond thing, I think he decides, I'll kill the candidates and destroy the island in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I think I mean, at the very least, his pressing concern became dealing with Desmond and not killing the candidates. But I think the goal was one and the same. So yeah.
Yes. So I want to think that that Ben had some kind of plan for what to do, but when Locke said he's going to destroy the island, and of course he ends up not needing Ben to kill anybody, so Ben just kind of goes with what's happening and ends up, ending up where he wants to be, staying on the island with Hurley, but he ended up not having to sort of betray or carry out any scheme or whatever. That's what I want to say.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Now, I think, from what we've actually seen in the episode, it could be that he was just going to go kill everybody or something, and then he changed his mind when he didn't have to or something. That could be true. I just, since we didn't see him actually do anything, besides kill Widmore, which I can see him doing just for personal reasons, that's sort of what I want to believe.
Okay, well, let me poke some holes in that and then see if it stays afloat for you.
Okay.
I want to say that the con should only go up to the point up until this scene when Ben is told Locke was not speaking figuratively. Because for me, the only reason for Ben to sort of agree to do the agreement was that Ben would kill some people because when they're sitting on the porch, Ben says, "Well, why would I kill these people?" And he says, "Because I'll leave you in charge of the island." So that's sort of the agreement.
Yes.
So to me, that's the start of the con. If Ben is going to con him, if Ben is not honestly being his follower, but is going to be doing things surreptitiously, and this is part of the con, that to me is where the con starts. And the con has to end at the point at which that deal is no longer an agreement. I think at the very least, the most you could say is Ben could come up with a new con, but the old con has to be null and void or changed, right? So, once Ben in this scene realizes for a fact, because he heard it in the previous episode, but in this scene he realizes effectively Locke doesn't want to give him the island, which is the one thing Ben wants. Ben doesn't want to leave, or else he could have just kind of turned a donkey wheel or something. I think it's at this point where where you have to evaluate whether or not Ben had a con, because to me this is the end point of that con that started with the initial agreement. So basically the con would have been the elements of the con to me would have been him ratting out Widmore being hidden in the closet.
Yes.
And really that's the big part. I mean, he did kill Widmore. I don't think that would have been part of a con. I think he really, I trust his, I believe he was being honest when he said I didn't want him to save his daughter, and I think that's the extent of the reason he killed Widmore.
Yeah.
Of course, all the other history that they have, but
yeah. But that's why he didn't want him to save his daughter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I feel like the big question is, did he rat out Widmore on purpose or not? That to me is the part that encapsulates the con. Because after that, after Locke tells Ben, I'm going to destroy the island, Ben doesn't have the same impetus to be conning Locke or anything like that. I mean, and I don't mean just having a plan of how to survive. I mean actually, pretending to be his follower and not following him. Because once the groups get combined, he's not really following Locke anymore. He's not taking Locke's orders. So this would be the end point of the con for me if there was a con. And I'm just saying, I think there wasn't a con. I think he really just gave Widmore up because he didn't care about him living, and then he shot him.
Oh, okay.
And I think he would have probably tried to kill the other people too. I think, as much as I think people wanted Ben to sort of be redeemed here, I just don't. I think he put all his chips in, and he said, "I'm up against a force that I can't stop, and I'm a survivalist. I'm just going to do what it takes to survive, even if that means kill other people." But, we never got to see him get to that point, so now...
Yeah, and, he had the chance to shoot Alana, and he didn't. That
was before, though. Situation changed since then. Since she's dead and all the other people are dead, and Smokey can kill him any second he wants, I think that changes his opinion about what he should do.
Yeah. I guess, I'm leaning on the fact that he was never asked to do it. We'll never know for sure what he would have done if he was asked to do it. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he would have tried not to kill them.
I think he would have rather not have killed them, but if Smokey was standing there and he said, kill Sawyer or I'll kill you, I think Sawyer's dead. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean he might be if that's what it turns to. If that's the issue. But I guess what I'm saying is I feel like Ben didn't necessarily turn evil. It was like what you were saying, him just trying to survive. Yeah.
I think it was just him trying to survive. I don't necessarily think he got any more evil than he already was.
Yeah.
He's already pretty bad, so
yeah,
he doesn't have to get any worse.
True. But he's been better this season than previous seasons.
Yeah.
So I feel like he went, a little bit down that path. But not enough. Not enough to compensate for everything else he's done on the show.
Yeah.
And so I think it's disappointing. I could believe that that he would have killed him, but I like to think I like to try to utilize the uncertainty as much as I can.
Mhm.
To get an outcome that I want. But if you ask the writers, what would they say? I don't know. They might very well say he would have killed them.
Yeah, I'm just going on his demeanor when he was faced with certain death by Smokey, and he just basically was like, I'll do whatever you want.
Yes.
Who do you want me to kill? You want me to kill some people? Because that means nothing to Ben, killing these people.
Yes.
He was trying to kill these people from day one, so, he's just now getting around to it if he did it.
Well, he wanted him to come back to the island, so he didn't want to kill him then. But
well, he only wanted to come back so he could get back, right?
He wanted to go back, though. Yeah. I guess once he got to the island, he'd probably be ready to kill him again.
Yeah.
It's a good point. And really, Ben has a serious dark side, and I think Ben wouldn't be the same if he didn't have that. So, to a certain extent, I can live with it. I just want his redemption to be real.
Yeah. Well, what's his redemption?
I don't know. I just want it to be real.
That's what I'm like.
Wherever it is.
I agree with that. What is it? Because I don't think.
I'm looking for it. I don't see it anywhere.
I don't think. Who hid the redemption? Who hid Ben's redemption? Where'd it go? I think it's in the mail.
No, I think his biggest, the most redemptive thing. There's a couple things he did that were sort of redemptive. Number one, he, this is a minor thing, but he, buried Locke and said he was sorry for killing him. Mm-hmm. Number two, he went off to try to get Sayid when the temple was under attack. And number three, he, refrained from killing Ilana and going off to join Locke.
Yeah. So this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I think he definitely was on the road to redemption, and I think his the big thing was, I think, all those, and then being Hurley's number two.
Yes, that's the final thing that sort of brings him down that path. Yeah. And I guess it means to have a little aberration in the middle of that development where he decides, I'm just going to kill them all now. That's weird, but it could be true.
But doesn't it make sense though? I mean, I think I would say it's not nice and neat, but I don't know if it should be. Considering what he was up against for just that period of time. Yeah. Just until Smokey says, I need you to do this for me, and up until when Smokey, so it's like a couple hours really, but I think Ben is the kind of person who looks at his best options for the situation, and I think his best options was to do what Smokey said. So it doesn't make it right, but I think it makes it something Ben would do.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's been.
What?
Because he's been.
Right. You do what you do best, Ben.
You do what you do best. You survive.
And lie.
And lie. Yeah. All right. What else is going on in this scene?
I really noticed the mechanics in this episode.
In terms of what?
Just how they had to make the story work. Like, they have to send Sawyer out there so he can find out, what's up with Desmond, and and he finds out, what Locke's planning to do, and so then he has to go back and report back, and then we have like that walkie-talkie that Ben gave to Miles that ends up being used by a number of characters to communicate back and forth with the the people over at the plane, and it's really useful that they know that stuff's going on.
Yeah.
So I noticed that they had to set up these small things so that they could have certain plot elements work. Because if like Ben hadn't done that walkie-talkie thing, it's like they wouldn't even know they were working on the plane and that they were about to leave.
Yeah, and that's predicated on Whitmore and Zoe showing up when they did.
Yeah.
If Locke had showed up before them, it would have been different.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's just like, they had to write in something there to get all the communication to work so that the story would make sense, that to get the characters where they need to be. And it's just like this small little thing of the walkie-talkie really played a big role in that.
Yeah.
And it's just weird to see that like used, to see its plot function. Because I don't even really know why Ben did that. It never became clear to me what he intended to do with Miles. He ends up like hiding it a couple times or not a couple times, but at least once from Locke. And, and then eventually we see him, once he's gone, like, answer it later. But it's not clear exactly what he wanted from Miles, like what kind of communication he was intending to bring about.
Yeah, it seemed like he just wanted to be able to talk to him just in case. And that's probably all as far as he thought.
Yeah, but just in case what? Like,
well, they're about to, the shit's hitting the fan here. I think just in case that.
Okay.
They're about to split up, they know Smokey's on his way, right? Yeah, they know. I forgot why they know that, but they know he's on his way.
Zoe comes in.
Oh, that's right. They saw him from the dock, and or she saw him at the dock. So they know he's coming, and I think he was just planning. That's part of Ben's ability to plan.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, okay, Miles is leaving, and I'm going. Who knows how fast Ben's brain thinks, but he might be like, oh, okay, I'm going to let them hide in my closet, and I'm going outside, and, I want to be able to talk to Miles in case I survive this, because Miles is, Miles is going to be somewhere else, so he can help him out if possible.
Right. Yeah.
I love Sawyer telling, he hits Ben in the face and then takes his gun. Ben. And then Sawyer, I love Sawyer telling Smokey, I'll be seeing you. Like, he's threatening the smoke monster, almost,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, no, that was nice. Yeah. I think calling him Smokey goes with that, too. I think that takes him down a notch.
Yeah.
Hey, Smokey.
What's up, Smokey?
So yeah, that was good. They did let Ben get the drop on Sawyer before Sawyer gets the drop on Ben, I guess. So it worked for me. He needed to make his escape because he needs to go back and tell Jack and them what's going on, and then they can decide to join up, and everything works.
Yeah, totally. The way they showed Sawyer hiding, it didn't. He's in that purple shirt. He did not look like he was hiding very well.
Yeah.
You know, there's advantages to getting caught sometimes.
Yes.
You know, if he would have just ran in there, he could have been. I don't know. Anything could have happened. But so this line, let me see. So, you know, Locke has this line about the island being at the bottom of the ocean. That's another big thing that they did not talk about in The Flash Sideways.
True.
Why the island's at the bottom of the ocean. And more than that to me is why is all the Dharma stuff there? And then even further, why does the history of the island seem to be exactly the same, you know, in The Flash Sideways? You know, the Dharma stuff is there, and the statue broken is there, and I don't understand that. Why in this afterlife place? You know, that's another reason why it made me think that this afterlife stuff just always happened. You know, like the time in this world runs like you would expect it to, because it has all this history there. You know, like you see the island underwater with all this ancient stuff on it. It's just like, I don't know why that's there if this is just their afterlife. And this is a place they'll never see.
Yeah, I think from what Ben's dad said, it sounds to me like the history of the island wasn't exactly the same as what we saw originally.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause he didn't bring up like the things I really would expect him to say if the original stuff really happened.
Well, but wouldn't your theory say that those are just memories and none of that stuff is actually true?
Yes.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the fabricated history of the island doesn't look like it's exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to me.
Well, maybe not exactly, but the two big things seem the same, and that's weird to me.
Yeah, I think the island underwater, I see it as a red herring, first of all. I mean, like you said, like he says this here, and it's really sounding like, okay, somehow this is going to tie in with the island being underwater in The Flash Sideways. You know, and I feel like they're hinting at that here, and I feel like that was, you know, to get us to speculate, again, making it seem like some kind of alternate universe that they created where the island's history was different. And I think also, like, if you want to look at it like it's purgatory, it's sort of, you could take it symbolically as sort of the island and their history on the island is buried or under the ocean for now, you know, but, you know, and it'll, you know, come to the surface later or something, you know, that's sort of, you could take it as something like that.
Do you have any non-lame answers?
My answers are usually lame.
So it's either red herring or it's metaphorical.
Yeah.
There's nothing actual, like, for real, like an actual real explanation.
Yeah, no. I don't, to me there's not a real explanation, because to me it's not even a real world. You know? Like, really, I think all those questions we asked about what's going on in The Flash Sideways, who David's mom is Kate innocent, you know, what happened with Chang and Dharma, I think all those are totally irrelevant. I don't think any of that matters at all. So I think I put Why is the Island Underwater in that category. And so I'm just trying to explain why it's in the show, even though I'm saying it doesn't matter.
20 seconds. That's how long it takes me to call back in.
Oh, you just called back?
Yeah. I didn't hear anything after you said you don't think it's a real world or something like that.
Okay. Let's see.
Did you keep talking?
I'm sorry. I said a whole point before you came back, and now I've sort of forgotten exactly what I said. So my basic point is that I think a lot of the questions we asked about The Flash Sideways, such as, is Kate innocent? Who's David's mom? What happened with Chang and Dharma? why is Miles' last name Strom? I mean, all that stuff to me seems irrelevant. I don't think it matters at all. I mean, we could ask that question, but it's sort of like, since this is clearly some kind of weird world where they work out their problems, I mean, whatever we see there just can't be taken at face value. And so I want to put, like, why do we see the island underwater into that category? Like, there's no good answer for it, and so I'm trying to explain it in terms of why the writers put it there.
Mhm.
Because I don't see that there's a good answer for it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay. I'm sorry. I wish I had one.
I find it hard to believe the writers say, okay, and in this Black Sideways world, okay, let's have the island in the water, and we'll show that in the premiere, and it's just underwater because this is a metaphor, or it's underwater because this world doesn't make that much sense. Like,
because it's a red herring, because we want to mislead them or not. We want to get them talking about what the Flash Sideways is.
Mhm.
I mean, that's I feel like that's the main thing. Because it was a big reveal, seemingly.
Yeah, but it's like they don't need that to get us talking about those issues. We're already wondering what's going on before we even see that. So it's just weird to. Maybe that's the answer though, but it's just that's a strange thing. But all right, that's the best we can do, I guess.
I mean, it was cool. I like the idea. So to me, it's justifiable to do it, but it does look to me like it has no payoff.
Yeah, because it's like, well, why not just show the island underwater, and then not necessarily show the sort of landmarks that we know, or show the Dharma stuff because somebody claims to have memories of that, but then it's basically saying not only was the statue there originally built, but like the Black Rock still hit it the same way or something.
Yeah.
So it's like three things they're saying is still true. Three island history things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just lame to me. That's lame to me. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll buy your lameness.
Lame.
It was good at the time.
Yeah, it was good at the time. Like communism.
The best I can say for it.
Which was a red herring.
True.
Goes back full circle.
True, yes. They have much in common.
All right, well, that's still lame. We got to come up with better than that by the end of this podcast. I don't like completely outside of the world answers. I don't like, let's just do this because it'll trick the audience. Even if that's what they said in unison, I still don't like it, and I want to find something better.
I mean, I think that's what Lost does a lot. I mean, I feel like a lot of the show is misdirection. Well, a lot of the show is trying to make us think one thing and then telling us something else as a surprise.
I definitely believe that, but unless you can name some other instances of like this where, and maybe this is a separate scenario because it's in this other universe, it just seems to me they wouldn't sort of blatantly make something up that isn't sort of true in that world. True in the context that they're saying it. It may be like, okay, when you review it, you get a different take on it, but it's still, but it's not like there's no other explanation than the writers are just tricking us. Unless you can come up with some, some stuff I'm forgetting with like reveals like that. Like what other red herring stuff have they had that like once we realize it's a red herring and there's no like basis in reality for it, or something along those lines. I don't know. Maybe you can think of something. I can't.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm not. I think if I thought about it, I could come up with stuff because there's a lot of there's a lot of misdirection on the show. Mm-hmm. And as far as like, okay, that was a complete red herring. I know there's stuff like that, but I'm not. Nothing's coming to mind right now. So I'll get back to you if I come up with anything.
We'll put a button on it.
Yes.
Or in it? Do you put it in it or on it?
On it, please.
On it. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to put a button in it. Yeah, but that's usually what I reach for when I don't see a good explanation for something.
Like, my idea that, and I don't think this is true, but indulge me for a second here. Say that the meeting place world is time. Say it's a duplicate of the real world, right? Like, so time sort of runs the same way. It has a long history and all this stuff. Given that context, I would say something like, well, maybe the Man in Black destroyed the island at some point.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
More. All right. I think he only gives me 3. It would make me want to say something like, maybe the Man in Black destroyed the island at some point. The Losties never came there. Jacob never found his replacement or something. If Jacob and Man in Black exist in this world, that's the kind of explanation I would want to put on it. But that's, a lot of ifs before that.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe he destroyed the island and it killed him, killed him and Jacob or something. He couldn't get off the island, but he was like, well, damn it, I'll just die too or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, I just like having somewhat real in the show answers. It's very disconcerting to get like, well, they just did that to fuck with us.
Yeah.
Because to me, that's not great writing. To me, they should be able to have a reason, and maybe they do have a reason. They don't have to tell us, I guess, because they can do whatever they want. But
yeah, they might have a reason that I just can't think of.
Yeah, and that makes me want to come up with it because I feel like they should have a reason. It just seems weird to me if you ask Carlton and Damon, why is the island under there? That all they can say is, we just want to screw with the audience.
Well, they would never say that.
Yeah.
Even if it were true, I think they wouldn't say that. I mean,
I meant a couple drinks, and in private, just whatever truth they would give out.
Okay, not in like a public interview.
Yeah, not in an interview.
Like, look, okay, guys, take the ties off. Tell me what really happened.
Tell me why the thing is in there, and maybe they would say we're just fucking with you, and then I would tell them, well, that's not great writing. You should have a reason why in this world the island is underwater.
Yeah.
And I think, hearing me tell them that it's not great writing wouldn't do much for their ego because who am I to tell them it's not great writing? But
yeah.
Nevertheless, I stand by my point.
Yeah. I think for me, it doesn't bother me to throw a red herring out there. I don't think that's necessarily bad writing. It's certainly misleading.
Yes, definitely. A red herring on its own isn't bad.
Yeah.
A red herring, like, with nothing to support it, all you can say is it's a red herring. I think that does suck. Even if like, I think you should at least be able to be ambivalent about the answer to a red herring. Like, well, maybe it's this other thing, but it's probably just misdirection. I feel like there should be at least a counterpoint, and not just all we have is a red herring.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm harping on it, so.
Okay, I can see that. This is an issue that matters to you.
It does matter. It does matter to me.
I don't know. I take my stand with other stuff. This doesn't bother me very much for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I guess because for me, everything in the Sideways doesn't matter to me. I don't need explanations for any of it because it's a bullshit world. Anything can happen. They can show anything there. I don't care. It means nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm sort of not. I'm totally unplugged from those things. The only thing I care about is stuff like Michael not getting his chance, and and like island stuff.
Yeah, I just want the world that they set up to have rules, and for them to play by the rules or break the rules. When they need to or want to or it makes sense to. That's fine. I don't mind breaking rules. But I just want, I want there to be like a sort of conceit that they're following. Like if you ask them why does Jack have David, they're not going to say, well, it's just a red herring. They're going to say, well, this is, they're going to give you some sort of character or story explanation.
Oh, there's a reason there. I mean, I think it's definitely Jack working out his issues with his dad.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like that, this other construct that's just sort of in this world, I feel like the island should have some sort of explanation too of why it's underwater.
But I think, the island underwater thing is a one-off thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jack's relationship with his son is developed. It gets a whole episode. It gets more stuff later. I mean, if that were just a red herring, that would be a bit much.
Yeah.
But a one-off shot being a red herring, I don't know. That's not as bad to me.
Yeah.
I think as far as like who David's mother is, I do think that is a red herring.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's true, but like I really could care less at this point because to me it means nothing.
Yeah.
It was really just an excuse to get Juliet's character involved.
Mhm.
To me, I mean, Jack and Juliet did have some kind of history, but it definitely didn't really matter.
Yeah, it reminded me of Kate and Jack off the island having trying to have their relationship, and then Jack and Juliet in the afterlife try to have their relationship, but of course they're with the wrong people.
Yes.
To make it work.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I think also like what happened with Christian Shepherd's coffin, like I think that's a pointless question as well.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing like if you like I would explain the coffin stuff to be, like I'm less concerned about the coffin only because I can chalk that up to, supernatural occurrences or something. Like obviously Christian is not dead in this world. Like if he was dead, if he didn't show up at the end, I would be a little more skeptical about like what was going on. But it's like, okay, well he's dead. He shouldn't be in the coffin if he's dead. He's there trying to guide these events. It sort of makes sense to me that there's weirdness with the coffin, but we don't get anything like that for the island. We just get it's underwater, so it's like when there's a lack of ideas or details, it bugs me when we don't have anything to go on about what to think.
I see. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll get a theory going.
Maybe we will. I'm holding out hope. So. Yeah.
I'm sort of counting on you to do that, but who knows? Maybe I'll think of something.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Anything is possible.
Yes, and nothing is irreversible.
Nothing is irreversible.
That's one of those things from this season. They really piled that on.
Except for, preventing the plane crash.
Oh, yeah. Is
that irreversible, Kate? I don't know. You're the one who time traveled afterwards. You tell me.
Yeah.
So you got anything else on this scene here?
No. I guess that's it.
I love how Locke thinks he's going to sail away and watch the island sink. Oh. So sweet.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't give a shit about Frank.
In terms of the plane?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like he forgot about the plane.
Yeah, like I guess does he know the bearing? Does he even know you need a bearing? I don't know. Maybe once he pulls the thing, the bearing thing doesn't matter anymore.
I would imagine once maybe there's no barrier when the plug is unplugged, but when it's back in, I would imagine there's a barrier. Yeah,
that's what I meant when the plug is unplugged.
Oh yeah. So that's what he's thinking. It'll just stay unplugged, and then he can go sail away.
Well, he wants the island to sink, so I think, he's imagining. I mean, I guess he doesn't know about the plug necessarily, but he's imagining that whatever is causing the island to be destroyed will destroy the island.
Will still be there. Yeah. I would buy that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's weird to me that he seemed to forget about the plane. I guess he didn't sense that Frank was alive, or
yeah.
I don't know how you could tell that, but I guess it could go either way. But it just seemed like he didn't think that was important.
It is curious. He never showed any interest in Frank.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about using the plane, but he never really even talked about Frank. It was always, he said he was waiting for the candidates to get there, but we never saw him try to get Frank to come. It never came across that he really cared.
So maybe he was never going to use the plane at all, and he was always planning to sail away on the boat.
Yeah, maybe so.
And it was, I'm still frustrated with that whole Widmore put the B4 on the plane thing, because it's like Locke should have just left them in the plane. Everybody get on board. But I go back to his line about remember Locke told Claire he needs Kate to help convince everyone, the missing people, to come with him, the people who weren't there yet.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking he was thinking he needed somehow to get Kate to convince Jack to come ultimately.
Yeah.
And I think, at the point at which they were at the plane, Jack wasn't ready to come.
Right.
So that's why he was like, well, I'll do this thing on the sub, and then they'll try to shut me out. And then maybe Kate will get shot. I don't know. It gets a little weird towards the end there.
Yeah, that's a bit much, but that is what happens. She gets shot, and that's what gets Jack in the submarine.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing he'd need to do to get Jack on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be harder to take a plane off. Take a plane off? Is that what you say?
Thanks, English.
Yeah, we don't appreciate you enough. Take a plane off while people are shooting at you, as opposed to a submarine where you can dive underwater. I think that was easier to pull off. And you have the dock, the stuff on the dock as a point to defend it from. It was just, I think that was a better vehicle to try to commandeer and get out of Widmore's control.
Yeah, but do you think you think all those people would have been there if they were on the plane trying to take off? They would have just come to the plane instead of going to the dock, you think?
Well, maybe. Maybe. I'm guessing that they would have. Since Widmore had guards there and he rigged the thing, I could imagine that he maybe they wouldn't have tried to stop him because they wanted him to blow up. It's a little confusing.
Yeah.
We
talk about hypotheticals that really don't matter.
I know. Yeah, it definitely. I believe Widmore that he put the shit there. He didn't even see Smokey find it. There's I don't see him lying about that. But it is, that just makes it confusing. His plan is a little bit weird, and then Man in Black's plan is weird.
It's a bunch of weird plans that can't be changed.
Yeah. They seem unnecessarily elaborate.
Yeah.
And to depend too much on coincidence. But a lot of things on this show happen that way, so.
Yeah. You know what? I'm telling you, I'm going to give this show one more season. And if they don't explain what's going on, I am out of here.
You and me both.
Season 7, here we come.
All right, guys.
Why is that island underwater? Go. Start there.
Yes.
All right, you got anything else?
No. Are you done with this scene?
I am done.
Okay, we can't talk about this scene again.
No.
Okay, so the next scene, we cut to Vincent licking Desmond's face as he wakes up at Rose and Bernard's little shack. Bernard leaves to go check for fish. Desmond asks Rose how long they've been living there. Rose tells him she doesn't know where in time they are. Then she asks Desmond to leave after he eats because they broke their rule of getting involved. Desmond says he understands. Then Vincent and Bernard show back up, followed by Locke and Ben. Locke walks up to Desmond and says, "Come with me or I'll kill them both right in front of you." Then he insists, "I'll make it hurt." Desmond says, "I want your word you won't touch them, ever." Locke says, "Done." Desmond says, "Then I'll do what you want." Locke says, "Yes, Desmond, you will."
All right. So we get the cameo of Rose and Bernard.
Yeah, standard finale cameo.
Mm-hmm. Checking in with them and their peaceful little existence.
Yeah, they really did retire from the show.
Oh, totally. I mean, they have the best shack house ever built on the island.
Yeah.
Like they're pretty comfortable. You know, they got a dog to hang out with.
Mhm.
Yeah, they definitely retired. They're like something happened, and I could see with Rose having faced death, and then of course getting sort of a second lease on life with the island's healing properties. Like, you know, I definitely can see, you know, her sort of mentality of saying, you know, of going through the early days of all the drama on the island and, you know, the close calls and the death threats and stuff, and just being like, okay, I'm done with that, you know. And
yeah.
But on top of that, also being like, if we die, that's fine, you know, like sort of relegating control of, or, you know, influence in situations, you know, but being fine by doing that because they don't really care if they die.
Right.
You know, they'll just be happy as long as they can, and if they die, they die, and then that's fine. So it's a pretty interesting, you know, approach to living on the island. I think, you know, most people don't really have that. You know, Rousseau had that to a degree, but even she was, you know, out sort of, you know, getting caught up in stuff to a certain extent.
She was still setting traps and potentially trying to get her baby back, or even though she was trying to avoid encounters, she was also instigating them.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's and she never had, you know, she wasn't, you know, she had Alex kidnapped and she'd killed it. She was all alone, basically. Rose and Bernard, you know, they have each other. And they even have a dog, like you said. So they have a nice little life, little retirement home or something. You know, it's a dangerous island. I guess that's the bad part. But other than that, you know, they did pretty well. I think it's just interesting that a couple characters decided to just, okay, we're done with the drama of the show. We're just going to kind of hang out over here from now on.
Mm-hmm.
And it really rubs me the wrong way in the incident when they're like, Jack's got a bomb and he's going to blow up the island, and Rose's like, who cares? Like, God damn you. What do you mean, who cares? I care. I'm watching the show. It matters. Shut up.
Yeah, but doesn't matter. It didn't really affect Rose and Bernard.
It didn't affect them, but yeah, no, I mean, I think the issue of detonating a hydrogen bomb is something you should not say who cares about. I mean, I think that's ridiculous. You know, did it matter in the end? Maybe not, but I don't see any reason to say that before the fact. You know, so
experience, I think.
Yeah, okay, I guess so. I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, some stuff that transpired did matter to some extent, you know, and I see that they're unplugged from things. They're just like, we're going to be off to ourselves. But, like, to me, this episode had a better balance of that because they did rescue Desmond from the well, breaking their rules, and they even kind of put themselves out there saying Desmond doesn't have to go with them. They can, you know, like basically saying, you know, we're not going to make it be about us that you leave. Of course, Desmond doesn't want them to be killed, so he goes. But, you know, they do kind of put themselves on the line for Desmond and you know, break their little rule, even though in general they don't want to get involved. So to me, this is I like this a lot better. I got a lot less of the, like, fuck all you guys vibe from this.
Well, yeah, I mean, this situation is totally different, I think, because the conflict is personal and literally standing in their face. You know, when Locke shows up, and that's something they can deal with. The idea that Jack has a bomb and is going to try to blow it up, you know, they're not watching the show. They don't understand the implications of that and how real that is and exactly what he's trying to do and you know, and like how dedicated he is to do that. And so it's like, I appreciated their response in that scene only because I think it makes sense for their characters to be like, this week Jack has a bomb, next week it's going to be this other thing, last week it was something else. Like they said, it's always
that. I mean, when Bernard stayed behind and the others came to attack to take the pregnant one, they were really there, and Bernard really was in danger of dying. I mean, real shit happens. It's not just a bunch of bullshit this week and bullshit next week. Like, it's real stuff.
It's not that it's bullshit, but it's that it's always something. And it's like, at what point do you say, I'm not going to get involved with this drama that other people are creating and other people are involved in? And I think that's a fair personal choice to a decision you can make and say, well, I don't want to have to be involved every time somebody has a crackpot idea. And I mean, what were Rose and Bernard going to do to help Jack? They're going to get some guns and just go down there with everybody else at the shootout? And it's like, why should they go risk their lives for something they don't necessarily believe in?
I didn't need them to personally participate, but just it was the reaction that rubbed me the wrong way, because it's like the major, one of the two major plots of the finale, and they're just saying, who cares? And it's like,
well, they don't know it's one of the major plots of the finale.
It's like, I understand they don't know that. It's just, but the writers know that, and they're having these characters say, who cares about something that I'm very invested in at that point, So it's like, okay, whatever, guys. Like,
well, same with Ben saying, who cares when the freighter blew up? That's something we're invested in, and in his character, he doesn't care if everyone on there dies.
Yes.
So
Ben's evil, and it's weird to have Rose and Bernard take that angle that Ben.
Yeah, they're not evil. They just want to be apart from it.
Like, it seems perfectly right to me for Ben to say who cares about the people dying. It seems weird to me for Rose and Bernard. Okay, they don't care about themselves, but they don't care about anyone else dying. Like, they don't have any sort of concern.
I think it's about personal choice.
Like, it's just so selfish to me.
I think they're saying, well, maybe it is selfish, and I think they have a right to be selfish. At that point in their lives, and I think if you're on the island, you get to choose how you want to interact with people and what you want to do. I just think it comes down to sort of free choice, and I think that's what they were saying is like, if you guys want to go help Jack do whatever he wants to go do, that's fine. We're going to stay out of it. We're gonna not be involved, and that way they can not be. If the island blows up, then the island blows up. If the Losties manage to fix the situation, they manage to fix the situation. But I don't know. I understand the rationale of not wanting to expend their energy for things they don't necessarily believe in. Now, if Jack was running through their camp with a bomb and he's like, help me defuse this or something, or it's going to blow up, or you know what I mean? I feel like they might have had a different reaction, but in the context of like, we're on our way to go do this other mission, mission number, 582, I can understand them being tired of it, and maybe it was too strong of a reaction, but I think the writers are trying to get across like, this is their state of mind, this is why they've been away for so long. It's not like they've just been sort of sitting around and no one's found them. It's like they've been actively hiding. That's how much they don't want to be involved. Jin is out there looking for them all this time, and they're hiding from him. And I thought that was weird too. I'm like, why not just tell Jin you don't want to be found, and that way he can sort of ignore them. But it's like, they decide they're just going to be, they're going to vanish. Yeah. Effectively vanish. So I don't know. I get it.
I totally accept what you're saying. I agree. That's what's going on.
Yeah, you just think they should care more about the general happenings on the island.
Yeah, I just didn't like the way they portrayed it in the incident, and I'm just contrasting it the way they portrayed it here, which I liked a lot better.
Yeah, this was better. This was, like I said, though, this was way more personal and less abstract, I think.
Yeah.
I think if Desmond was somewhere else, and Locke and Desmond were somewhere else, and somebody came up to Rose and Bernard and said, hey, Locke is going to kill Desmond unless you do something, I don't think they would necessarily have the same response that they have here, because it would be more abstract to them.
Right. Right.
But I really liked when, Rose told Desmond, you don't have to go anywhere with him. Seemingly making it seem like, they're willing to die to give Desmond the free choice of his own life, to not have to make him choose something he doesn't want to choose. They're willing to put their life on the line.
Right.
So I thought that was a pretty strong response.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, they stuck their necks out by getting him out of the well, sort of knowing that,
they're getting involved in drama because somebody put him down there.
Exactly. So they they weren't willing to just say, oh, who cares about that? I like that. And then sticking their necks out when Locke is actually there, saying I'm going to kill them. So I think that's the Rose and Bernard I expect, and they're still not wanting to be involved, but there's a line. I mean, they're not just going to stand there and watch horrific things happen.
Well, but they're actually getting involved though. They're actually like going the other extreme and saying, okay, well, now that the danger is here, we're gonna get involved with it. Yes. I mean, their general rule is to not get involved, but they're willing to break it in certain circumstances. Yeah. And to me I like that better because I feel like there's got to be exceptions to that, and having them just sit there and not interfere with anything all the time is just, I don't know, it's just hard for me to swallow. So they didn't do that, which I appreciate. And there was this scene is actually part of some script pages from the finale that were leaked before the finale was aired. There's like 6 pages. I really wanted to find the script to the finale because I thought it would help me understand what we were watching, because it does. I mean, the script fills in the kind of details that I feel like you can never really get from the show. Because it provides pretty detailed descriptions of what the characters are thinking, and I think that's useful. Anyway, a couple minor points about that. Rose says an extra thing in the script, which is something like we're not afraid of dying or something like that. You don't have to go with him. They sort of cut that first bit out, but she made it very explicit in the script that they were putting themselves out there to die, so that Desmond didn't have to go with him. Yeah. I don't know how that works because again, it's sort of like, okay, now he's killed them, and it seems like he could just kind of grab Desmond and take him, but still. I appreciated that. The other little bit that I'll just throw in is from the previous scene when Sawyer shows up and, he has the gun on Ben. He, elbows Ben and then grabs his gun and walks away. There's a little exchange that they cut out where Ben says to Locke, "Are you going to let him shoot me?" And Locke says, "Maybe." Thought that was a weird little interchange that they deleted. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of a strange thing to say to someone you want to do stuff for you, but I thought it was interesting. There's also a lot of curse words in there.
Yeah. Well, I think at that point, Locke doesn't really need Ben anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I think his original plan was to have Ben kill the candidates, but once he found out about Desmond, he changed his plan to just destroy the island, destroy the candidates.
All right.
So yeah, I guess that makes sense. He's not even. He doesn't really try to use Ben again.
No.
Ben's just kind of there. For the rest of the time.
Anything else in this scene?
Yeah, I'll just note that this does at least confirm that Rose and Bernard came to the present when the incident happened too, I think.
Mhm.
And Vincent. I guess Vincent time traveled with everyone else. We never really saw from his point of view, but it looks like that's what happened.
Yeah.
You know, because presumably there's a period of time where Rose and Bernard are just, you know, going through these time flashes, and Vincent is too, and then
he has no difference.
and then eventually the time traveling stops, and that's when they're in the 70s, and that's when they start trying to build a little shack, and I guess then Vincent shows up at some point, and they have their little life, and then it flashes again, and then they're back to the present. It's just kind of a strange little story. I you know, when I think of people that stayed behind on the island in the end, it's easy to sort of forget about them, but they kind of are there still.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, they probably have a thing or two to say about the island quaking for a while.
Probably. Yeah. That must have been fantastic. I bet that did a little damage to their shack.
Yeah.
Have to repair that, but they'll probably live, probably go on. You know, Vincent's still around, so I imagine they'll just kind of live out the rest of their retirement on the island, and you know, probably with Hurley as the island protector. Maybe it won't be quite as miserable of a place to be as it has been for the run of the show.
Rose and Bernard were at the meeting place, right?
Yes. Yeah, they were. And my interpretation is what?
For people who stayed out of the drama for a long time. It's still connected to everybody.
Totally, yeah. It's kind of weird. They divorced themselves from the other people to a large degree, and so it does seem odd that they would be connected. But, you know.
Well, you can't choose the people you love.
I guess. I was going to throw out the idea that Bernard's weird behavior when Jack went to visit him is maybe because he was already sort of awoken at that point.
Mhm.
And was sort of doing what he had to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that would explain the "of course I remember."
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's sort of what's going on. But they never really showed Rose and Bernard's little moment, so we don't really know when that happens. But I feel like it had happened by that point, and that's, I don't know. That's my theory for that, I guess.
You know, Locke promises not to hurt them ever, and you know, he's planning to destroy the island, so I guess to him that technicality doesn't matter.
Right. Yeah, like he's not personally going to kill them. He's just going to destroy the whole island. And if they happen to get hurt in that process, well,
I don't know how it works. I don't know if they'll die or not if the island is underwater, but that's not my problem. I'm John Locke.
The idea does seem to be out there that you're not John Locke. That there's some kind of rule about Man in Black keeping his word.
Mhm.
You know, that if he promises something, then then he has to abide by it or something. I don't know if that's really true, but there's a couple of sort of you have my word bits.
Yeah, they make reference to, you know, I'm a man of my word and stuff like that, and you know, I don't think there's any rule. I think he can break it if he wants. He's just a man. He can break that. He can you know, he can have integrity and stick to his word or not, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any big deal.
Yeah. I don't really either, but the idea's out there, so. The other thing I was going to bring up, a little bit of a holdover from the previous scene, I don't remember exactly if we talked about it, but the fact that Sawyer just immediately guesses what Locke is going to do with Desmond,
Mhm.
like that's a little bit weird. I really
Well, it's the same guess he had before though. Like that's what he told Jack in the previous scene when he says, you know, we need to go get Desmond. Are you saying specifically him saying he needs Desmond to destroy the island?
Yeah.
Because I think that was pretty much the same thing you were talking about before.
Are you saying he just says the same thing in the previous scene?
Well, let me see what he says here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he says he ain't got what he needs. I'm guessing that'd be Desmond. And Sayid said Locke tossed him in a well. Then Jack says Jacob didn't say anything about Desmond, and Sawyer says, you know. So yeah, so he had already guessed. He already had the crazy guess that Desmond was the key to everything in the scene with Jack and Kate and Hurley. And so in this scene with Locke, he's sort of just saying the same thing.
With the addition that he's going to use him to destroy the island.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, that's what he said the first time. He says,
I don't see that he said that. Is it really in here?
Yeah, like Locke wants to put the light out. And then Kate says, but if Locke wants to put it out, why hasn't he? And Sawyer says he hasn't had what he needs yet. I'm guessing that'd be Desmond.
Okay. Yeah, so he just thinks putting the light out is the same thing as destroying the island?
Yeah.
Okay. But again, those seem like things he's really not given the knowledge of.
Well, no, they've shown Sawyer to be the kind of guy who jumps to the right conclusion.
Yeah.
You know.
But he's not been given any really good evidence for any of that.
Well, no, I mean, he knows Desmond's important, and then Jack says Locke wants to put the light out. So yeah, so he makes the leap to say, okay, well, Desmond is the key to that.
Right.
But yeah, he is making a leap at some point.
Desmond's the key to that, and putting the light out is going to destroy the island.
Yeah, but that's not that big of a leap, putting the light out, destroying the island. If what you have to do to protect the island is keep the light from being put out by the Man in Black,
mm-hmm.
and then you know the Man in Black wants to put the light out.
Right.
I don't know. I don't think that's a huge leap, but
I think that's a giant leap that he's in no way justified in saying, and I think that's just an example of the writers putting in something that they need the audience to hear.
Okay.
You know, I mean, he's connecting the dots the right way because the writers know what the story is, you know. So I'm throwing that out as an example of he doesn't have the evidence to justify that statement, but it's true, nonetheless.
Okay, I think he's got the evidence, and they've shown him to be the kind of character who jumps to the right conclusion. But yeah, I get your point.
Yeah. I mean, if that's enough evidence, then I mean,
Well, it's like when he was talking to Locke the first time, and he says, "You're not John Locke." After 2 minutes of conversation, that's jumping to a huge conclusion that no other character did.
Right.
Really, and so. I wouldn't say he had enough information to go on either. All he could tell was this guy wasn't scared.
Right.
But everything else makes him look like John Locke. So, I mean, they've shown him to be the kind of character who does that.
Yes.
But, I mean, I think you're right that they're trying to, give the audience information. But I still think, it's not devoid of being appropriate for his character.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, he makes, intuitive leaps. You're right. You're right. It's consistent with the character. But I think strictly speaking, it's hard to say to me that he's really fully proven that what he's saying is true.
Yeah, he hasn't proven it. I mean, the proof is that, Locke agrees with him.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, when he confirms it, then I think he really knows that's what his plan is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he could have been wrong. Locke didn't want to put the light out until recently.
Yes.
But it was the knowledge of Desmond that put that in Sawyer's head that, okay, this is the key to this whole thing.
Right. Right. Yeah, originally I think he didn't know what to do with Desmond.
Yeah.
And he was just, he was just going to leave him in the well for a while. Then he's like, well, if he's that important, I should just kill him.
Mhm.
Important to Widmore, like, against me. But he ends up sort of doing both things.
Mhm. All right.
So anyway, yeah. I guess is that all on this Rose and Bernard, Vincent, Desmond scene?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I guess we'll see Vincent again later. And Rose and Bernard. Okay. In the next scene, Locke, Ben, and Desmond walk to the light cave. Desmond has a hunch they are going somewhere with the light. Locke is confused. Then Locke hears Ben's walkie making noise. Ben turns it off when Locke isn't looking.
What was what?
What?
Oh, Ben.
Oh,
Ben
is that what
said
he
what
says?
was
What was what?
I was just coughing. What happened? Stepped on a tree branch. Something tells me the fact that, like, I don't know, this isn't real, but I like to think the fact that Locke, has never been off the island and has not seen a lot of technology could be fooled by not knowing what that sound was.
He did smash a walkie-talkie the other day. So he's seen them before.
Yeah. Huh?
So he's seen them before.
Yeah. He's definitely seen them, but he's not as familiar as someone else would be, with just the walkie sound or something like that.
Yeah. Sure. I guess I feel like he could be as familiar as Locke is, or anyone else he's sort of adopted the persona of.
Mhm. Yeah, that's true.
But
yeah, that's what I said. It's not a real thing. That's just what I like to think.
Yeah, that's that seems plausible. Like, I'm really drawn into the idea that Richard is just gonna be in some kind of culture shock, going back to the real world. But I don't think that's really true.
Nah, he's been back there.
Because he's been back. Yeah, he's been back multiple times, and he seemed perfectly at home in the modern world.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know if they had his whole story back then, but that's what's in the show. So, but like based on this season, that's how it sort of comes across. Like he's just been on the island for that whole time.
Mhm.
So he's in for some kind of shock. But yeah, season 3 stuff that ruins it. I think they're just reminding us about the walkie-talkie. That'll come into play later. It transitions also. And here we get this thing with Desmond where he assumes it's a place with a bright light.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I keep thinking about this, and I'm not 100% sure what he's talking about.
Well, I think he's saying, I think he's using the fact that, all of his experiences with electromagnetism have involved a bright light, turning the fail-safe, being blasted by Widmore. Like, all of that stuff has been a bright light. And so I think he realizes, that whatever he's going to go do is going to involve this bright light.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's a lot more mundane than what I had in mind.
Oh, yeah?
But that works. That works better than what I was thinking. I guess basically because of what we find out later, that Desmond thinks he's gonna go to the light and do whatever, and be transported to some other world.
Mhm.
Which I'm guessing is the Flash Sideways or something. But then, then I'm like, well, it seems to me like the light would more represent the moving on part at the end than the Flash Sideways world itself. But that might be going too far. It might just be your thing. He's every time he gets involved in one of these little things, the reason he's there, there's always a bright light. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's his first thoughts, and I think the end result is he is trying to cross over, and he assumes this bright light will be the path. But I think he's just thinking, like I said, all this stuff is always involves a bright light, and so he's just assuming that that'll be the case this time.
Yeah,